Oh, he's a member of the European Parliament. I already found it
from
out.
Lithuania. And it's just like 2 days ago, he had a fantastic session with a Russian historian, Yuri Felshtinsky, who actually, I mean, you probably know his name because he pretty much predicted in a book published 2018 what is going on today, and so that was I was very impressed by that that was like 2 days ago, and yeah, but okay. So if that's already clear, then that was all I was going to say. Yeah.
No, thank you for that. That you were also looking for that. That's no problem. That's okay.
Thank you, Johannes. And in the meantime, please share and retweet the space because, as you know, we had a crash a few minutes before, and the space, well, still needs more listeners. So please feel free to share and retweet. And back to you, Bayonade, if you want to add something.
Joanna, I really would hear an explanation which is a little bit more deeper into about the futures market.
Oh, I need to come back with it. If you want really much more details, I'm not in finance, but
No. I'm just joking. I just wanted you to correct me on which kind of my explanations maybe have been not so truly or detailed as we needed.
well, basically, the future market is like a stock market, but with different items, merchandise, and basically there are datelines, that limits, and you can buy things based on the estimation of the price in the future. For example, 1st of January or 1st of July. Now we estimate that the oil will be at this price, and you can buy things at that price, and after that you can trade the what you bought, the respective batches. If the price is lower or higher, you can trade it, and if not, you can wait for the date to just cash it. So it's kind of complicated. I'm not in stock market or future market, but I can come back with a detailed explanation about it because I knew I learned about it in during the university. So yeah.
Yes, that's really interesting, really nice. Marcus, you had your hand up. Please take it away.
Yeah, just a comment that I've seen that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, sorry, of the Russian Federation has made an announcement that it does not recognise the verdict of The Hague in the case of the MH17 airliner, stating that it is purely a political order. So yeah, they're talking nonsense again.
Well, who would have expect that? That they would accept the verdict. Basically, they don't care. That's the Russians. They don't care, but they are convicted, and that's a good point to show to the world that there is going to be something done about these criminals. That's the main point that is clear. So what Russia say is, yeah, take it with a big heap of salt.
Yeah, I just thought it was funny that they had to actually give a response. You know how they are. They've got to sort of be shown to be responding to everything, and their response was just like a typical.
Yeah, indeed, it's typical Russian response. What they do. What would you else expect from them? So, if anybody has a question or likes to speak, please push the button in the lower left corner. It's the microphone and the co-host, and I hope that Mockers will be the next co-hosts. They will bring the question into the group and we will try to answer it. Do you not like to speak? Then send them a DM, please. And please, Mr. Retweet the space and share it. And please take a look at MriyaReport.org. It's a non-profit organization who has given non-lethal help to the soldiers and Ukrainians in this war, and they bring them non-lethal health, non-lethal aid, and that is tourniquets, bulletproof vest, helmets, night goggles, medical equipment, cars, everything you can think of what is not lethal. They supply it to the people on the ground who need it. And also, if you see someone pointing out in the name of Mariah Aid that they are collecting and they have a PayPal, don't do it. Go to the Mariah Aid org and please donate directly to Mariah Aid. We also, as co-hosts or as speakers or members, will never ask you for money. We don't ask you for coffee money. We all do this volunteer in our free will and without any payment. And it's a big honor to do so. And thank you for being part of it.
All right. Prince, you have your hands up. Please take
Yeah,
it away.
thank you, Bionade. And hello to everybody. I don't even know if I spoke on the space yesterday. It's been sort of a blur, but just wanted to say hello to everybody and just like to point out again, once again, Daryl was up on the speaker panel when the space crashed. So it's always Daryl's fault. I just like to, I don't know why. I just like to give Daryl a hard time about the space crash. And I think it was because the first time he ever co hosted, within like 30 seconds of him starting to co-host, the space crashed, and it just cracked me up. So I just always like to tease Daryl about that. But what I raised my hand for, and I haven't heard talked about today, but I've been listening on and off. 3 hours ago, our good friend Rosalie put out a good tweet about the Russian information operation who is seeking to leverage the incident with the Polish border. They're trying to erode support for Ukraine because of this. And they've put out a bunch of memes and things like that. If you want to go and seek out that tweet of hers, it is a very good one, and it's just something to pay attention to. And it's interesting because before she ever shared that tweet, I had been noticing just subtle things in stories and things people were saying and tweeting about that, that this is somehow going to erode the support for Ukraine, which I don't see happening, but I think it's something that we need to be aware of, and try to fight back with. And I know that there's been a tweet out to the NAFO fellas to be aware of this stuff and just keep an eye out for it, and try to dissuade these kinds of things. You know what we do and what NAFO does, we keep an eye out for the disinformation, and I think this is one that they're really going to try to capitalize on, and it's not going to work. So I just wanted to bring that to attention.
Thank you, Prince. And no surprise, this is what Russians do. They use everything for their propaganda, no matter how they turn the situation, and they make it look in their favor. So there is no surprise here that they are trying to do this. Remember that for the last 2 or 3 months, the Russians are saying that they are fighting with NATO. Well, now they are very surprised, and they are saying that NATO doesn't want to intervene. So, what kind of narrative is that? Until today or yesterday, they were fighting with NATO, and now they are surprised that NATO is staying strong on the positions and does not want to mingle in this situation that they created. Anyway, every Western country, from United States to Germany to Baltic states to Canada and so on, said the one thing that is important. It wouldn't have happened, that what happened in Poland, if the Russia wouldn't have sent the missiles. So this is an accident because of Russian barrage of missiles that took place on Tuesday. So the anti-air missiles, if it was a Ukrainian anti-air missiles, would not have been there unless there were Russian missiles heading to Ukrainian probably infrastructure facilities. So it is a very unfortunate event. I'm very sorry for the losses in Poland, and everybody is. It is awful and terribly sad when something like this happens. But we have to remember all that is Russia's and only Russia's fault. And let's not forget that another, well, at least another dozen of missiles hit objectives inside Ukraine and civilian buildings and infrastructure. And the tragedy in Ukraine is much, much bigger. And
Absolutely.
it's still continuing.
Absolutely. And if we remember, we had the incident on the 10th of March in Croatia, where the drone was crash landing and exploding in a small park in the middle of the city. We had this incident in Moldova. It's crossed the border to Moldova, crossed it back to Ukraine, crossed it back to Moldova, landed in Moldova because it was shot down by Ukraine air defense. Imagine, I mean, nobody was killed in this incident or wounded, but imagine this would have happened, in another kind of fashion. The rocket maybe have landed in Ukraine, but shrapnel would have hit someone in Moldova walking around the border with a dog or something like this. This would still and is always be the fault of Russia because they started this war, they started this illegal invasion, and they are the aggressor. And Ukraine only tries to protect themselves and any other nation around against the Russian invasion. Prince, please.
You know, the thing that really sticks out for me is for me that all was sort of resolving and things late at night just before I was going to bed. And I remember checking Twitter just before I went to bed. And what I was seeing is aid package from this country, aid package from this country, aid package from this country. I saw like 5 different tweets about aid from different countries, all shortly after that happened, just as any NATO meetings and things like that would have been happening. So it showed to me is that it's strengthening the resolve and strengthening the supplies to Ukraine and strengthening the air defense to Ukraine. And yes, there's a lot more that needs to be done, but I think the response of upping some and releasing some aid packages shortly after that happened was just perfect messaging. And I do love it never would have happened if Russia hadn't been firing the missiles in the first place. So ultimately the responsibility is on Russia. And there's no doubt about that. I don't think, anybody who sees what's clearly going on has any doubt about that. It just it's all it still makes me roll my eyes and shake my head sometimes, the things that Russia thinks that they can get away with for propaganda and trying to change people's minds, because it's just clear as day and easy to explain to somebody how clear as day it is. when you know the facts and can point them out in the way that it happens, and just the continued support and the outpouring of support in recent days after this has happened is just, it speaks volumes. It speaks volumes.
Yes, it's very clear that the European Union and NATO are all on the side of Ukraine, and that the message they give with these aid packages is very clear, that they will not let Russia gain strength again against Ukraine, and they will make Ukraine much stronger and have a better military capabilities for for now and into the future.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, Joanna, you have any news today, or should we ask George if he has any news to us today?
So on Tuesday we had a really big wave of missiles that were sent to Ukraine. 96 missiles, out of which 75 were intercepted, and in addition to that, 10 Shahid drones and 2 other drones. One, I believe it was Orion, and the other I don't know exactly. They hit multiple infrastructure facilities and civilian buildings in Kiev. I believe it's 3 civilian buildings. But we had today another wave of missiles hit to that targeted Ukraine. It is about X-101 and X-555 missiles sent. So there are air-to-ground missiles sent from Tupolev 95 from the Rostov region of Russia. And so I'll try to give you some data about it, because we have seen, I don't know if you have seen, but there is a video in Dnipro with a missile crashing just on the road. It is filmed from a car, and it crashes just in front of the car, and it's the road and a park that is on fire. There were victims, civilians that were wounded, including a 15-year-old girl. So about 14 victims. I don't know if there are persons that died. So the figures are about 50 missiles plus some drones, and they hit also in Vilnyansk in the region of Zaporozhye, and there are at least 2 casualties, 2 people dead, and some houses that were damaged. The other regions were Odessa, 7 missiles, 6 were took down by the anti-air, 1 hit an infrastructure facility and wounded 1 person. Sorry, my English is not my first language, as you have observed by now. And then Kharkiv was hit, Izium was hit, the region of Vinnytsia was hit, and also in Kiev there were some missiles and some drone. All of them were took out by the air defense, which means that air defense functions very well in the regions where there is air defense. And that's why Ukraine needs more air defense, because it only has 2 IRST and 2 NASAMS, and if they had more, there were less and less victims and infrastructure damage. Other news of the day, I'll try to give you a good news. 103 children who was forcibly taken to Russia by the Russians were returned to Ukraine. The official number of the children that were kidnapped is over 11,000. This is official number documented, because they may be much more than that. But even if 103 is not much, it is very significant for these children and for their families. And well, step by step, I hope all the children will be returned to Ukraine. Um, so, Bayonade, how do we go? Do we go military or do we go political?
That's an interesting question. If I look at the clock, and I mean, we have an interview in 2 hours, military. So maybe you start political and go later into the military section.
Okay, so political. Just I have to let my cat out of the room because yeah. So political. I have just two news about our neighbor. I'm from Romania, so our neighbor Hungary. Two interesting news. First news was that Hungary want to cooperate with Iran. So Hungary is wishing to cooperate with Iran. Just to give you the exact um, uh, sorry, I took so many print screens that I'm
Oh,
out of it.
Joanna, look.
Yes,
You can look for a second, and I will make a joke.
yes, please.
Look, I was always wondering if the Hungarians would love to be so close to the Russians. Why wouldn't they switch maybe just only the countries with Ukraine? But then I was remembering, the country is really important for the Ukrainians, and I was wondering, isn't there any region the Ukrainians would say, oh, please, Hungarians, you can have this bit, and we would take Hungary in exchange for this, or at least to at least get the Orban government out of Hungary, because it's really annoying, and I don't understand. I really don't understand why Germany, for example, is delivering the Lynx, a really shiny new piece of equipment, to Hungary, and is worried about sending Leopards 2 to Ukraine, because maybe they could fall in enemy hand, and oh no, we are very worried we would escalate the war. But you give away all our secrets to Hungary, and Hungary is making deals with Iran now, and I'm really confused, and I hope there will be harsh consequences, and I don't know what will be the future for NATO and for Hungary, but I at this point at the time I don't see any good future for Hungary if they continue to doing this. What's your impression, Joanna?
Well, that tells me that there are three news about Hungary. So the first about Iran or Iran. So according to Hungarian officials, Budapest wants to normalize the situation in the Middle East, and the Iranian economy minister has already arrived in Budapest for a meeting with the economic committee. So they want to just have a better commercial relations with Iran and normalize the Middle East. Well, I guess they have big ambitions. The other,
yeah, just let me quick chime in there. So yeah, I mean this story sounds quietly familiar. Wasn't there a theory of appeasement with a country, and we would start this appeasement with some kind of trade and economical kind of help? Do you remember, Joanna? Do we had something like this before in history?
well, tell me.
I thought there was a thing which was which the Germans started with Russia, yeah yeah
Yes,
yeah.
I remember it.
Wandel durch Handel was the title, I think. Change through commerce, and it's worked out great with Russia, like we see. So maybe we try it next with Iran. It's really a great idea. Oh God, I I really absolutely cannot believe it that Hungary is coming out with this. But hey, we had it in the last weeks. We like to bash Hungary, and yeah, they really thought, all right, Bionade, Joanna, if you don't have anything to talk at Thursday evening, 22:50 Kiev time, let's talk about our shitty ideas. Joanna, back to you.
Thank you. So the other news is that Hungary promised that it will sign the papers for Sweden and Finland acceding to NATO until the end of the year. They still have to schedule this in the parliament, so we are waiting for this news, and I hope they will do it. And the other news, which is very interesting because it appeared after the announcement that Hungary wants to collaborate more closer with Iran, the European Union is preparing to unblock up to 15 billion euros for Hungary, which were frozen due to the problems with democracy. And according to the European Commission, they believe that Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban made concessions after their decision to freeze the funds, and this is the basis for the new intention to reallocate this funding to Hungary. So how the three news melt together? Because this is really
I'm really wondering. I'm really wondering if we maybe need someone from Ukraine. You know, someone with really boards of Ukrainium who can have a decent conversation with this guy and tell him, dude, we are the European Union. You are dependent on us. Go make your nice country and nice society of yeah, whatever we call it, but it's close to an autocracy. I would think, and yeah, do all this, do it with Russia, pay 5 times more we pay for Russian gas, and have a great time. Have a great time going down with Russia, because this is what this guy is doing. He is really sabotaging the EU on every front he can, and it's really annoying. And yeah, it's not only the European Union; it's also NATO. He is sabotaging, and it's. I mean, this is a game I wouldn't play. I wouldn't play this game, but. Back to you, Joanna, and I think Josh has his hand up. Maybe do you want to switch to George, or do you want to continue first?
Yes, that's what I wanted to say. Maybe George has something to say about it. Please, George.
Yeah, so the Hungarian thing, I think they're going to revisit that 15 billion after they've after some of the blockheads, and that's what I'm going to call them, in Orban's government have made some goofball statements today, and have let the cat out of the bag of some of their plans with Iran. So I think that's going to be revisited probably. It was late night tonight when the EU said, "Oh yeah, we're thinking about releasing the 15 billion," and then of course some buffoon in Orban's government leaked out that they're negotiating with Iran to do certain things. So tomorrow's Friday. I think they're gonna pull the carpet from underneath his feet on that. I'm sure they're gonna deliberate in the morning and say, "What is this idiot doing? He's making them look bad." That's the first thing. The thing I wanted to talk about, there's been reports, there's a lot of stuff flying around now on the social media, on the internet, on mass media websites being picked up. It's always, a source that's unnamed, and those are always suspect. There was a story on CNN, quote unquote, I say story, quote unquote, that the United States is having issues, or it's getting into issues supplying HIMARS rockets and this and that, and artillery shells. Meanwhile, yesterday Greece, shockingly,
has off one of their packages is going to be 155 millimeter artillery shells. So there's another source for those. The production in certain facilities in Europe is being ramped up. I forget which company it is. I'm sorry. I just got out of work, but they're adding a second shift to their production line. And United States just announced that they negotiated with Lockheed Martin, who makes the rocket pods, the missile pods for not only HIMARS, but the MRS systems and the Mars 2 systems, and they're going to ramp up production too. So I think people forget that the United States was called the arsenal of democracy for a reason. We don't run out of ammo. That's one thing we don't do. Our production facilities are designed so that if we want, we can ramp up production as quickly as possible. So anyway, the other thing, so there was, I think you mentioned it about the missile attacks this morning. It looks like Kyiv is nothing got through in Kyiv, which isn't surprising. I would think that most of the more modern systems are being placed around Kyiv because it is the largest city. You have 4 to 4.5 million people. And that's the last thing you need is for them to become refugees. That would be a huge headache for not only Ukraine but also the neighboring countries, right? So they're gonna rob Peter to pay Paul when it comes to air defense. They're gonna try to protect Kyiv first, but there's more systems coming in. And me and Thanos were on there this morning, talking about alternate systems that could be able to take down even these cruise missiles, because these cruise missiles don't fly fast. We're not talking about things that fly at 1,000 miles an hour. You're talking about somewhere between the 500 to 700 mile range, and older anti-aircraft systems can bring them down. We were talking about the Bofors 40 millimeter anti-aircraft guns. They were famous during World War II. They're still in production. There's a newer version called the L-70 that's been in production for a while now. And we did hear that Sweden was saying that they were sending a missile system, some alternative anti-aircraft systems. Hopefully that includes a bunch of Bofors guns because they're not really expensive. They fire ammunition that's a lot cheaper than firing a missile that would be able to take down a drone. The Shahed drone's about $15,000, $20,000. You don't want to use a $150,000 missile or $200,000 missile to take down, that Iranian piece of crap. So firing 40 millimeter anti-aircraft shells that are designed to burst as soon as they approach the target, and they have even newer ones. BAE and Bofors have a joint venture. It's called the 3P, and the gun fires one round and it actually takes it out. It becomes like a giant shotgun shell. It's pretty cool. If anybody wants to, there's a bunch of YouTube videos about it. But yeah, that's what Ukraine needs. Ukraine now needs in-depth air defense, not only missile systems, but stuff that can just put up a lot of anti-aircraft fire safely. Most of these the Bofors 40 millimeter systems are designed when the shell flies to a certain point and starts coming back down, it self-destructs, so it doesn't hurt anybody, because that's what you don't need. You don't need a bunch of debris. Remember, a lot of the buildings that are being hit, guys, a lot of these civilian buildings that are being hit, they are being hit by debris, unfortunately. That's what happens when you intercept these larger cruise missiles, right, over cities. You're going to get some debris that's going to hit these buildings. It's unfortunate, but remember, there's only one country to blame. None of this debris would be hitting any of these civilian buildings if Russia wasn't trying to take out, Ukrainian infrastructure. So we have to keep that in mind. But unfortunately, that right now, you know, when you take out a cruise missile or an S-300 or whatever have you that's coming inbound, and you're using a NASAMS or a IRIS-T, there's going to be some debris that hits buildings. And there was that one hit the other day. It was released. There was a video, and it looked like several apartments in the front of the building were hit, and you see they were in a row, and that was probably from debris, not from the actual missile itself. But once again, it's unfortunate, and that's why you know, the Ukrainians are trying to intercept them before they get over the city. But that's also difficult too because of the number of missiles that were sent the other day. You know, about 100. So you know, you have to pick and choose which ones you can intercept first, and you know, you have to be quick thinking on your feet for the operators of the missile defense systems.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I was wondering about missile defense systems. Josh, can you tell us a little bit about the Hawk system? Are they able to shoot down cruise missiles, and what kind of
Yeah,
range do
well,
they have?
a Hawk missile system, right? I can't tell you much about it. I don't know the technical side. I can tell you what it was. It was replaced by the Patriot missile system. Okay, it was replaced by Patriots, and a Hawk missile system can shoot down fighter jets, bombers, things like that. A fighter jet is flying a lot faster than a cruise missile, so the Hawks should be able to engage these cruise missiles. I wish CJ or Raver or John were on here, John Ridge were on here, but I'm positive if they can shoot down a fighter that's making tight turns and evasive maneuvers, right? I'm sure it can engage and shoot down something that's flying at like 650, 700 miles per hour. I'm sorry, let's say about 1,000 kilometers an hour versus something that's flying at like 13 and 1,400 miles per hour, you know, over 2,000 kilometers per hour. So the Hawks should be able to engage these cruise missiles. You know, unlike Soviet systems, American and Western systems are continuously upgraded. Even though the Hawk's been in service probably from the 60s, maybe Daryl could speak to this, but I know they've been upgraded, you know, all the time. So they should be able to engage these cruise missiles. The worry is ballistic missiles. If Iran sends Russia ballistic missiles, then we'd have to revise our assertions of what systems can engage those.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Gunther, you have a hand up. Please.
Yeah, just Portland mentioned that the Hawks can go Mach 2.4, so they could definitely intercept cruise missiles. I wanted just to make a little quick comment. I don't know if people have seen, but Banksy just put out a small little video about his time in Ukraine and some of his great murals and artwork that he did. You know, it's like a small thing. It's you know, a graffiti artist, well known, doing something. But to me, I was just sort of struck by how, you know, he was able to do his art, which was somewhat subversive and somewhat out of band, but he was able to do that in like a free Western society, and that is something that, you know, our culture collectively allows for and encourages in some ways and celebrates. And you know, Russia doesn't have that. Like fascist regimes, all they can do is sort of imitate and steal ideas. And so I think there's something a little bit deeper about his art. And anyway, it's worth checking out if you need a little bit of a lift. And at the video, there's kind of a little funny thing at the end. I won't give it away. Anyway, Banksy, thank you.
Thank you, Gunther. Yeah, we have talked about Banksy in the last couple of days sometimes, and I think it's a great contribution. I saw online a little controversial discussion, and some people were like, "Oh, she only does it for he only does it for the attention," and I don't want to see a destroyed house standing there because just someone sprayed something on it, and the people will, okay, come here and say, "Oh yeah, Ukraine, you're famous for this bomb building," or "Hey, Ukraine, you're famous for Chernobyl," and yeah, I understand all these topics, and it's always like when big things happen, there are always different opinions about this, but I think we have to look on the positive sides of this, and the positive side of this, it's someone spent a few dollars to go there, spend a few dollars for little spray cans and paint, which is great art, and it will make a great contribution, a great contribution to Ukraine, and yeah,
Leonardo,
keeps them in the media and in the talk. And George,
exactly.
please.
Yes, that's the main point. The main point is it keeps the war in the media. It brings people's attention to these destroyed buildings. That's the whole point of it. You know, people can always think, like, everybody wants to think everybody's got a terror motive, but he could have done them in downtown Kyiv, where there's buildings that are nice and and clean and not bombed out. But he did it in areas that were bombed, areas that are now famous for what happened there, and it brings back people's attention. The names Bucha, Irpin, they come back into the news cycle, and for the right reasons, because you're now like, okay, he was there. Look at those buildings. They're still destroyed. They didn't get fixed. They're not going to get fixed till this bloody war is over. So hats off to him. I know he's controversial in certain sectors of society, but he did the Ukrainians a big service by doing that, because it keeps that the war in the spotlight for the right reasons. Yes, those are destroyed buildings. Who destroyed them? Russia. That's the great thing about this, is that it doesn't let it go on the back burner, page 33 of the newspaper. I know for the young people, like, newspaper, what's that? Or you have to scroll down to the bottom of something or click on something to get to a news article about Ukraine now, right? It's there. It's in your face. It was, this video is going to help. It all helps. It helps keeping the public's eye on what's going on, because, like everybody said, that can happen to any country. The bottom line is, if we allow the principle that the Kremlin is built on, might makes right. If we allow that to continue, well, guess what, people? Then it's open season on every small country, or every country that's in a military situation that favors its neighbor. Taiwan, that would be next, because we'd be sending the signal that, yeah, might makes right. Oh, we got bored, we got tired, we gave up the ghost, and obviously that's not going to happen. And we need to keep the public's eye on what's going on. Today they released even more data on, unfortunately, what's been going on in Kherson the last 8 months. The abductions, the torturing, the wholesale just murder of families, and just the absolute havoc that the Russians have unleashed in the occupied areas. So, yeah, hats off to Banksy for doing that, because we need to keep the people's, aware of what's going on. That Bucha and Irpin were, liberated back in April, and yes, those buildings are still destroyed. Those people still can't move back into their houses because their houses no longer exist. So, unfortunately, as sad as that is, that's a reality, and that's a reality of war, and we just can't go back to business as usual, as we did, with other Russian wars of aggression in Georgia and Chechnya and Syria. We just can't do it. We have to draw the line, literally, at some point.
All right. Yeah. I personally worked in a project. It was a graffiti Hall of Fame. A little bit like 5 points. If you know 5 points, George.
Yes, you're talking about New York, the old 5 points.
Yeah, I'm talking about 5 points in New York. Absolutely, I'm talking about 5 points in New York.
It's no longer 5 points, but yeah, that's what they still call it.
It was 5 points. Yeah, absolutely, it was 5 points. But it, in the scene, it will always be 5 points because there is no. You can repaint the wall, but it will change nothing. The next mural will be on as soon as someone doesn't look at it for a minute. I know these guys. Yeah. I was really in a project. It was really in Eastern Germany, and it was really big as 5 points, and if not bigger. Really amazing thing, and sadly the support of the city and everything wasn't that great. Only if they could use it for their political agenda, but you know how local politicians are. But this guy always are out for the thrill and for the action, and I think maybe this could have been a point which motivated him. But yeah, on the other hand, this guy makes rules which are worth millions of dollars, and he said, "Fuck it, I go to Ukraine and paint there." Yeah, it's in this point, I see it as a positive way. Yeah, absolutely. But let's go to Edward. Edward, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Bernardo. George, I got a follow-up question to you, if that is okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. You said it will be tough when Iran delivers ballistic missiles to Russia, but I mean, isn't there anything we can do to stop that? Accidents happen at Iranian ballistic missile factories and stuff like that. What is possible to do there?
George, you want to take it? Oh, we lost George. Just give me a second. I will bring up George. And in the meantime, maybe Joanna, do you have any answer for this?
Yes, I was just trying to read an article on Le Monde, the French paper, about how the Russian stocks of ammunition are depleted severely, and there is so the article is very interesting. There is also a video with some satellite images that are showing that the ammunition that was piled just on some bases in Russia now seems to be less than 10% that what it was a few months ago. So it is really very interesting. I did a tweet with it. So if you want to look at it or maybe I should just tweet the video. I'm not sure, but it's quite interesting.
Absolutely, absolutely. Sorry, my mic was not. I was talking to your muted mic. I did the Doman move, so I really like it. George, are you back?
Yes, I am. Sorry, I coming into the house. I had a Twitter box.
All right, George. Just a quick question. But first answer the question we had, if you heard it.
What was the question?
Edward, could you rephrase your question again,
Yeah,
please?
absolutely, Bernard. George, you talk about there is a huge risk that Iran is going to deliver ballistic missiles, to Russia, and I was thinking, isn't there anything we can do to hinder that, to stop that? What can we do about it, so to speak, or can't we do anything about it? That's my thought.
Yeah, there's I mean, we could try to interdict the shipments. We can punish Iran for it. It all depends on what the West would be willing to do. But you know, the other thing is the launch sites. I know the Ukrainians are trying to develop something that's long range, that's a loitering munition, pretty much like a cruise missile that's long range that would be able to reach out and touch them. But I know that there right now there's a lot of things probably happening behind the scenes that we don't know about. You know, between the United States, the British, the Ukrainians, and I'm sure the Israelis are involved in a large capacity there. They just had a tanker ship that was hit by a Shahed drone, I think, the other day. So you know, I wouldn't be surprised if F-15s pay a visit to some complex that Iran has soon enough. But yeah, you know, there's probably things going on behind the scenes. But I just wanted to point out that the Hawk missiles wouldn't be able to do anything, and I'm not sure about the Iris-T and the NASAMS per se when it comes to ballistic missiles. But you know, I'm not an expert on those two systems, NASAMS and Iris-T. So, but yeah, it would be an issue. But I'm sure someone with a lot bigger brain power than us is working on it to figure out how and what they would do, because they just can't allow that. That's just be insane. You just can't have 100 ballistic missiles raining down on Ukraine like that, unopposed and with no response.
Absolutely, George, absolutely. That will be insane. And as far as I understand, a ballistic missile has very high velocity, right?
Yes. Yes.
We're talking Mach 3, 4, or something like that. Maybe, I don't know.
Probably even higher, because
even higher. Yeah.
They leave our they pretty much go into space and then come right back down. Remember, that was the issue with the Germans when they developed the V2, right? The V1 was like a flying bomb, pretty much like a rudimentary cruise missile type, you know. Just it would just fly to a fixed area, you know, the engine would cut out and then it would drop like a regular bomb. Whereas the V2 was going pretty much into space and then re-entering and coming down. And there was, you know, the British never solved the issue with the V2. The reason they stopped is because of the D-Day, the D-Day landings, and eventually the launch sites were overrun. So, you know, the Allies didn't have any long-range weapons to be able to hit those launch sites at the time. Now it's a little different, and I know that the Ukrainians have been working on something, probably in conjunction with a couple of their allies that are neighbors. Wink, wink. And I'm sure they're busy trying to at least produce those to give the Russians and their Iranian technicians a surprise when the time comes. I'm sorry, guys, but I got to get off here. I have to go pick up. Little
All right, George. Just a quick question.
Sure.
We talked about Greece food, and you know we Germans love Greece food, good Greece food. This fried cheese with
Saganaki.
zaganaki, with honey a little bit, yeah. Oh,
Yes.
it's amazing. Oh, I love it. Yeah, you take this, you drink a few beer. After this, you order some nice meat, and yeah, you have a great evening. Absolutely.
Yes, if you can remember it. The next
If you
day.
can remember this evening, yeah.
Yeah.
Depends on how much ouzo you drink.
Let me tell you something. I remember the first time I was stationed in Germany, right, for 2 years, and then I came back, and I was a non-commissioned officer at the time. I was an E5, and I was in the barracks. I was staying in the barracks, and some of the soldiers there, I don't know what they were. They're watching some kind of sports game, and I had a bottle of ouzo that was chilling in the refrigerator, and it had little crystals in it. Well, after about 3 or 4 shots, thank God it was Saturday and not a Sunday, because the next day they were complaining that they couldn't even feel their skin. But that's a different story altogether. But yeah, ouzo will do that to you. You tend to, it gives you that retrograde amnesia sometimes. Sometimes that's a good thing.
George, we have a date after the Crimea beach party in Simferopol.
Oh, for sure.
For sure, we will go to my favorite taverna here in Magdeburg, and we will have really good fun.
Yes. All right. Take care, guys. I gotta run.
Oh no! Did I dox myself? Yeah, really. No, I'm from Magdeburg. It's called not how it's pronounced in the TV. They usually do it wrong. It's called Magdeburg. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, George.
See
Always
ya.
a pleasure to have you here. See you later. All right. Joanna, what should you talk about? You have something about some culinary advice too, or should we talk about a little bit about other topics like military related things?
No culinary subject, but I do love Greek food. Really do love Greek food, and we can find quite good Greek food in Romania too. So other updates. If there are no questions, we can talk about a little bit of what happened on the military front in Ukraine. I see Erland has a question, so.
Well, no, it's more like a comment, but yeah, good evening, guys, and thank you for running this show. If you don't know, MriyaReport is 24/7 since the day before the war started, I believe, if I'm not wrong. And the hosts here are part of a volunteer, huge staff of people who's running this amazing 24/7 internet radio show on the social media app Twitter. And please subscribe and retweet if you can, and tell your friends, everyone that is interested in Ukraine, or maybe those that don't know anything and should be informed, that they should listen in. Thank you. And my comment is on something George said before he left, that he heard that Ukrainians are working on something that may help them on the incoming the Iranian drones that are killing civilians and destroying the civilian infrastructure, and the ballistic missiles that are coming in, killing civilians and ruining their infrastructure so they can heat their houses, clean their water, or even provide their clean water, run the country, power for hospitals so they can treat their sick people. The Ukrainians are during an invasion being bombarded by cruise missiles and ballistic missiles and everything that you can imagine, trying to scavenge together long distance weapons so that they can destroy incoming death machines, because that is what these missiles are being used for. They're not being used to take out the Ukrainian military targets. They are the machines of death and destruction and civilian suffering. And the Ukrainians have to scavenge and parts and from the free market in the world to build systems so that they can take out these death machines before they fly into Ukrainian territory, because we do not trust them with our hundreds of, maybe thousands of systems that are staying in storage in European and American weapon storage facilities, not being used. They're just laying there. But we look at the Ukrainians and their absolutely ingenuity and amazing skills on construction and engineering. But we don't give them the means to defend themselves against these threats. And yeah, all hails and my deepest admiration to the Ukrainians who managed to create and come up with amazing solutions to defend itself. But please, why do we not give them ATACMS? Why do we not free the leopards? Schultz, stop Schultzing around. All of you, everyone. Give the Ukrainians what we have in storage, what we can provide them with, which they have shown they are totally capable of operating these kind of systems. They got NASAMS in 3 months, and they're already operating it better than we ever have proved that we can operate it. So why don't give it these amazing technologies that we have to defend themselves?
We all share your frustration, and I'm sure that I'm sure that the leopards will be put to a much better use in Ukraine than in storage, and also Ukraine should receive more NASAMS and ATACMS and air defense, because as we are witnessing the infrastructure of Ukraine being destroyed like every day with those missiles that hit all over Ukraine, not on the front line, because the Russians are cowards. They are hitting the civilians, so they are hitting far off the front lines, trying to beat Ukraine into submission. Bernadette, you want to say something?
Yeah, I would love to, but I see I had my microphone open. That's why you asked me. Yes?
Yes, it seems that
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I forgot to mute it. I hope you didn't have any background noise. It's a long evening, and I was in a few conversations, so I actually missed a little bit the point. But I see Mokas has her hands up, and Joanna, please continue.
I want to hear Mockers, so please, Mockers.
Hello, you caught me typing. Right. Several explosions have been reported in occupied Donetsk. The Russians have claimed that a school has been hit. However, if you recall, they've been setting up bases in schools, so that's possibly the reason for that. And so just thought I'd bring that little bit of news to your attention, because I do like a boom.
We know this already, Mockers. And I have another news. It's from this morning. Just a moment, I try to find it. In Melitopol, Ukrainian soldiers destroyed the headquarters of one of the units of the Russian army. This was reported by Major Ivan Fedorov. And as the result of the actions from this morning, also, 2 ammunition depots were destroyed, and 2 BM-21 Grads, and 1 anti-aircraft missile complex S-300 in the region of Kinsky Rozdori, Vladivka, Blavoshenka, and Zaporizhia region. So this is the news from the morning. And well, I hope that at least the ammunitions depot went with a boom for you, Mockers, and for all of us. And on military updates, I don't have much today because, well, not many news. What I can say is that we'll go clockwise. So at the border between Kharkiv and Lugansk, there were fights in Svatove. We knew that the situation of Russian soldiers was kind of poor. A lot of casualties in the last few days. Also, they seem not to have a good command. The Ukrainians managed to control one of the communication lines, and apparently they are very close to Krevina at this moment. And they brought artillery with them, and they are able to hit targets beyond the front line. Yesterday, I believe they hit a target south of Staroblisk, about 30 kilometers south of Staroblisk. So this is not the front line, this is behind the front line, but they are able to hit this, and I believe they are targeting, as we know, concentrations of munition and other things. If we go to the south and to the east, Bakhmut still holds. There are heavy fights there, but we know that Bakhmut holds, and this is, well, a good thing. You talked about Donetsk. In the region of Kherson, as we know, after the retreat from the right bank, from the north bank to the left bank, the Russians moved about 50 to 20 kilometers off the river because they were under constant shelling. They still shell occasionally the right bank because they have artillery too. But generally, they are trying to establish more distanced front line from the river because they took heavy losses. And we have seen a video with a group of soldiers that basically said they are sorry they had to retreat because they had no command, no weapons, no other like air support or anything, and they just had to leave their position on the left bank because they couldn't take more casualties. So this is the situation. In addition to this, during the night there was a hit. We talked about it in Jankoy. This is in northern part of Crimea. Apparently, it is a very important communication node. There is a railway, roadways, and electricity infrastructure there. You talked about these smokers. The hit was near an airport. We don't know for sure if it was the airport or near it. What is known is that in the past few weeks, the Russians tried to concentrate some ammunition there to make like a storage. And according to what I've seen and the big explosion, maybe that is the target that was hit, and secondary explosions may have happened there. And about this, I just wanted to ask Erland because he talked about the ingenuity and the fact that the Ukrainians managed to find solutions for things that we didn't even imagine before. This particular target may have been hit with a Ukrainian drone. because we know that they are trying to develop a drone that has 1,000 kilometer autonomy, and during the last 2 days there was another hit deep in Russian territory in Oriol, which is like 170 kilometers from the border, and this may have been also a drone hit, or maybe just a cigarette. We don't really know. What do you think, Ireland or Charles or Mockers? I don't know who raised the hand first, but well, Mockers because well,
I was just gonna comment that it used to be me giving a little military update, and look at you go, girl. I just thought it was cool that it was the ladies doing it. Go ahead.
oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You wanted to do this?
No, not at all. I was impressed.
Oh, thank you. Charles, can you help us?
So I can't speak about that explosion in Jankoi. I don't have any more information about it, and I'm just coming back to the space. Had a lovely dinner here with a friend in Bucharest. That was fantastic. But
What restaurant?
Oh, I don't know. I don't remember the name of it. They were all booked actually, so we just sort of walked around and found one that was free. But it was the conversation was the enjoyable part. It wasn't about the food. But on your military update, I mean, what strikes me, and we've seen reports about this the last couple of days, is kind of tracking where the HIMARS strikes are. You know, we knew after the collapse of the Kherson front there and the taking of the right bank of the Dnipro that the Ukrainians would be able to reallocate some kind of resources. The HIMARS make sense to go ahead and start to shift and move them around. They needed them a lot because, you know, they were never really, it was difficult for them to reach the crossings and some of the logistical points on the left bank with 155. So they had to use HIMARS for that. We've seen, and the Ukrainian General Staff has been open that, you know, clearing operations are ongoing in all of the newly liberated territory. That takes some time, that takes people, but it doesn't really take artillery. So it's good to see now where these HIMARS strikes are starting to hit, and we start to get an idea of where of what the Ukrainians are doing. Not necessarily what they're planning to do, but it's great to see these hits on headquarters elements and on ammunition depots, like we've seen them use the HIMARS before, as they're intended to be used on stationary high-value targets. This is an area, if we look, you know, further east and these fronts, the Zaporizhia front, Donetsk, up north, all the way out to Starobilsk, where they haven't necessarily had the systems or the ammunition to attack those because they were dedicated to Kherson. So this is good news. I like hearing these. I like hearing these hits on command and control elements and also on the ammunition depots, because it tells me that the Ukrainians are starting to reap the benefits of taking the Kherson pocket. That's all I had to add.
Thank you. And if you can check the Le Monde article about how Russian ammunition are depleted, because it's very interesting. There is a lot of satellite imagery there, and it's quite compelling. I see Craig has raised hand. Please, Craig.
Yeah, no, this is as Charles pointed out, it's always good news. But I kind of want to take it one step further. That I think what you're going to see in General Milley. Let me actually back it up just one more step. So General Milley came out the other day. There was some kind of like rumors, or just kind of bounces off the wall that Ukraine is never going to be able to get Russia out of southeastern Ukraine. Well, I would argue that that's not necessarily true, but I would argue less from a battlefield perspective and more from a logistical perspective. So here's what I mean. what you're seeing now north of Severodonetsk is what's considered a strategic shaping operation. That is, you have multiple lines of supply that are going into the Luhansk and Donetsk oblasts. You have coming from the north, you have coming from the east, and so on and so forth. What Ukraine's trying to do with this offensive is, let's be frank, with all due respect, that area that they're going into north, in the northern part of Luhansk, there's not like a whole lot of Russians there, right? There's no, it's also a lot of territory, I might add. Just geographically speaking, a lot of square miles to cover. So that's a lot of gas and a lot of supply that you have to do for those guys. And they're doing that because once you seal off that railway, all of Russia's logistics have to flow into the southeast, which means it's going to be primo targets for everybody coming in, because now they're not just geographically constrained in terms of the ground that they hold, but they're logistically constrained. And so what you're going to see is this constant ability for, again, that old paradigm I described, where if you want to win the battle of logistics, you can do it one of three ways. You can get more than your opponent, you can decrease your opponent's ability to receive supplies, even though you remain static, you have superiority, or you do both, right? And obviously, you'd like to do both. And what Ukraine is doing is forcing this logjam through the southeast that's going to create issues at these rail junctions where, and it's a purposeful trap, right? You flood the zone, and then once everybody is where they want to be, think of it like once they're in the pocket, so to speak, you then start to sever their logistics. And I don't mean one HIMARS every week. I'm talking about the first 3 days of the Kherson offensive. 3 days, like clockwork, happens every day. Set your watch to it. You know it's going to happen. And so once you start to do that, it then becomes fait accompli, right? You can grind away at it just like you did to Kherson. You don't have to use these Kharkiv-like tactics. If they're there, sure, yes, but you're not required to, because if you just think about it through the lens of what Kherson is, victory is inevitable, right? Now we're just asking whether we want mustard or mayo, right?
Yes, and it's very interesting because in the video about which I was talking with the Russians that were forced to retreat from the left bank of the river into the, well, further into the land, they were talking about being attacked with artillery one day, and then a drone verified their position, and then the artillery attacked even more precisely, and so on, day after day. So they were really forced to retreat because they were targeted very precisely with artillery. So the Ukrainians are adjusting fire in a very specific manner. So it's when it goes along with what you said, and thank you for that. Charles?
Yeah, Craig, I love it. I love it, everything you just said. Yeah, I guess my question to you, I mean, I guess we're sort of looking at the same map here, right? And we've got Kerch Bridge basically shut down for heavy loads on the south, and for me, then I'm looking. I just keep watching Starobilsk, right? And that north-south MSR that runs out of Russia. And I just keep seeing that. And now it's nice to see, HIMARS being able to be dedicated to that. But I mean, are you seeing the same thing, that really Starobilsk is hugely important for the Russians, and like you said, that supply chain?
It's I really have two contesting thoughts on this, and that's I believe for the Russians, what they're also in race. Forget about the energy in winter and the infrastructure and the missiles just for a second. Put that aside. I think that if they're thinking about it, and I'm not saying that they are, but I think the fight to preserve this isn't so much for logistics, but to get as much as they can forward into the Donbass as they can now before they're cut off, right? And so I see this as them trying to hold that back, trying to use up HIMARS ammunition, trying to go through these things. I, again, am at times perplexed as to the actual number of HIMARS. I mean missiles, not pods with 6, but the actual number of them that have been fired. I get counts from anywhere from 2,000 to 1,700, right? So I think it's important to remember, not just in terms of the Russian context, but the Ukrainian context of wanting to preserve ammunition as that you've seen them do in a way that's most efficient to where they get where they want to go. So I think that what you saw today is something that they thought was worth a round, right? It was worth a shot. It was worth one missile going off. But I would have to imagine that the Ukrainians are smart enough to want to preserve some of that ammunition for what's coming later and at least build a good, solid stockpile before they move forward with any real intent. Sorry, I know that was a very convoluted answer to the question.
No, makes sense to me. I mean, both sides are sort of stuck with the same constraint at this point, in terms of ammunition. We talk about the Russian constraint in terms of precision guided munitions or long range munitions to continue the terror attacks on the Ukrainian infrastructure and population. I mean, we have to acknowledge that there was the article today that HIMARS production will increase, missiles will increase, but I mean we're talking, I think, from 60 a year to 96 a year. So there certainly is a constraint there, and I think we see both sides sort of husbanding their high value stuff as much as they can. So that makes sense to me. Am I off base in thinking that is kind of an ammunition race partially at this point?
That's exactly right. I mean, you couldn't have pulled from my Twitter thread as if you were reading it. It is most definitely a battle of resources, and we can't think of this in the context of, say, like a World War II thing, right? Because what we've done is we've effectively transferred our stockpiles quite literally from around the world to Ukraine. Now, what that's done is that's created two demands: one of a constant depleting ammunition usage, that is Ukraine using HIMARS. Just for example, I'm just using that one thing as an example. So you have two expenditures, like I said, one that's constantly firing, but now you have another one to rebuild your stockpiles to use. Now, I think the figure that came out, Charles, correct me if I'm wrong, was that there is, I think, how much would you say like Ukraine has fired in terms of HIMARS? Like, what would you say the roundabout estimate is?
Oh, I have no idea. I'd need CJ for that one.
Yeah,
he tracks that much better. I mean, I would expect in the multiple hundreds, so 400 or 500. But I'm just pulling that number completely out of thin air.
There was an initial estimate that it was going to be capped at 10%, right? That those are the actual platforms, that the platforms themselves, and then with their accompanying ammunition, right, would go through with it. And the reason I'm going through this exercise isn't just rhetorical. It's actually mathematically important to understand what we mean by scale. So if we've allocated, theoretically, of course, 10% of our HIMARS platforms, so these are the actual things with the steering wheels, to Ukraine, we're going to give you 10% of them. Then you take their accompanying ammunition. Well, you still have a reserve left over, but now you have a constant throughput. And what you've done is, from the remaining 3/4, you've just constantly fed that 10%, excuse me, from that remaining 90%, you've just fed that through the system. So you have to feed the beast, so to speak, while also replenishing stockpiles that are efficient for the usage of the remaining carriages. And that's what Charles is talking about, because he's absolutely right that we need inputs into our production. We need to expand production. We need to go back to sea, and we need to start reconnecting with our trade allies. We need to find these unique opportunities to help engage and hopefully lower the cost of this production, but very doubtful. I would hope that we would, while also investing in Gimlers and HIMARS and 155, also advancing production of frigates and destroyers and minesweeping. Those type of things would also be a worthwhile investment to the long-term production of the quantity that I believe is necessary to sustain both Ukraine and what the United States needs for its own strategic needs.
Absolutely. Charles, I will give it to you in 1 second. But I just wanted to say thank you everyone for being here, for attending, for listening to the interview with Diana, and yeah, all the topics we discussed. There will be up a few interviews, and if you are so kind and we treat the space, get some more people up here. There will be a really interesting interview, and please check out MriyaReport.org. This is our shiny new website, and yeah, if you ever have problems joining our space, of course, yeah, there will be a link. You can join our space. There's also a link to Spotify where you can review previous interviews. And also, I would kindly ask you if you want to support our, yeah, our view and our help for Ukraine. You want to support Ukraine, please go to MriyaAid.org. They can donate some money for a nice organization which helps people on the ground in Ukraine with non-lethal aid. All right, everybody, thank you for being here. I will be out. We have a quick change of co-hosts, and I wish you a very, very, very good night. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Björn.
Björnade.
Can I
It
ask
was an
you?
honor.
Can I ask you? Thank you, Björnade. Can I ask you, Joanna? What's the schedule now? I think some interesting things are happening, but do you have a schedule?
Well, I think in less than 10 minutes we have an interview with a friend of the space who is amazing. Is Major General Mick Ryan from Australian Army, strategist, leader, and author. So I really enjoy his tweets and his threads. They are amazing, and I'm looking forward to listen to him. But well, I will also change the co-host place in a few minutes. Until then, well, I see we still have some hands. So I'm sorry, but I don't know the order. So I'll go to Mockers and then Dr. Paul and Colby.
Thank you. I only wanted to interject so that I could test my pronunciation of some Ukrainian places because there are more explosions that have been reported. And here are the places. Holopristan, perhaps, and that is on the left bank of the Dnipro. And then there's another place here, Kalanchak, which is much further away. And one more, Tritsky, just north of Donetsk itself. There are at least 2 impacts reported from there. So, yeah, just to add that little bit of news. Carry on.
Thank you, Mockers. I believe it's okay. I've heard about Troitsky and the other 2. I'm trying to find them on the map. But until then, Dr. Paul, please.
Hey, thanks. And Craig, yeah, I mean, I came onto the space. I was hoping somebody was talking about HIMARS. Thank God you were, so I had to come up. We actually do know, like, we do have good visibility into like the number of strikes. We have good visibility into likely consumption of the Gimler's rockets. And so the last reputable source I have is from October 11th, where 493 HIMARS strikes were confirmed. And speaking with people like CJ and actual HIMARS artillery guy himself, 2 to 3 rockets per strike is like standard operating procedure. So that equates to at least 1,479 Gimler's rockets fired through October 11th. So that's good. The other part is, there's unclassified documents where 5,817 have been allocated for Ukraine, not given necessarily or will be given. Nobody's gotten back to me at all to like explain what that document really represents, but conceivably that's what the total number of rockets that are being allocated for Ukraine from U.S. stockpiles, which by the way isn't that many, and Ukraine's got enough to fire about 15 rockets per day for all day every day for a full year at 5,817. Now, what's interesting today, there was a HIMARS article with a Lockheed Martin source, like a vice president of Lockheed Martin was doing an interview with somebody in Poland. This is really big news. Like Lockheed Martin in Poland, that foreign military sales for all the HIMARS that Poland may procure it's much deeper than just a procurement. What Lockheed Martin wants to do is establish Poland uh, through a licensing deal to manufacture GMLRS and HIMARS, the trucks and the GMLRS rocket ammunition. And not just that, but as a major supply repair hub for the whole region. This is big effing news. And this is exactly what we all want to see. And this is really a big deal if it goes through. And so it has to go through and get approved by Congress. And so that's a gating factor. But the final point on the HIMARS, I was really concerned about this at the onset of the war, and how many rockets do we have? This is why I know all this stuff, because I was concerned about it. Actually, we have a lot bigger stockpiles, I think, than what most people realize. There was some random Joe kind of going around on Twitter. He had some reputation, in government, and threw out a wild estimate of how many we had left. And he estimated 50% we fired in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I would just say that's most likely false and completely wrong, because we actually have a number of specific year, which to me was the peak year in Iraq, which was 2005 and 2006. We know how many rockets were manufactured, and this is disclosed unclassified information from the government itself. We only fired during kind of the worst of that war, around 20 to 30% of the total rockets that we manufactured that year. So if we're doing that in a peak year, well, over the last 10, 15 years thereafter, we aren't going to be firing any more than that. So in my view, the stockpiles are much larger than a lot of people realize. They aren't huge. They aren't big enough for sure. But just to say, we can sustain Ukraine's current rate of fire for probably 3 years before it becomes any sort of issue for us. Meanwhile, Lockheed Martin is boosting capacity already by 40 to 60%. And I think that's probably false, just blatantly false. Like Craig says, the truth is surrounded by a body of lies. I think that's one of those body of lies. I believe it's going to go up much larger, because Lockheed Martin just said recently that they found a facility, a new manufacturing plant, not just increasing capacity at the current plant. That's what that 40 to 60% represents in my view. But they found an entire new plant where they're going to manufacture more Javelins and more GMLRS rockets, and cross-train the staff to be able to manufacture both. So as demand for one goes up, they can make more of that one, and then vice versa. So hope that answers your question, Craig and Charlie. Great conversation. Just wanted to throw out, we have about 1,400 rockets at least have been fired through October 11th. So, multiply that by about 10 to 15 per day for another month. So we're probably around 1,700, like I think Charlie or Craig said. So, yeah, I'll leave it there.
All right, Colby, who is coming up next?
We have General Nick Ryan joining us very shortly, which is great news. He's always a fantastic guest and speaker to have, always really excellent insights, and we're happy to have him back.
All right, and whilst we wait for him, I will send him yet another invite. Let's make sure that we get Erland up, and I understand that Joanna is coming back up as well. Erland, how are you?
I'm good. I had a lovely dinner with some friends, and had great Italian food here in Oslo. Well, I wanted to comment on what Charles said, because those numbers are enlightening. They're very informative. Thank you. I just wanted to mention that people need to remember that these are just a few of those systems that are available to the US, and also I want to say that there are lots of other systems are available manufactured in Europe that we have not seen yet. So the first two really modern European systems that we have seen in this theater are IRIS-T and NASAMS. They have proven to be excellent, but we provided not a lot. US have provided the 90s technology ATACMS. I'm not saying anything bad about them, but there are a lot more things available So there is no need to worry about West running out of weapons. What a load of, BS. Listening to what Charles said, there is nothing to worry about. Rather, we should provide them with more systems, more kind of measures to perform their excellent skills in operating these systems. They have proven they can do it. Let's provide them with a little bit more scary for the Russians. And I look a lot forward to listening to General Mick Ryan. I will be listening, and thank you very much.
Thanks, Roland. I don't think that the concern is a shortage of weapons and munitions. Generally speaking, obviously, we all have lots still to offer among the NATO alliance, but there's some specific concerns being raised about the availability of very specific types of ammunition and arms. 155 artillery shells in particular seems to be something that is of concern because Ukraine's burning through a lot, and stocks are finite and production capacity is somewhat limited. So that's certainly a problem I think that needs to be addressed. But overall, yes, absolutely, there's no general shortage of arms or munitions. We still have a lot to offer Ukraine, a lot of systems that are sitting around that can be provided, even if there are specific pinch points with specific systems that the stocks are not what we would like them to be, given the pace of operations and the rate at which those munitions are being expended, because this is a peer-to-peer conventional war and not a low-level counterinsurgency operation. Just before I go to Craig, I want to just say further to Mocker's point about things going boom. There are explosions in Donetsk city proper as well. I threw a video up into the nest. Below in the replies is geolocation of where one of the pictures that was posted referenced that this explosion is located. So just we'll update further on that if we get more details about what might have exploded. It's in the area reportedly of a school in northwest Donetsk, and waiting for more information about what might have been targeted. There was some speculation about the Russians may have had something of interest in the area close to the school, which isn't really surprising that the Russians would be hiding around school buildings, kind of par for the course for them. Anyway, Craig, you had your hand up. Do you want to say something on the topic?
I know we're being joined by General Ryan here soon, so I certainly don't want to veer off topic or lead into something untoward. But I guess part of what I wanted to ask was, where did Dr. Paul go? Is he gone? Okay, never mind. If I'm not looking at my phone right now, but if General Ryan's here, please go to him.
Yep, we're trying to cycle him up. Maybe the T is currently stuck somehow, but General Ryan, if you can hear us and if you're ready, please request the mic. We send you a speaker invite. If that doesn't work, then we'll probably have to restart, but let's give it a go. And in the meantime, we will be patiently waiting.
Okay, Colby, I just wanted to point out that my point was that maybe we can spare some of the 155 production by arming Ukraine with some of the stuff that we're not giving them.
Well, maybe that's a good start, by the way, to ask General Ryan, who has now joined us. Welcome. Good morning to Australia. General Ryan, I hope you can hear us.
Oh, how's that? Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear. Thank you.
Right. No, it's good to be with you.
Likewise, we're absolutely privileged, and thank you very much for taking the time right now in the momentous days after Kherson and after the upheaval and the kerfuffle in Poland. Lots and lots of things happening. You're currently on Javan 4, as I understand.
I'm what, sorry?
You're currently on Javan 4, if I'm not completely mistaken. You said you were typically at the Rebel Alliance Command Center, right?
Oh, yes. Sorry, you lost me there for a moment. Yes, let's go with that. I'm on Yavin 4.
All righty. If you don't mind, let's maybe start briefly with the recap of that exceptional event in Kherson, both how Ukraine shaped and drove it, and what the Russian armed forces conducted. Could you maybe summarize? You've given many notices out and tweeted about it and discussed it, but could you summarize how you see it with a few days of distance?
Yeah, I think this was a pretty significant Ukrainian victory. For several months, the Ukrainians really undertook a fairly creative series of shaping operations, particularly when it comes to long-range strike on logistics hubs, transportation nodes, including bridges and barges, on command and control nodes, as well as frontline defensive positions, primary and secondary positions. They coordinated that with a strategic influence campaign, clearly, about mobilised soldiers coming to Ukraine to die, which wasn't just an influence campaign. It's been the reality throughout the last month or so. And then they've married that with close combat, and fighting was fairly hard, particularly in the eastern and northern parts of Kherson. But what that did is created growing pressure on the Russian force, but growing pressure on its support elements as well, both physical and psychological. And really, the Russians were at a point where they had to make a decision between two outcomes, and there were only two outcomes for them. Firstly, withdrawing what forces they could, particularly their better forces, accepting they might have to sacrifice mobilised soldiers as rearguard forces, or they would potentially lose through the destruction or surrender of those forces. They weren't two great options, but the least worst one was the withdrawal, and that's what they conducted. Now, my view is that they conducted the withdrawal better than what happened up around Kherson. Clearly, I think they used the evacuation of civilians, which the Russians announced, as cover for evacuating a lot of the Russian soldiers as well. So by the time we saw the announcement by Surovikin about this, he'd already been shaping the information space for some time, and I think he'd already evacuated a large part of the force. So, I don't have any admiration for the Russian army to any degree whatsoever. However, they did conduct this withdrawal in reasonably good shape. They've been able to preserve combat forces, which they can then reinforce and redeploy elsewhere. And it will be very interesting to see where those forces go. Clearly, a lot are going to the east, but wherever they go, it will provide very good insights into Surovikin's winter and 2023 priorities.
So it seems that you tend to agree with what people have now deduced in recent days, that the change in command has led to a change in execution capacity of what seems to be a complicated, but still, if you think about it, classical military maneuver, a fighting withdrawal, even undercover. This is what they should, as a professional army, if they were one, they should be able to conduct. This time, they actually managed to do so.
Yeah, I mean, withdrawal is always difficult, particularly if you have an enemy that's following up quickly on you. I think there was probably some effective deception by the Russians throughout. There was also, I think, better strategic shaping of the Russian domestic audience before and during the withdrawal. Didn't see that in Kharkiv clearly, and that caused Putin a lot of problems. So I think at both the political level and the operational level, the Russians demonstrated a degree of competence this time. Now, we can take from that a few things, but I think a really important thing is that having a single unified commander who I think is talking direct to Putin, and clearly has the ear of Putin, because this withdrawal wouldn't have happened without the endorsement of Putin, is paying off for the Russians. And I think Surovikin is someone the Ukrainians are going to have to watch. He is different to his predecessors. I mean, clearly he's brutal. He spent time in prison. You know, he did some awful things in Syria. His soldiers have already done awful things in southern Ukraine. So this is by no means meant to say that I admire the man, but he is demonstrating a level of competence that the Ukrainians are going to have to watch.
It's interesting. This is one of these discussions which we had with your input in recent weeks when you were here before, and also we had the same kind of, I'd say, concern note from Pekka Tovari. We had heard statements to that effect from General Ben Hodges as well. Everybody seemed to have been in agreement that a change to a different commander, and maybe such commander, or this one specifically, may well lead to the Russians learning, respectively, actually reverting back to doctrine. And one has to take this into account, as opposed to the other statements which we've had all the time, that they were so sodding stupid. Well, that stupidity, it may have vanished now, at least to an extent, on the command level. And with that in mind, Ukraine has to prepare for a different enemy now, right?
Yeah, I mean, stupidity never disappears from military organisations. I mean, there's the old saying that those who've been in the army don't enjoy circuses. And having spent 35 years in the army, and it's an institution I do adore, but just the nature of what we do, particularly when you're in contact with an enemy, sometimes leads to stupid decisions. And war is not about making stupid things disappear. It's just about doing less stupid things than your adversary. So, you know, I've never thought the Russian military institution is totally stupid. I think they're unethical and professionally corrupt, but they're not stupid. They have demonstrated the capacity to learn throughout this war, just not at the same pace as the Ukrainians. I think Surovikin might change that. And I think we're really going to have to watch this guy. We're going to have to watch the kind of command methods he used. We're going to have to watch the kind of subordinate commanders he appoints. And we're going to have to watch how he adapts tactics, how he adapts organizations, and how he adapts the integration of combat with strike and strategic information operations.
Do you think that he could overcompensate for the evident degradation of the logistics capacity of the Russians and their supply capacity?
Yeah, I mean, there's absolutely no doubt he is going to have to undertake some kind of consolidation, firstly of combat units. So he has effective combat units, but also an effective operational reserve, which he will really need. He will need to consolidate logistics, and when I say consolidate, he needs to make it more effective, but he needs to make it more resilient and survivable. And I think we've already seen some adaptations of the Russians around dispersal and these kind of things. But, you know, this will demand a whole range of things that the Russians traditionally don't do, you know, more truck-bound logistics, less train-bound logistics, things like this. So, you know, it will really bear watching. I think Surovikin will change how the Russian invasion force thinks, how it fights, and how it adapts itself and how it learns over, you know, the next few months.
So doesn't this also mean, I'm just suggesting, but doesn't it also mean that the Ukrainian armed forces need to keep their momentum as they have it, continue to be as methodic and well planned, remain careful, as evidently General Zaluzhny has stated that he tends to be, but at the same time, utilize the momentum they have now and push hard? How do you see their approach in winter? Everybody is now looking at this. I think you, as well as Ben Hodges, have been on record saying that the Ukrainians are better prepared for winter, that they can utilize it when the ground is hard, as soon as it is hard, and that they can make advances, and one should not be too afraid of such advances during wintertime, because the Russian logistics may not support anything else but a deeper defense and therefore more retreats or withdrawals. How do you see that?
Yeah, I mean, the first myth that I keep seeing perpetuated, you know, is that things are going to stop in winter. And I've seen this from a bunch of commentators, generally from cubicle-bound commentators in national capitals with minimal military experience. I mean, it's just ludicrous. You know, it's like read a book. There is so much military history that involves fighting through winters. I mean, even just in the last 100 years, you can look everywhere from the Siachen Glacier in the north of India, Battle of the Bulge, I mean, the Winter War, the continuation war after that. I mean, people fight through winter, particularly when they know what winter is. I mean, remember the Russian invasion started in winter. So this war isn't going to stop. There may be variations. There may be areas where it has to slow down, like you said, until the ground freezes, you know, life becomes difficult. But even, you know, during the rains, which this time of year in Ukraine, it doesn't stop things. It just changes how you have to think about operations, supporting operations, camouflage, deception, operational security. When it comes to who's best prepared for the war, you know, it's very hard to tell. It's hard to peer into Ukrainian and Russian logistics to any great degree. And I don't know anyone has a very accurate view of things like cold winter clothing, you know, winter prep for vehicles. I mean, clearly there's a whole lot of work that needs to be done there. Communications change as well because of different weather and atmospherics. So it's very hard to see just how well prepared both sides are. But my sense would be, given the Ukrainian record so far, they are a more adaptive organisation. They have better bottom-up ability to evolve how they think and do business for different circumstances, including winter. So I think they might just be ahead of the Russians, but you know, the Russians, like I said, aren't stupid, and they could surprise us.
Yeah, never underestimate the enemy surprising you and coming out of left field, quite literally. Now, there's two things where I would like to, if you allow me, go a little bit more granular, because I know that many of our co-moderators, and you can see it already on the panel, they do have questions in that regard as well.
Right.
Maybe whilst we were at Hasson before, why don't we just briefly stay there and then cross over to the Northeast, and then I'll have a few more questions. But very briefly, Hasson, the Russians have withdrawn, retreated, if you want to say it this way. Large columns were seen going down south from Novakhovka. Many of them actually seem to have gone further east, as you indicated. But the main force has withdrawn towards an area which is slightly north of Henichesk, slightly north of Chaplinka to an extent, and definitely northwest of Amiansk. That looks like some kind of a say, widely dispersed and spread out defensive position to safeguard access towards Crimea. Our colleague Yehuda had said that he believes that the Russians have no logistical capacity and no defense capacity against the advancing Ukrainians with HIMARS and long-range artillery and better ammunition to defend the corridor from there all the way to the east to Melitopol and towards Mariupol. Would you agree with that? And how would you see that unfold in the south?
Yeah, I mean, it was always going to be interesting to watch where they sent these forces and provide insights into Surovikin's priorities for next year. The Russians are clearly now worried about Crimea. I think a few months ago they may not have been, but given both the air and maritime attacks that we've seen, not just at Sevastopol and on air bases, but the attack on the bridge to Crimea, I think they are now concerned. And not only do they have to do something to defend it, but they've got to be doing something where they're seen to be defending it. So there's both a military and political imperative for the Russians to do something here. And because of that, that means combat forces that they may have wanted to use in Zaporizhia or in the rest of Kherson may not be as dense as they would like. that will create opportunities for the Ukrainians. Now, there's no going into Crimea without securing Zaporizhia and Kherson, in my view. I mean, you can't take Crimea with some airborne or amphibious operation. The Ukrainians don't have the capacity, and they're extraordinarily vulnerable and frankly, very difficult to support without ground lines of communication. As you know the terrain. There's only 2 real ground axes of advance into Crimea. The Ukrainians will have to own at least one of those, if not 2. So, there's a whole range of sequential things that would need to happen for them to go into Crimea. And, the rest of Kherson and Zaporizhia are really important parts of shaping as well as preliminary operations to allow the Ukrainians to threaten or even go into Crimea.
So, but as to the corridor to the east of this, so if we move from Armyansk onwards to the east towards Melitopol, do you think that it's worthwhile for the Ukrainians to try, after they are now actually making movements across Novakhovka and the likes, to pierce there and have this complemented by a move down from Zaporizhia onwards, passing by Melitopol to Berdyansk? Is that what we are supposed to expect? Or is it just armchair generaling? I'm sorry.
Well, we're all armchair generals now, right? That doesn't hurt. But, I think Melitopol is a very attractive operational level target. I mean, it is clearly a significant transport hub. It is clearly an important administrative hub for governance and the Russian presence in the south. And it's clearly an important political objective for both the Russians and the Ukrainians. But it's also a pretty obvious target. That doesn't mean it's less important, but it is kind of an obvious axis. And, it would not surprise me if the Ukrainians were to do something in moving towards Melitopol. But it would be very difficult because if depending on where they come from, if you come from the north, you're going to have Russian forces to your east and west as you advance south. And that's very difficult to have flank security and to hold open the shoulders of that axis. As we've seen so far, the Ukrainians don't prefer to penetrate like that, but kind of chip away at the edges so they don't have big flank security concerns. So whilst Melitopol would be a very attractive target for all the reasons you and I have laid out, I think it would also be a very difficult one without the forces to conduct the break-in, conduct exploitation, but also undertake the flank security missions that would be required for such a penetration deep into Russian-occupied Ukraine.
We have the topic here that everybody is looking at Tokmak for various reasons, vested in history, previous wars, Tokmak's location, and the possibility that Ukraine could bypass Melitopol, just like they didn't immediately go into Kherson, but rather bypass it and force it by means of going down to Berdyansk, force it to be cut off from supplies. So at some point in time, with partisans quite active in Melitopol and its surroundings, that the city might be untenable for a urban defense by the Russians. Is that something sensible? Would you see this as a viable option?
Oh, I think that's that is a viable course of action. There is a range of different objectives that we can imagine the Ukrainians might aim for, and they have really been about the indirect approach in this war. They only take the Russians head on in large-scale close combat when they've set the conditions for that to occur. So, I think we'll see a lot more shaping activities in the coming weeks. I mean, it's almost 2 weeks since the withdrawal in Kherson occurred. There will be some Ukrainian brigades that were probably pulled out straight away for rest reinforcement, and they could well be ready for offensive operations in the coming weeks. I mean, once you've got a good combat unit, you don't need long rests to do this. A couple of weeks to refit, to rest, to reinforce, and then you can be back in it, because when you have momentum and you have initiative, you really want to keep it going. So, I could imagine a few different axes where the Ukrainians might want to penetrate into the south, but there'll be a lot of shaping and there'll be a lot of enabling activities before then, and they'll only go into that close combat fight when they believe the conditions are just right for them to do that.
One follow-up to this. As we now see, today was the first day, and you may have seen the video of Dnipro, and if you haven't, we'll post it out again. But in Dnipro this morning, when a bus driver turned, so to say, left onto an avenue, then in the very, very in the distance, but not too far away, an apartment building was hit. And next to the apartment building was yet another gas node. Evidently, the Russians are now targeting the gas infrastructure to make Ukraine even colder for civilians. If there's one city which is already exceptionally cold and unsupported, it is Mariupol. And in Mariupol, currently, the estimates range because nobody really knows, albeit that Ukraine seems to have better information. In Mariupol, we are supposed to expect at least another 60,000 civilians who can neither really flee, nor can they be supplied, nor do the Russians seemingly want to supply them. They'd rather starve them out. Is this a lure? Is this a trap? Or is it just their sadism? Sorry, if I may call it this way. I don't know what else to find as a word. Or is it just their desire to genocide the Ukrainians? And how should Ukraine deal with this tragedy?
Well, I think it's clear now that Ukrainian resources are stretched, and it's going to need a lot more support from the West beyond just military support. I mean, it's been getting a lot of economic assistance. I mean, you need money to fight a war, but they're going to need a lot more assistance to repair their civil infrastructure. I mean, clearly this will be a high priority for the government in the lead up to winter. This deliberate Russian targeting has no military utility. I mean, we need to be very clear on this. There is no military utility in having civilians freeze to death. It's all about psychological, it's about terror. And frankly, I really do think now the UN is going to have a serious look at designating Russia as a terrorist state. I mean, if this was a non-state entity doing this, there would be an instant designation of them as a terrorist state. I mean, there would be no discussion about it. Just one or two of these incidents. We've seen hundreds of them now from Russia. So, I think that would be a very important marker internationally, because what it also does when something's designated as a terrorist state, it kicks into play a whole lot of other legislative requirements from different countries, including even more severe sanctions and other punitive measures against Russia. They've lost the right to be considered as a member in good standing of the international community, and I think there's going to have to be a whole lot more targeting of the Russian politics and the leadership, because clearly these things that are happening are driven by Putin, and as long as Putin's there, Russia's behaviour is just not going to change.
Yeah, you made the case earlier today. I saw briefly in the run-up to our segment here that it has become clear that Putin and his circle will have to go, and it becomes actually a self-fulfilling prophecy that he has to, that the government has to change before Russia can be an acceptable counterpart. Now, having said this, we also hear today that Russian Chemobiks are actually now being taken off the front line near Svatove, where they were relinquished without much, if anything, to fight with, only as essentially, cannon fodder meat. And now they're being brought back to Russia to be imprisoned and starved to death until they finally were to be willing to go back. I mean,
it's like a mad person running the show. It's like, we'll send you there without any training, no leadership, no equipment, and when you run away, we'll put you in prison. like if you can imagine being in that position yourself, and being their family members. Not that I have any sympathy for a Russian soldier that steps onto Ukrainian soil, but if you imagine yourself in that position, you'd think you'd stepped into a madhouse.
Now, what does that mean for the Northeast? If before we go to our colleagues, just very briefly, how do you see this? At the moment, they are still holding. Svatova hasn't fallen, but the Ukrainians have been hitting it hard. Its surroundings as well. The Ukrainians seem to have made some very, very interesting moves towards the north, towards Troitsk, and they have pushed onwards from Kremina. It looks as if they're attriting the Russians, despite the fact that these are throwing exactly those troops there. How do you see the north?
Yeah, I mean, the Ukrainian offensive will, I think, peter out at some point. I mean, they've been at it for some time now, and even the best forces at some point reach the end of their tether when it comes to offensives. It wouldn't surprise me if the attacks we're seeing by the Ukrainians in multiple locations in the northeast at the moment, and they are attacking on multiple locations, and we are seeing concentrations of Ukrainian armor. They might be preparing and shaping for one last significant push before that force becomes logistically and physically exhausted. So, I think we're going to continue to see a fair bit of activity there over the coming week, but it would not surprise me in a week or two that we see the Ukrainians go into some kind of lower tempo, just because the forces that have been involved are exhausted.
All right, thank you for that. If you don't mind, I would hand over to my friend and colleague Colby, and then we'll go to Hans. Colby.
Thanks, Axel. Thank you, General Ryan, for joining us again. I want to go back to winter again. Anybody who's read anything about the Eastern Front during World War II would know that the period when combat operations are most adversely affected is during the spring and the autumn, and yet we have all these different members of the commentariat who are making the suggestion that during winter we're going to see this major slowdown in operations. Would you attribute that to a lack of historical knowledge about the circumstances of fighting in the region, or do you think that there's something a little bit more nefarious here with trying to craft this narrative that Ukraine needs to come to the bargaining table because we're going to slow down over winter and it's going to become a stalemate?
I think it's a bit of both, mate. I mean, with the former, I think, a lot of commentators comment on many, many, many issues and are about a centimetre deep on most of them, and lack a historical sensitivity when it comes in particular to military operations. So I think that's partly the reason. But the second one, I think is interesting. I think there is a strand out there in several countries where people think this is now the time for negotiations, including General Milley in the United States, which just astounds me. I don't understand their rationale other than appeasing Russia, because negotiating now only benefits Russia. Why would we give Russia a strong hand? Why would we allow them to benefit from negotiations at the moment? And ultimately, when it comes to negotiations, I mean, what's on the table? That's the follow-on question. Okay, what are they going to negotiate about? Zelensky's made it very clear the 10 conditions for war termination. He's said what's on the table. Putin has made it very clear that he is not negotiating for the provinces. So I actually don't know what they would be negotiating over other than a ceasefire, which once again would only benefit Russia. But back to the bigger question, I think it's a bit of both. I think a lot of commentators out there are good at commentating but don't have deep knowledge in the topics they're commentating about. I certainly see that in my country. But I think the second point you make is equally important. There are people out there who think winter's the right time for negotiations.
Thank you very much.
Can I add one thing? Colby's question is very good, and I like this point. This item of negotiations, General Milley actually in the press conference, if you listen carefully, I'm sure you would have done this anyway, but if everybody listens carefully to how he reverted back to what was essentially a slightly admonishing question from the journalist pool, how he clarified that whilst he agrees that the Ukrainians are doing fine and that they are making headway and that they can fight in winter, still as op-tempo reduces, that he would see it as a political opportunity, not a military item. And he differentiated this very clearly. And the political opportunity to work from a position of more strength now than a few months ago, that is something which also Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin highlighted. So I think there is significantly less discord than what we may have feared, were concerned about, could have read into it. And our friendly journalists may have castigated him for. Or how do you see it?
Yeah, it's a bit hard to know. You know, Milley should be smart enough in that position not to say things that are going to put him at odds with the administration he serves. So if he's been misinterpreted by journalists, he's clearly said things that are either confusing or can be clearly read as meaning something other than what he might have intended. You know, and once again, Milley is providing another great study of tensions in civil-military relations, because what he was saying was at odds with what Biden's been saying. And, you know, at some point you've got to think, how long is Milley's position tenable while he keeps doing these things? So, you know, the problem is not with journalists. You know, as we say, when you're communicating, it's not communicate to make sure you're understood. It's communicate also to make sure you can't be misunderstood. And for someone in his position, with the amount of staff support he has in public affairs, strategic communications, legislative affairs, congressional liaison, I mean, this is a really important part of his job. And he's messed it up a few times, and you've got to go, what's going on here?
Okay, I will ask that question then. How do you like?
I mean, I don't know what's going on with that relationship. I find it very interesting. I think there's a civil-military issue between the Pentagon and the White House on Ukraine.
Okay, thank you for that. Then I don't have to ask the question. If you allow me, I would like to go to our colleague and friend Craig, and then to Ben, Erlen, and Charles. Let's go to Craig first. Craig, you had your hand up for long.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that. And General Ryan, as always, thank you for your time that you spend with us.
No problem.
It's always great. Always greatly appreciated. I think one of the things that's been kind of rattling around in my brain these past couple of weeks is just...
That's my cat, sorry.
No,
he always
totally
does
fine.
this, little bugger.
It's okay. It's okay. He wants to show the spotlight. So what I want to try and... Yeah, exactly. What I want to try and synthesize this down to is the ability for the Ukrainian army to adapt given different conditions, and how that's and not so much from a cultural perspective, but from an actual perspective, as somebody who has, to borrow the phrase, worn a star or two, right? How do you teach that? How do you preach that to your junior officers and to others so they understand your ability to say, you know what, in Kherson we did this, but in Kharkiv we're going to do that. And given different circumstances, we're going to do different things. That's not just a simple command. That's a part of a culture, right? But more importantly, how do you, I hesitate to use the word train, right? But how do you drill that into your units? So what I'm getting at is, if Ukraine was to do one of those maneuvers you just described, which is heading towards Melitopol from the north, right? Then given the amount of troops that you have, say 30 to 40,000, that's a large geographical area, given what we just saw in Kherson in relation to, it's not as comparable. And so you're going to be a lot more spread out, which means you're going to have a lot more diffusion of decision-making, right, to be had. Can you kind of speak to how you institutionalize that as a part of a raw conscript who just got done with training in the UK coming into a unit like this?
Yeah, hey, it's easier said than done. And as you identify, this is a cultural issue. But there are some things that you can do in training to provide the foundation for a learning organisation for an adaptive stance in institutions. The first one, a really important one and very basic, is after action reviews. When you finish a mission, do a quick hot wash, and after action review, record your observations and pass them laterally. I mean, so important that that becomes about spreading what's successful, what's not successful in an organisation. The second part of it is command and leadership selection. You need to select people who are open to different ideas, who don't need to dominate conversations, and who are able to nurture an environment where different ideas are welcome, tested, and if they work, credit is given where it should be and the ideas are spread. And if it doesn't work, the commander accepts the blame and moves on with the next thing. So it's a mix of training and culture, and you need to do that at each level. And then you have, institutional mechanisms, lessons bulletins, rapid absorption of tactical lessons into the schoolhouse and into PME systems. So there's a whole range of things you need to be an adaptive army, and we looked at a lot of this about a decade ago in our army. Did some of it, didn't do all of it.
How do you?
I was just going to say. A great study of this is Amy Fox Godden's book "Learning to Fight," published by Cambridge University about 3-4 years ago. Won a lot of awards, but it is a fabulous examination of how the British Army adapted and learnt from 1914 to 1918, and how it had an institutional approach to learning and sharing lessons, not just in the Western theatre, but across all its theatres, from the Middle East to Western theatre and other places that the British Army was involved. It's extraordinarily complex, but it can be done if you really focus on it.
No, and I was just going to say, if I could just, Axel, very briefly follow up on that, and then I'll gladly step down. How do you institutionalize creativity, right? How do you institutionalize adaptivity, right? You have to make it a part of your DNA, right? So it's like telling somebody how to walk. You can't describe it; they just kind of have to feel their way through, so to speak. And it's an interesting psychological perspective as well when it comes to the individual officer or general, you might say. But my second question to you would be ammunition. We have seen Ukraine burn through a lot of 105 versus 155 shells recently. You actually did a thread on industrial production vis-a-vis the West and Russia. And I had commented on that. And I guess my question to you is, why do you think that we're seeing these 105s be integrated into these brigades, and you see so much fire go? I mean, this is a lot of fire, sir. I mean, this is not a slacking by any means. And so, could you kind of speak to how you take these smaller guns and put them into maybe smaller brigade-like units to maybe not depend so much on M777 fire? Can you kind of talk about that integration tool, or no?
No, I mean, we're going to have to do some of that. I mean, I'm not a fan of towed artillery anymore. I actually don't think it's survivable on the modern battlefield, just because it's too slow to move. But
don't tell CJ that. Don't tell CJ that.
But out of necessity, I think we're going to have to integrate 105s at A level. I mean, we still have mortars, mortar platoons and battalions and sections in companies in some armies. That works at certain levels, and we're just going to have to find a place for a towed 105 system, noting its weaknesses in time to move and range and survivability. But it probably does have a place. I just not quite sure where it is at the moment. It's probably below brigade. It's certainly not a brigade or above capability, more just because of range and survivability. But I think out of necessity, we're probably going to have to use some of these guns.
Do you mind if I hand it to CJ? Because he obviously, whilst he's longing for an RCH 155 from Germany, he probably will have to wait for that a little. CJ, what do you say? Towed artillery?
No, well, sir, my whole life has been towed artillery, but I'm willing to take the hit. I wonder if I may use this opportunity to ask you a brief question about sort of all the warfighting functions. What is this war sort of told you or showed you how NATO armies should reorganization their command support relationships? You kind of mentioned, where fire should be, where engineering should be. What do you think that the most valuable lessons are for some changes that might have to be made moving forward?
Beyond those, I think ground-based air defence has proved to be extraordinarily effective. And I use that in the broader sense, not just against enemy aircraft, but against missiles, against drones and those kind of things. I think there's a thickening of ground-based air defence required in NATO organisations. I don't think we generally haven't had as dense a ground-based air defence environment as, say, the Warsaw Pact or the Russians have, but we need to thicken it, particularly with counter-drone capabilities. So I think that'll be important. I think the use of tanks and IFVs in particular has been reinforced in this war. They are still a very important tool of warfare. We just need to remember all the lessons we learned from the Israelis and Arabs in 1973 about how do you prevent them being attacked by dismounted anti-tank teams, right? We know this, we know how to do that. But beyond that, I think with AFVs, we just need to think through, survivability, but also how do we team crewed AFVs with uncrewed AFVs, and what is the ratio of each? It's an area we haven't seen anything of in this war. It really surprised me. Clearly, the Russian uncrewed ground combat vehicles are nowhere near as mature or capable as they've been telling everyone at defence expos for the last 10 years. We just haven't seen them. I think the importance of close combat has also been reinforced, even though we've seen a lot of long-range strike and those kind of things. At the end of the day, you still have to close with the enemy and kill them. And you do that with infantry and you do it with armour. And you need well-trained and well-led infantry and armour forces supported by all the other arms and services, and to enable them to shape, to influence all that stuff in a modern military organisation. We are not going to win wars through long-range strike or lots of maritime vessels. People live on the land and governments live on the land. You have to win on the land. So, I think some of these timeless lessons have been reinforced. And the final one, I think it's a really obvious one, but the importance of developing good leaders. Leadership development, leadership selection at every single level is vital. And we've seen, the Ukrainians have got it right in a lot of instances. I'm sure there's lots of cases they didn't, but once again, this is an asymmetry between them and the Russians, where the Ukrainians have got it more right than the Russians have, and that's all you need to do in war. So, I mean, these are some of the areas of combat capability we need to think about. And it's going to be evolutionary. I don't see anything revolutionary out of this war. And I guess if I could just add one more thing onto leadership, the role of citizen journalists, influencers, battle mappers in this war has really stood out as something quite innovative and something that government and military intelligence organisations cannot afford to ignore and will have to partner with in future. If a 15-year-old kid can stand by the road with an app and with a couple of taps send data to a central fusion area about the movement of a Russian convoy or a couple of Russian missiles flying overhead, these become important parts of our meshed sensor network. So I think this is probably one of the really transformative aspects of the war I've seen, one of the few, but it is quite transformative. And we're really going to have to think more carefully and more cleverly about the integration of civilian and military sensors, analytical capability, and information dissemination in warfare.
No, thank you so much, sir. I'll stand by because I do want to follow up, but I'd love to hear what others have to say first.
No worries. Thanks.
Okay, who is Ben, Earl, and then Charles?
Thank you, Colby. Thank you, General. I've got a very quick question, and I will resist the temptation of asking you about your next book and science fiction. So the question I have for you is regarding the retreat of the Russians in Kherson. That's the second time, at least, that the Russian army is able to pull a successful retreat. And I was wondering to what extent this was, and we were told that it was extremely difficult to retreat while engaged. And I was wondering to what extent people like me were misunderstanding the way the war is fought on the ground, because I tend to imagine World War I trenches. But is it a fact that actually due to the lack of personnel, there's not the units are never really truly engaged for a very long time? And what's the tactical situation that may explain the success of the Russian retreat?
Yeah, I mean, if you have a look at how the defence is conducted by modern military organisations, including Russian doctrine, I mean, it's not like it's one long line of soldiers in a trench defending. I mean, you have successive defensive lines which have increasingly dense concentrations of combat and support troops, you know, over dozens, if not hundreds of kilometres. So the reality is at any given time, only a very, very, very small proportion of your force is actually engaged with the enemy. When I say engaged, it doesn't mean fighting. It might just be within sight or within sensor range and those kind of things. So the reality is a large proportion of your force is generally out of contact anyway, and that includes your reserves. So if you are clever, if you're able to deceive the enemy about where you are, what your main effort is, and cover it with something like a civilian evacuation, you know, these kind of things become simpler, not simple, because they're always difficult, there's always frictions and those kind of things, but they do become more manageable to undertake. And clearly, you know, the forward defensive locations, I think the Russians have put Mobics in there just to have a presence, not because they're capable, but just to say we're still defending these areas. There's still things you can detect on your sensors. We haven't changed. So, you know, these things aren't difficult, particularly when you have a fairly dense, static defensive regime like the Russians had in Kherson. So the fact that they've been able to withdraw in good order indicates to me that they had that very deep defensive regime, and that, you know, frankly, the Russians have probably been thinking about this for a very long time and very gradually thinning out their troops in Kherson. It wasn't something they did over the course of a week. They've probably been thinning out troops over quite some time, including, you know, these deceptions about, oh no, we're reinforcing. Well, they might have sent in 200 soldiers but taken out 300. So, you know, it's all about creativity. It's all about sequencing. It's all about deception and operational security to be able to do these things with any sense of success.
Alrighty. If you don't mind, I would move on to Charles because he had his hand up also for long, and then we go to Erland, and then back to the man who needs upgrading of his toys from M777s to something mobile, CJ. But let's start. Oh, by the way, I just see some illustrious guest who we have missed for a long time today. Yehuda, good evening.
Good evening, everyone. I do have
Hey, Yehuda.
and toast. Hey there, how's it going, sir?
Very good.
Good to have you. Unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, little kids in toast. I'm just going to listen in on this one. I don't want to make too much noise in the background. Thank you.
All right, we go to Charles.
Thanks, General. Thanks, Axel. I want to pick up on the topic of learning organization and leadership development and what you mentioned, sir, about Sorokin. In my 3 years in Iraq, I experienced a massive change in approach and strategy to warfighting. My question to you is then, even if Sorokin has, we'll say, operationally good ideas, what is his ability to actually implement that kind of thing at the tactical level? Do you see the idea to learn moving down the organization to actually be effective?
In a good organisation, you should be able to. There's no perfect system, and there's no perfect selection criteria and those kind of things. But you should be able to if you're an organisation that's mature, that's cognizant of its history and cognizant of the reason for why you do these things. It's just never easy, that's all, because there's a whole lot of competing priorities.
Thank you, Charles. Okay. I was wondering whether you had a follow-up, but okay. All right, then we go to Alan.
I do.
Oh, sorry, you do.
A bit. I do. Yeah, I wanted to give other people to speak. I'm wondering, sir, if you think that the Russian military, with the culture and with the leadership development, if they actually have the capacity to actually adapt, even if the general staff may be able to do that, and the leadership may be able to do that, but do you think it will really make a difference?
I think generally the biggest driver of change is failure. If the Russian military is honest with itself now and after this war, they'll know that some things will have to change, particularly with leadership. Whether they're actually capable of that, I don't know. It's very hard to tell. Culture is a really, really hard thing to get your hands around sometimes, particularly in a society like what exists in Russia. Theoretically, are they capable of doing it? Absolutely. All humans are capable of adapting and changing and improving. But if the Russians can do it, and over what time scale, remains to be seen. We've seen the Russians adapt how they do business throughout the war as they keep failing. They failed in the north, so they move main effort to Donetsk. They failed in their unified leadership, so they've appointed Sorokin. So they are capable of learning. They are capable of adapting. But these deeper institutional and cultural changes that are required to shift how you develop leaders, select leaders, incentivize leaders across the system, well, that's a much bigger challenge than we've seen already in Ukraine. And whether they're capable of it or not, I don't have a good sense of that. And I think there would be very few people who would have a good sense of whether they're capable of it or not.
Thanks a lot, sir.
And now we go to Ireland, back to Norway.
General, thank you very much for your dedication of your time. It is very valuable for the space and for everyone listening. I want to ask you.
No problem.
Thank you. I want to ask you, given the conditions that the Russians somehow suddenly dedicated itself to train their personnel, their officers, their NCO corps, according to Western ideology, how many years would you give them before they can even somehow field a operational force with the same kind of philosophy, giving all the military universities, the NCO schools, etc., all those things, just the humanistic part of this, before you can actually field soldiers and NCOs officers that can perform during yeah.
So just in sum, how long would it take to turn the Russian military around into a fighting force? General, would you say it's been 8 years for the Ukrainians to do it? maybe the Russians with the same motivation could do it in 10?
Yeah, I mean, they're clearly capable of it. And when we say an effective fighting force and a Western fighting force, they're two different things. I don't think we're ever going to see the Russians be like us, because they just aren't. They have a different worldview, they have a different culture. They are not ever, I think, going to transform into some version of a Western or NATO military institution that looks or thinks like us. I think we should just take that off the table. That is just not Russia. And if for no other reason, they don't want to be like us. I mean, they just don't. So that isn't going to happen. However, that doesn't mean they can't build an effective military institution. Clearly, during the Cold War, there were large parts of Russia's and the Soviet Union's military that were extraordinarily effective. I think people like Michael Kaufman and others have, made the point that the corruption that has crept in over the last 15 years or so, 20 years or so, is not something that was really present to the same degree during the Cold War, and it didn't have the same compromising effect on the professionalism of the Russian military in the Cold War. So that corruption is something they're going to have to get rid of or minimise before they can become a more effective and more professional force. The second thing is around NCOs. I know there's a lot of people who talk about the reason they're not successful is because they don't have NCOs. Well, they didn't have NCOs during the Second World War. They didn't have them during the Cold War. And they still seem to do okay. And I don't wonder whether this, once again, is a Western bias because we have NCOs, they work well for us. Why wouldn't they work well for the Russians? I think we need to be very careful about coming to that judgment because the Russians look at it from a functional point of view, whereas we're looking at it from a rank point of view. If the functions are still undertaken that an NCO conducts in the West, but it's done by a junior officer or something else, well, I don't see an issue here. And indeed, the Russians made a deliberate decision as part of their reforms to not pursue a professional NCO force. It didn't just happen. They made a deliberate decision not to do this for a range of cultural and organisational reasons. I don't think the war is going to change that view. I think this is more about leadership, competence, integrated planning, combined arms, and training and executing operations in accordance with doctrine. I mean, these are the fundamental things they've got wrong in this war. I don't think the lack of an NCO corps has been a significant determinant in the outcome of this war, even though we might like to think so.
Can I just follow up quickly?
Sure.
Yeah, so of course, given the circumstances, they have lost a significant amount of their officer corps. And I totally agree about your evaluation of them not needing an NCO corps as long as they fulfill the role they are intended to do on the battlefield. But re-educating such a big part of your officer corps is a lengthy process. And
it is.
Given all the corruption, and we have to assume that this has penetrated into the university levels in Russia. You need to restructure a lot of things. That's a long-term process, isn't it?
Oh, it is. Yeah, like I said, this isn't something they're going to be able to fix now to change how they fight in Ukraine over the coming months. I mean, institutional, organisational change is extraordinarily difficult. I mean, I've been part of a few in our army and our defence force, and they're very difficult, even in peacetime, and you don't have people fighting anywhere. My personal experience is that one of the biggest thing to change in a military organisation is an idea, and whether that's a warfighting idea or an organisational idea, a doctrinal idea, or a promotion idea, right? Incentives around promotion. These are very, very difficult things to change in military institutions because there are always good reasons not to change them. People can quote from history and war and those kind of things. So you're absolutely right. These kinds of evolutions or transformations in institutions, not units, but in institutions, take years. It's not months, it's years to undertake. And it will be an undertaking for the Russians, should they choose to do so at some point after this war. But it's very hard to see them getting at it at the same time as they're in Ukraine, just given the demands on the Russian military, in particular the Russian army at the moment. They'll be so focused on Ukraine, they won't be able to think about institutional reform.
All right, thank you. Let's go to CJ. CJ, go ahead. I'm going to have a question after you. Go ahead.
Yeah, sir. While we're talking about large changes, I kind of want to go back to the NATO questions and NATO allies about institutional change. With this in mind, we've had two conflicting stories this week. One of ammo stockpiles and production not meeting the demands of so many countries giving so much great aid to Ukraine, and we also have the stories of certain companies getting new funding and new production coming. So, a lack of ammo and a lot of ammo, let's just say. In your mind, what should be the trigger for these countries or companies to start producing more in general? Because it seems like there is a mismatch here that could be remedied in the future.
I think the trigger was about 6 months ago, and I don't know how we've missed it. The best time to mobilise was yesterday. Second best time is today. There's lots of talk about it, but the reality is most nations have not. The only ones who have mobilised are the Russians and the Chinese. So I can understand why they may not have done that, given the focus on inflation, mortgage rates, cost of living, cost of energy, all these kind of things in a lot of our nations. But the reality is that Ukraine has given us a whole lot of lessons about the consumption of munitions in modern warfare. By the way, not a new lesson. And the lack of adaptation to that, I think, has been quite interesting. I mean, a great example in Australia is we've just opened a big new ammunition factory that's producing 155 ammunition for the German army. And since that factory opened in February, there's been not a single order from the Australian Defence Force. And you got to go, are we actually watching what's going on in Ukraine, or are we sitting back cleaning up after floods and doing other less important things domestically? So, I think all our nations have got a lot to learn and a lot to do when it comes to being able to develop, expand their defence industrial base and produce the quantities of munitions that are actually going to be required for what's coming next. And remember, you don't just hold war stocks to use in war, you hold them as a deterrent, right? They should be part of your conventional deterrent regime that says, okay, we have deeper stocks of stuff if you do want to fight. And I think that's a really important asymmetry to be able to develop with potential adversaries.
Is there a follow-up there, CJ?
No, that's great. Thank you,
Just
sir.
an interesting question about this fourth generation and whole culture there, sir. With all of the new, I wouldn't say new use, but the extended or the increased use. And by the way, welcome to Kyle Parker. Kyle Parker's in the audience. He's the chairman of the Helsinki Commission. And if he wants to come up, please do. I don't know if you know him, General Ryan. Kyle? Have you met Kyle Parker yet? General Ryan?
No,
I
haven't.
He's
Sorry.
He's a cool cat.
No, just so everyone's aware, I've got about 10
No
minutes
worries.
before I have to head off to my
No
next
worries.
appointment.
Okay, well, if you one day you'll meet him. He's a great guy. Chairman of the Helsinki Commission, a lot to do with the Magnitsky Act. So I think you'd like each other. Real interesting question about force generation. So with the increased use and really effective use of force multipliers, these drones, even certain artillery to an extent, don't you think that'll force? I mean, you might say the Russian system worked in World War II because they had that mass, had the critical mass, right? That just so much of so many. And they might have thought, well, that's victory, so we don't need to change the system, even though you had Americans, underwriting a lot of their war effort materially, at least. Do you think that the presence of cheap force multipliers will change not just the Russian force posture system, the force generation, or just their own military strategy, if not ours?
Are we talking about uncrewed systems specifically?
Yeah, specifically, yeah. Let's fight UAVs, uncrewed systems for sure, and as they get cheaper and cheaper, drones.
Yeah, no, I think so. And I don't think there's a definitive answer yet, mainly because a lot of these systems aren't cheap. The cheap ones come from small, medium enterprises who are often locked out of defence contracts because they can't afford to bid. And therefore, a lot of the contracts for uncrewed systems go to the very big multinationals who only offer big, expensive, extraordinarily expensive, exquisite systems. So I think the first thing we need to change is defence procurement in a lot of countries, so we lower the barrier to entry to small, really innovative companies that are developing both uncrewed systems across the domains, but also counter-autonomy systems. So there's the procurement side of it. The second piece is the requirement side. I mean, what are the requirements that different military institutions are developing for uncrewed systems at the moment? I think largely most militaries are still in the trials phase. That's not a bad thing. But often they're just trialling and saying, what can they do, rather than this is what we need them to do. So we'll need to evolve warfighting concepts to better incorporate uncrewed systems, because at the moment, most of our doctrine, it really is around humans using machines in all the domains. A third element of this moving forward will be getting the ratio of crewed to uncrewed systems right. I don't know what that is, and it's going to be evolution. It's not just going to be a big bang thing. We'll have to gradually evolve this. But, you know, my sense is there will be a ratio of crewed and uncrewed systems in the battle space. It won't be one or the other anymore. And if you take all those together, you've then got to prepare the humans in that system. Now, I've had a lot to do with training, education and PME across the Five Eyes in particular. And, you know, I've run Army's training and Defence's joint PME. And I can say with my hand on my heart, there is no Western military institution that has a training and education system that is prepared for partnering with machines in the physical or cognitive spaces. No one. We are institutions that for thousands of years have used tools, whether those tools are a stick or a stealth fighter. Our training and education prepares humans to use them. But with the capacity of some robotic systems and bespoke algorithms, we are moving into a space where you're actually seeing true teaming and partnering. That will change how we train, how we select, how we promote, how we educate our people at all levels. And that's an evolution that really has to begin now, and we're going to have to do it pretty quickly, because it will also necessitate a higher technological literacy from our people than we currently possess. So there's a whole range of challenges here. Now, I'm an optimist and I'm very positive about this, and there's clearly a parallel linked ethical debate about what should we allow algorithms and machines to do on our behalf, and how much intervention by humans. So, you know, I think there's a whole range of things for us to sort out, and it's going to take time, and it's going to be an evolutionary approach. It's not going to be a big bang, everything change overnight. But we've really got to invest more in this, and military institutions are going to have to give up some stuff to be able to do this. And I think there are some capabilities that may not be survivable across the domains in the future. In the ground domain, I think attack helicopters and towed artillery and anything that's not on wheels of track is just not viable in modern warfare. And I think in the maritime and air domains, there's a range of capabilities, including short-range fighters, that I just don't know are going to be viable in 10 or 20 years. That's going to be very difficult culturally, particularly when most air forces are commanded by fighter pilots. There's not a lot of diversity there, particularly in air forces. So there's a whole range of cultural issues that are coming up with the conduct of crewed and uncrewed operations that we're still grappling with, and we're going to have to grapple with over the coming years and decades.
So then would you agree with the statement that as warfare modernizes, the technical capabilities of even your infantry private will have to greatly increase? You're going to have FOOs in every section, no?
Well, that technical literacy is partially coming with them anyway. I mean, the education system outside changes, and they are going to use more technologically sophisticated weapons, just basically infantry individual weapon now. If I have a look at the latest variant that we've just developed. I mean, it has sensors, it has sights on it. You know, it even has, a digital backbone where you can choose an option where you can't pull the trigger unless it's actually going to hit the target. I mean, these are very different to the old 303s of 100 years ago. But the kids know how to use them because that's just the world they've been brought up in. But I also think there's an imperative for defence and industry to collaborate to ensure that our equipment, be it a rifle or an aircraft or a truck, has a shorter and simpler training liability. You know, if we have to mobilise the exquisite, long training and education regimes that Western militaries currently have, will not work. They just won't. We won't have time and we won't have the capacity or throughput. So we're going to have to change our views of training, but we're going to have to change how we design human-machine interfaces so it doesn't take as long to prepare people to use or partner with equipment, and it's simpler and there's a lower bar for being able to do it. I mean, the exquisite testing just to be a pilot is amazing. I mean, there's so many hoops they have to go through. I don't think that's going to be survivable in 10 or 20 years. And I think there's a range of different elements of the profession where we're just not going to have the time, and we're going to need more capacity, and we're going to have to change those kind of training regimes and human-machine interfaces.
Amazing. I was going to ask you another funny one. I was going to say, so is the era of the tank over? But I know that's just a joke question we have here. We won't go there. All right. Well, if that's it, and you have to run. We thank you very much for your time, sir.
Hey, no worries. It's always great to talk to you all. And CJ, sorry about towed artillery, mate.
Hopefully, next time we can have some better news on that front. How about that, sir?
Let's agree on that.
Put the chicken bones away. Excellent. Thank you, sir. And
hey, no worries.
All right.
Okay, no worries. Bye bye all.
Bye.
And CJ, if I'm not quite mistaken, General Ryan promised you to have better, faster, more modern toys soon.
Well, it sounds like they're making more ammo down south, so we'll take it.
Yeah, it looks like it's not tanks, it's helicopters and towed artillery. Gone. Thank God it's not infantry. All right. Well, that's great news, Axel. And go ahead, sorry.
I'm just saying we have Ian and Ivana and Ian both waiting in the wings to come up for their segment. Dr. Ian Gardner and Ivana Stradner. Both of them, if you could please do me a favor, because we seemingly cannot cycle you up directly. If you would please be so kind to request the mic, bottom left on your screen, and let's try to cycle you up. That works.
All right. Well, I'll leave you to be. I have family matters to attend to. Just wanted to catch the last of General Ryan. Please do like and subscribe to the MriyaReport. Go to our website. Join our newsletter later if you'd like. And thank you very much for listening. As you know, we've been here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we're happy to provide news on Ukraine with amazing insight and expert analysis from amazing individuals such as General Ryan and all sorts. And now we have amazing Ivana Stradner. Thanks and welcome.
Thank you very much again for inviting me to MriyaReport. So my name is Ivana Stradner, and I'm working on issues related to Russia and disinformation, as well as psychological warfare. And every other week, I'll invite my friends and guests to discuss the most pressing issues related to the war in Ukraine. And today, I have a pleasure to speak with Ian Gardner. Ian is a scholar of Russian culture and war propaganda. He studied at University of Bristol and St. Petersburg Conservatory before finishing his PhD at University of Toronto. His first book, Stalingrad Lives, tells the story of how actually Soviet propagandists turned a tragedy into triumph in 1942. I highly recommend this book. But then his second book Z generation into the heart of Russia's fascist youth asks actually why young Russians support the state's genocidal war and what they could become tomorrow. So stay tuned because Z Generation is out in spring 2023, and I cannot wait to read this book. But before we actually all read this book, I'm so glad to speak with Ian this afternoon or evening, depending on where you are, and to talk about Russian propaganda and information war, but also about his new book, because oftentimes I hear, well, after Putin, Russia will become better. And I think that's a myth. So I had a privilege and honor to already speak with Ian about this thing. And it seems to me that both of us are quite on the same page when it comes to the future of Russia. So, but before we actually speak about his new book, his latest book, I want to actually ask you a very, in my view, a very important question and a very straightforward question as to, has Russia really lost the information war? Because I hear over and over again from numerous experts on Russia how Russia has lost the information war. So welcome to MriyaReport. And I very much look forward to speaking with you for the next 40 minutes or so.
Well, evening, Ivana. Evening, everybody else, or indeed good afternoon, good morning if you're already that far ahead of us. It's lovely to be back here. So hello to those of you who've met me in this space before. Let's tackle that big question then of, has Russia lost the information war? And it's the question, I suppose, that I could throw back at you a little bit, Ivana, and I'd be interested to know what you think is, what does Russia hope to achieve with an information war? And it's certainly not clear entirely what Russia hopes to achieve with the war on the battlefield. You know, there are a range of opportunities and outcomes that it could be looking for, from occupying Ukraine, a full genocide of Ukraine, a sort of, if you'll allow me to be rather crude here, and I apologize, a sort of sliding scale of genocide that could look at eliminating large chunks of Ukrainianness without actually eliminating all of Ukraine. Does it hope to really sort of engage the West in some civilizational conflict in the way that the propaganda often claims that it seeks to be doing, and in the way that our dear friend John Mearsheimer, and if you haven't read his interview today in the New Yorker, you absolutely should, because it's a sort of work of performance art in and of itself. So we should think about this concept of an information war and ask, who is Russia fighting and what does it hope to achieve? In the West, I would say so far they have been losing the information war quite badly. Nobody would have expected that the West would have been so united in opposing Russia's war. And yes, we can quibble about the fact that Germany has been somewhat slow and Hungary has been intransigent in its own way about its response to the war. And of course, we're starting to see some Republicans in America and some right-wing activists in America kick up more of a fuss about funding that's being given to Ukraine. I don't know if you saw that Marjorie Taylor Greene, another wonderful intellect in our 21st century canon of thinkers, held a press conference today. But when we turn to Russia itself, what we have to ask is, has Russia really lost the support of its own population? And I would argue what we see in the West are fragments. We see little bits and pieces of reality that we construct and extrapolate from a much bigger reality for ourselves about what's going on in Russia. And the classic example is with all those videos when the conscription was announced, the mobilization. We saw lots and bits and pieces of videos of individual protests, and we heard about fire bombings of recruiting offices and, you know, sort of disturbances on the peripheries and the edges of Russia far from Moscow. And we might assume, therefore, that Russia is losing the information war and hasn't convinced its population that the war is worthwhile in some fashion. And yet, the war goes on. Russia has mobilized a large number of young men, and indeed some older men. So I'm not saying that there isn't an anti-war movement. But what we can say is that Russia is achieving, to a broad extent, what it's setting out to achieve, and that is 8 months into the war, which it didn't expect to be fighting an 8-month war, I think it's fair to conclude, the population is still mobilized. The population is still fighting. There is no widespread discontent. There is no sense that the population has a means to spread protests widely. Those sort of isolated incidents aren't becoming joined up incidents. There are no centers of opposition to Putinist power and Putinist ideology, if you can call it an ideology, emerging. And so you must conclude that to some extent, the war that the Russian government is waging against its own population and against its own population's best interests, because this war is making people die and making them be a lot poorer, well, they're seeing some success with that. The whole house of cards is not coming tumbling down yet.
Ian, sorry for interrupting you here. First things first, I've just realized next time when I invite someone, I should definitely invite someone who firmly disagrees with me, because I keep just inviting people who are on the same page. And I knew that this would be your answer because we already discussed those issues. And I just want to invite you to expand a little bit more. You perfectly painted a picture whether Russia is losing information war in the West and what's happening inside Russia. And we'll definitely talk more about that. But I would also like to ask you if you can please help us better understand what Russia is doing elsewhere. How is Russia waging the information war in places such as Africa or Latin America or Asia, and why that matters? Because to me, that's the area that is really somewhere in the gray zone that many people, for example, keep disregarding what Russia is doing in Africa. And I've been tracking very, very closely Russia's activities in the information space all over Africa. I mean, even when Lavrov went there recently for multiple bilateral meetings, he did it basically to explain to the African people that it's the West who is responsible for the food crisis. It's the West, actually, especially the United States, responsible for the war in Ukraine. And in part, that matters because what we are, for example, observing right now in the United Nations General Assembly, it's a perfect way for Russia also to rally its allies. So if you can tell us a few words about what's happening in the information space other than in the West or Russia itself, and why that matters.
I think Russia is, and we know this, there is a guy, Paul, and I can't remember the surname, but he works at, I believe, Carleton, or it might be Oslo in Canada. I'll dig out the name while I'm talking in a second. But he's doing surveys of he's doing sort of big data surveys of Russia's social media outreach to various places and the ways that things are working. And I believe he shared some fascinating stuff about the extent to which Russia is really focusing its efforts on spreading disinformation and misinformation in developing countries, in Africa and in India, in its attempt in a sort of wider sense to build what it would call a multipolar world. And I apologize to international relations specialists that you're going to know all of this already, but I think for some of the listeners, it will be useful to sort of just dive a little bit into the history of this idea. We tend to view the relationship of Russia to the world still through this sort of Cold War era lens of Russia versus the West, of there being two poles in the world. And of course, lots of people argued that after the Cold War, really America was the only superpower that remained. And of course, they weren't necessarily wrong. But throughout the Cold War, Russia was, or the Soviet Union as it was very interested in reaching out to countries in Africa, in Asia, in Central Asia, in South Asia, looking for allies, creating support, building buttresses against the West. At times they were doing it for ideological reasons, at times for military reasons, and at times for economic reasons. And since the fall of the Soviet Union, it's continued to try to do this. And it didn't really have much to go on because the power of the Soviet Union was so diminished, basically since the sort of the mid-70s. It was really struggling to reach out to many of these nations in a successful way. But throughout the 90s and 2000s, it's been trying to sell resources, food, and especially arms to countries around the world, and therefore boost its power. And so today, many of those countries have been quite receptive to Russia's messages because they see, and I'm a constructivist when it comes to international relations, and I think things like culture and history and memory are extremely important. People in those countries view Russia as a friendly power, who's a supportive power in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s. And B, people in those countries and governments in those countries hope in a purely practical way that by engaging with Russia, it may be able to use Russia's weakness, and Russia is becoming more weak in spite of appearances, in order to boost their own prospects, or indeed to play themselves off against Russia on the one hand, and China and America and other larger powers on the other, i.e., to use Russia's position of weakness as a bargaining chip for themselves. And so there is lots of self-interest going on here, and just the fact that these countries are receptive to Russia's message doesn't mean that Russia is necessarily going to become more powerful around the world in the way that Putin and his gang would hope. Sorry, that was a very long-winded and somewhat digressive answer.
No, this was actually perfect because just think, for example, about what's happening right now with monkeypox debate and Russian disinformation campaign. This is really nothing new because, for example, the Russian Ministry of Defense, they claimed that it was the United States that that engineered monkeypox virus, and then they actually linked this to the real event that happened last year during the Munich conference with a tabletop game where multiple nations rallied and they did like this simulation, and it was a real event. And basically claiming 2022, I think they stated May, there will be a monkeypox outbreak and more than 200 million people will die. And guess what? This May, really monkeypox outbreak occurred. And the Russian information space was full of those messages. It spread all over the Western media, et cetera, et cetera. And the reason why that matters is because when you look back during the Cold War, there was this famous Denver operation where basically Russian intelligence created a disinformation campaign blaming the United States for HIV outbreak. They link that to the notion that it was used as an ethnical weapon, targeting specifically people in Africa and Black population. And when you look at the way, like at the tools that did they use, the methodology was the same, but the tools nowadays are just different, that we actually have social media. And I want to ask you, given that you already wrote a book about Russian information operations during Stalingrad, if you can maybe connect that and tell us what's different, what's new, how Russia has been doing that, and is there anything that you can actually, if you can compare your first book to what Russia is doing nowadays in Ukraine. And then I'd like to actually go back to Russia's information space and what Kremlin is doing inside Russia and how it affects the youth. But first, let's talk just briefly about the history and about your first book and why that matters today.
Cool. I get to talk about Stalingrad. I'm really excited. Nobody ever asked me about this. So one of the points you mentioned there was what the Russian propagandists are doing today with monkeypox. Reiterates something that was done in the Soviet era with HIV. And also we see today that the attempts at propaganda really do reiterate much of what was going on in the war. Not just in terms of the content, in that the propaganda today, as by this point everybody knows, constantly alludes to themes from World War II, and often almost word for word language that we first saw written about World War II. But I want to draw your attention, because this is a bit of a social media phenomenon that may not be very clear to people, to in particular this issue of sort of war correspondence, people embedded at the front who are producing these sort of semi-fictional stories and sometimes quite ludicrous propaganda stories. And the issue of the war correspondent in the Soviet Union in particular was very central to the conception of what Soviets were doing with propaganda. Because as soon as war broke out in 1941, they realized that propaganda was going to be important to the war, just as important as the military effort. Unsurprising. And what they did was literally the very first day of the war, they summoned some leading writers to the Kremlin, said, look, you're going to be in charge of this, made them editors of newspapers, and they went off and hired the best fiction writers, the best prose writers in the country. We're talking, really brilliant writers. Ilya Ehrenburg, Vasily Grossman, who wrote Life and Fate, was the most famous one. People like Konstantin Simonov. These are truly great fiction writers. These are great prose writers. After that, they sent them off to the front, right to the front lines, and said, follow the troops, go interview people, report back on what you're seeing, write the truth, but write fiction, right? Not in the sense of necessarily stuff you're making up, but make it artistic, make it engaging, make it human. Now, off these people went, and what they did is they produced brilliant fiction, unsurprisingly. Fiction from the front lines. And so what we see today is the idea that these war correspondents, these sort of almost gonzo journalists who produce Telegram channel reports, yes, they're clearly making some things up, but these people are somehow in the Russian culture supposed to provide this special insight and are somehow supposed to produce these stories that are more useful than fact-based stories that are heavy with numbers. People are touched by stories about individuals. They're touched by narratives. And they like getting to know their war correspondents and their journalists as characters, as people did during the war. Now, the problem that Russia has today is it hasn't sent its best writers to the front, and it hasn't given them even the leeway that the war correspondents under Stalin in the Second World War had. The main newspaper in the wartime for these stories was called Krasnaya Zvezda, Red Star. And I can tell you that in the first half of 1942, only 4 stories were rejected outright by the censors. And nobody was punished. Nobody was sent to the Gulag. Nobody was even pulled off the front line for writing something that was, deemed censorable. Right? that is a surprising amount of laxity in what you could print and what you can publish. Now, of course, I don't have the facts today, but I'm betting you anything that the material that feeds back onto the main propaganda channels on Russian television and in Russian newspapers is much more heavily restricted. And so I just think it's an interesting comparison. It is an interesting insight in the way that Russia claims to be refighting the Second World War, but actually always in this sort of shabby, second-rate, imitative way.
So certainly no, neither of us can prove what and how they can actually punish people for publishing certain things. But there is the truth that actually Putin in March, he signed a law that if you, for example, call Russian aggression in Ukraine a war instead of special military operation, you can end up 15 years in prison, which really tells you all you need to know about the restrictions in the information space. And this is, nothing new, given that Putin has been working for almost a decade on signing different laws that actually what they call like a defending Russian information space. I think it was last time, like in 2020, they signed a law that all social media platforms, they have to comply with certain rules, like they cannot publish things related, for example, to child pornography or suicide, but they actually use this particular law multiple times to punish social media platforms for publishing things that were not in the alignment with the Kremlin's rhetoric. The one thing that I want to also emphasize is that oftentimes here in the West, people don't think that words matter. And I cannot emphasize enough how it is important to read Russia's strategists. So believe that when they say certain things, for example, Russian military strategies such as Chekhinov and Bogdanov, for example, they openly claim that in the ongoing revolution in information technologies, information and psychological warfare were largely laid the groundwork for victory. In 2021, Russia adopted a new national security strategy. And that was the first time when they actually devoted a special chapter only for information security, what they call. I want to emphasize that Shoigu openly claimed that information has become a weapon. So they openly talk about that. And the last thing that I want to emphasize, why we should actually care about this thing, is that the chief of staff of the Russian military openly claimed that that the Russian military values non-military to military measures as to 4-1. So this really tells us all we need to know, how much they care about those things. And now I want to ask you, how do you perceive and how do you analyze what's really happening inside Russia, given that you just completed your book on the Russian youth, because Russia is certainly waging also psychological war inside the country. And can you tell us a little bit about methods, why they're targeting specifically the youth, and what we can actually expect in the future? Because I think oftentimes people, especially in the West, they think, after Putin, everything will be fantastic in Russia. But after speaking with you, really just confirmed that we have a much bigger problem inside Russia.
Yeah, so youth and young Russians have always been incredibly important to Putin's project, which really began as an antithesis, as an antipode to the idea of a sort of, and I come from a cultural studies background, and I'm interested in how culture impacts identity and international relations were actually constructed. Russia in the 1990s had a myth of itself, or created an image of itself as a nation that was aging, a nation that was degenerating, fragmenting, that was becoming traumatized, that was falling apart. And of course, that was embodied to a certain extent by Yeltsin himself, right, who was ailing and aging in a very obvious way. And so Putin's great claim to fame was not really necessarily his KGB background, not really his experience in government before becoming it was the image of himself as embodying a young and spiritually vibrant nation, a nation that would become a great power once again. And we see throughout the early 2000s that the government puts a lot of energy into showing off the fact that the regime does somehow embody this image of youthfulness, not just in the way that Putin's image is constructed, we know that, but also in groups like Nashi is the group that everybody knows, this essentially faked youth group, the kind of, you know, who turned up at these rallies in matching T-shirts with Putin's face on, slogans, and they would wave Russia flags that sort of descend on squares in downtown Moscow. Great masses of young people, most of whom were drawn there by being paid, whether in cash or in things like train tickets into Moscow so they could have a nice day out, and photographed and videoed, their images displayed on television, showing, because of course people who are out often, you know, hundreds of miles away in Chelyabinsk or thousands of miles away in Vladivostok can't see what's happening out of that shot of these waves of young people who seem enthusiastic, glamorous, glitzy, and are all attaching themselves to Putin's project. They don't know that beyond the camera shot, of course, the young people are just doing whatever young people are doing. And in particular in Moscow in the 2000s, generally young people just wanted to go off and be, if not more European, then experiment with Western culture and the various possibilities that you could construct as a young person. So you could choose to be queer, you could go off and choose to be this, you could choose to be that, or really anything you wanted at that time in Moscow, especially if you had money. But over the last few years, the government has sort of contracted and constricted and shrunk this vision of what it means to be a young person in Russia. In particular, since 2012, they've depluralized the possibility of holding different identities. So now, the only identity that the state feeds into propaganda, into education, into popular culture, and in particular into social media, is an identity that is based around being a Russian, but also orthodox, white, and macho and militaristic, right? And increasingly, it has been hard to be anything but those things. And the government has restricted deliberately access to alternate, what I call in the book, narratives of the self. So different kinds of identity. So we see that most obviously in the case of queer Russians. What happened in 2013? The government introduced legislation that was designed to, quote unquote, protect the youth. And they did so by framing this as a kind of battle, that Russia was being invaded. And this language of violence and war is particularly important because Russia under Putin is always at war with somebody. There is always something rhetorically that is threatening the body politic, that is threatening to drag Russia back to the 1990s, back to the chaos, the fragmentation, the trauma. And so queer people, they don't fit into the box of Russian, masculine, traditional, orthodox. Therefore, they have to be expunged. They have to be pushed out because they are attacking us. And so first we have this legislation, and then the legislation is followed by increasingly violent rhetoric from television presenters, from celebrities, that drifts down, trickles down into ordinary people's language. So that nowadays, if you go on the Russian internet, you will come across the most shockingly homophobic language used in ordinary conversation. And of course, there are a series of other enemies. That is, young liberals. Anyone who supports, for example, Navalny is a liberal, Democrat, a Westerner. And of course, in 2014, we also find the Ukrainians become the targets of that language, and Ukrainians become diseased, become vermin, become something that needs to be somehow surgically removed from the consciousness, from this body politic of Russia. And all of these others are interchangeable. And I'm sorry, Ivana, I'm speaking forever. All of these others are interchangeable. This is a key point. It doesn't matter whether you're queer or Ukrainian or Western or liberal, because all of these things are equally bad because they are not Russian. And if they are part of non-Russian, they threaten Russia itself.
I want to follow up on this. So do you think if this has something to do also with the latest push by the Kremlin to defend what they call Russian spiritual and moral values, basically by pushing even more far right towards the youth? I remember there was this young woman. So she recently published, for example, so she's a fashion blogger, and she published something on Instagram. She used VPN, and VPN, by the way, is illegal in Russia. And if I'm not mistaken, she was detained. Then there was another couple. They posted a very provocative photo in front of the Russian church, and then they were detained. How do you see this latest, and I won't even call it like the latest push, because even if you read like a Russian national security strategy 20 years ago, they already back then emphasized the role of defending Russian spiritual and moral values in the information space. So if you can just tell us a little bit about that, and why Putin cares, and how that actually impacts the youth. Because look, we live also in times of globalization. They do have an access to Western social media, to Western social media, but also to regular media. They've been allowed to travel for decades. Can you unpack a little bit those things?
Sure. So I think this is really important, and of course, there's a lot of social pressure to conform. But let's just unpack some of these things. So the issue of, for example, access to the internet. Yes, you can go on the internet, but the state is physically making it harder to do so, to access alternate sources of information. But it's also turning it into a source of shame, a source of something to be suspicious of. Anything coming from the outside, anything that doesn't fall within this band of narratives that the state promotes, is potentially deleterious, is potentially as violently bad for you and Russianness and your community as being queer or being Western or being liberal, right? And so the dream of the state, really, although it would be extremely hard to execute, would be to wall off Russia from the outside completely, sort of North Koreanize the state. And it's actually started to do some of that work in a more serious way over the last year or two, although whether it has the capability to do so is beyond my knowledge, because I'm not a tech expert, but I'm dubious. But and this is more important, indoctrinate children from such a young age that they simply won't seek out alternate sources of information. And if they do so, that they won't have the narratives, they won't have the understanding to be able to actually make sense of that information, because it just doesn't fit into their reading of the world. Doing this, of course, is extremely hard, but what the state is doing is it's stepping up its ideological program for children in a really meaningful way. It is pouring millions of dollars into youth groups, into making youth groups accessible, entertaining, and fun. It is hiring celebrities and young athletes and sports people to be the faces of those youth groups. And it is changing the school program in a really rapid way as well. And probably many of you might have already seen this idea of the conversations about important things, this very innocently titled Monday morning lesson that every Russian school child is now meant to attend. The state is producing each week a package of material that is available online. Anyone can go and read it. I have done. It's very tedious, but the material is very restrictive. It is about perfect white Russian families being the ideal. Occasionally an ethnic minority will pop up, but only when they are framed as being part of this great Russian nation. And so kids are learning about Russian history, Russian wars, why Russian culture is great. And all of this is packaged up in quite a visually appealing and visually interesting way. It's sort of very Instagram friendly, very sort of infographic, nice videos, peppy music. It's a high quality production. This is not your granddad's propaganda that is tedious Soviet era textbooks. It's appealing, right? And there are quizzes and games. And if kids join youth groups, they can download an app and win prizes by participating in things, by filming videos of themselves, by taking selfies. The state is essentially creating a lifestyle where, why would you go and hang out with the Western kids on social media? You could, but you can get all of that right here within this little walled garden we're building for you.
It's fascinating. It's really, and also not only that it's fascinating, what you just said, it's scary, because we really need to think about the fact that they do have a very precise strategy for the next, and then fill in the blank, 10, 20, 50 years, and how to raise their generations, and how actually the concept of Great Russia is tremendously important. Actually, given that you're a historian, just recently gathered a group of the most famous historians, and he had a meeting with them, and they were discussing actually how to rewrite a new universal history. And not only that, he also gave the assignment for the next Russia summit meeting that will be held next year, if I'm not mistaken, like in May, for the Russian historians to prepare new texts on the concept of the Western colonialism and imperialism. And that matters also because just recently there was another summit by historians. There were only 2 countries from Europe that attended that meeting. It was Serbia and Bulgaria, in addition to, of course, other countries all over the world, where they're planning to rewrite the history and to make a new, what they call like a new universal history. And it'll be really interesting to watch how the future generations of Russians will respond to that, and how they will paint this new history that actually matters to Russia. Do you have any thoughts on that? I'm very curious to hear your thoughts on that.
So I have 2 thoughts on this. The first is that all of that sounds probably really high flown and abstract and quite boring, right? Putin sitting down with senior historians, talking about concepts of history, making textbook boring, boring, boring. You know, if I was a Russian 13-year-old hearing about that, I'd be asleep already. But what they will do is they will take this material and they will spin it out into these gamified, fun social media campaigns. There will be hashtags. There will be groups of students in schools with t-shirts and free stuff, right? They will make it fun. And of course, students, just like in the Soviet Union, children will not be able to give you Marxist Kant word for word because it's too boring, but they will start to build what we academics would call a subjectivity. This language and these ideas, and in particular right now, because the government is doing such a good job of spreading material on social media, children feel like they belong. And so the big difference, and this is my second point that I want to make, we look at today's kind of millennial generation and the older members of Gen Z in Russia who don't care about war, who would much rather belong to the West or are indifferent to war. And you figure, well, they grew up in the 2000s. They remember what things were like before this turned to a more extreme form of patriotism in 2012. But the kids that we're talking about, the kids who are going to the conversations about important things lessons, they will never remember this life. They will grow up being surrounded by a language of violence in which queer people should be attacked ruthlessly online. And you can start to see it. And I can see it in some of the folks that I talked to and studied in the book that I've just written. And it is about characters. It is about people. I studied, or I looked at one girl. I spoke to her family members. And she's about 14 or so, rural Russian city, sort of provincial city. She wanted to join the youth army, Cub Scouts with guns, basically, because her friends were in it. She thought it looked cool. And what does she do all day long? She posts selfies. She posts TikTok videos of herself in uniform, talking about how awesome it is, using sort of hashtag Instagram kind of hashtag, you know, real me, hashtag self-development, hashtag one love, sometimes even in English, but this sort of, you know, nothingness language of self-development and self-realization, very modern, but also some really dark stuff, right? And you can see people gathering in comment threads, Russian kids saying we need to go beat the Ukro-fascists. You know, our boys will get them. They're learning to speak and be the language of the state in this way. Now, of course, all of this may come crashing down at any moment, but we will still end up with this either generation or a few years of children who've been exposed to this really extreme ideology and are going to be very suspicious. And they're not going to be queuing up to integrate back into the Western concert of nations just because Putin's gone or just because schools become a little more normal in a few years from now.
I'm very actually concerned about what you are just saying here because, as you just mentioned at the beginning of your answer, everything what Putin just stated during that recent conference might sound boring, but the way that they plan to, and it will probably actually will be very interesting for both of us to monitor more the information space on how they will actually project further their agenda. It's very concerning about the future of Russia because even after Putin, there will be someone else similar, if not even worse. And before I give I give a floor to some people to ask questions, I just want to ask you a very simple question as to what should we do about this? Ian, you're muted. I don't know if you're speaking, but...
Yeah, I was speaking. I gave a great introduction. It was very eloquent. Now I'm going to give the less eloquent version. It's the $1 million question, isn't it? And given the cost of fighting real wars, hot wars, it's $1 trillion question. And of course, people are dying, and people will die because this generation, if it works out in the way that I'm anticipating, and of course we're speculating because we're talking about the future, is going to be comfortable with the idea of going to war, whether it is a war against another country or a war within Russia against minorities, against queer people, against whoever is labeled the next enemy of Russia, right? The next sort of bearer of non-Russianness, that these are the guys where if we eliminate them, then finally Russia will be free and pure and healthy. So we need to intervene, and we can intervene. And Ivana, you know all about this because you've thought hard about what we can do to intervene. And I would say we need to intervene in the social media space. We can, it will be cheap. And the key to doing this is not to tell young Russians they're wrong, that what they believe is a lie, because they will simply stick 2 fingers up at us and say, well, I don't care, and just retreat further into the cult. What we have to do is show positive examples of how you can be a Russian, but also be queer, how you can be Russian and Orthodox, but also be non-violent. Right? And we can flood their space very easily and very cheaply with this kind of information, and we don't have to lie to do it. Right? We don't have to tell mistruths to do it.
Absolutely. I mean, you're right. And that's something that I've been writing about. That's the core and crux of my research on how actually to fight Russia in the information space and how to do more offensive information operations. Because after the end of the Cold War, the United States in particular, we retreated and we stopped using information operations. And even nowadays, I'm very, very concerned about the fact that the West in general is very reluctant to use information operations for the sake of maintaining reputation. They think, that it's sort of wrong manipulation. And I couldn't agree more with you. We do not need to spread disinformation and lies. The truth is really on our side. The problem is that I think nowadays we cannot sell the Russians the American dream because they don't want to live in American dream. They want to live in the Russian dream. But let's sell them also the Russian dream that suits our interests. I actually recently wrote a piece on that, but this story is really not about me. So I'll just end here. And I see that CJ wants to ask a question. So please go ahead.
Wow, thank you so much. What an incredible session here. We really appreciate both of you coming on. In the realm of disinformation and understanding how the Russian society would act, a lot of times in this space, we get a lot of questions on why Ukraine isn't more aggressive towards the Russian population in terms of strikes on infrastructure or strikes on electricity, just like, of course, we all know Russia is doing in large quantities. I guess my question for you, Dr. Garner, is what kind of reactions could we expect if Ukraine were to pursue this sort of policy? Would the Russian population come closer together? Would they become more violent, or would they, as some people hope, see the light of day? I guess I'm very curious on your thoughts on this.
I mean, this has to be a numbers game, right? It's going to be extremely hard to persuade people, and you could throw out thousands of these messages, thousands of examples, and you would get the blowback reaction of, I hate this, I love Putin, screw the lot of you, thousands of times. But reach maybe 1 or 2 people, and 1 or 2 people can turn into other people. Because the problem that Russians really have is this: when it comes to opposing Putin and developing different narratives of the self, is isolation and fragmentation. That if you're a young Russian who wants to go and, for example, protest against the government or be anything that falls out of this narrow box, who do you have around you to talk to form some sort of movement, to gather momentum? Well, you don't, right? The only people that you can talk to openly are people in the West, or maybe Russians in the West, right? And so what we have to do is provide enough people with the language to go out and do things together and feel like there are places to join together. And of course, they can be virtual places without just simply retreating. And one of the things I do in the book is I interview a relatively young teacher who works in Moscow, and she's ethnic Korean, and there is a large ethnic Korean population in Russia who've been there for a century and more. And she is a Navalny supporter. You know, say what you like about Navalny. I know for many he's a controversial figure, but he's an opposition figure, right? And right now, she went out to protest when the war started, but she saw people beaten up. The protests dwindled, and now she's keeping her head down because she's worried that she's going to end up on a list, right? And she pretty much literally said that to me. You know, I'm worried that they're collecting names of Ukrainians at school. Maybe they'll collect names of anyone who isn't Russian. Right? So we have to give people like her a sense that you can connect with other people about this. And we don't need to do it by funding ludicrous kind of fake stories and funding people who are sketchy in Russia. This is a long-term project, right? This is not something that is going to pay dividends tomorrow or 6 months or potentially even 6 years from now. We're talking about 30 years of failure to really address these problems in Russia after the Cold War. So it's going to take a lot of catching up. And in terms of a general sort of, you know, will we get found out sometimes? Will Western influence operations in Russia sometimes be discovered by the Russian intelligence services? And will there be a splash on the front page of Pravda? Yeah, of course there will. But you know what? They already think they're under attack. The newspapers every day are already filled with stories that Russians, and these of course are fake stories, that Russians are being manipulated by CIA psychological operations, and that Ukrainians only hate Russians because of these nefarious psychological warfare ops, right? If they're already been told that, it doesn't matter if we actually do it, but in a much more gentle and much more supportive and inclusive way that supports human rights and supports liberal rights than Russia is claiming that we're doing right now.
I couldn't agree more with you, because indeed Putin actually openly claimed that the United States has been waging psychological war on Russia. If you read carefully, again, you know, every single document related to Russia's national security for the past 20 years, they have this paranoia about the Western information, offensive information operations inside Russia. And I firmly agree with you that they already believe that. So let's just do it. But the problem is, as I mentioned earlier, and because this is something that I've been working on, and my frustration with the West, and many people feel uncomfortable because the information space has become so dirty that you need to play very different games from those games that we played during the Cold War. And it's also, you know, the question of reputation. And yes, you're absolutely right, you know, that probably all those bots and trolls that we might actually employ in the Russian information space, they could also, you know, be discovered even by the Western social media platform. And actually, it was a fascinating piece in Washington Post recently on psychological warfare and how DoD was discovered by Facebook. And I cannot emphasize enough, you know, that the problem with that thing was not, you know, that the United States was waging an information operation against certain countries. For me, the bigger problem is why they got caught. And I think it's really high time for the United States to and also for our allies to go back on track, to be less risk averse in the information space, because if the Russian military emphasizes they value 4-to-1 information operations to the kinetic use of force, maybe we really need to think like the Kremlin if we want to win the information war. That's, you know, something that I just wanted to add to to your answer, but I couldn't agree more with you. I cannot agree more with you that if they already believe that we are doing so, let's just do it. You told me that you need to leave, but do you have a few more minutes just to take maybe one or two more questions? Or if you need to leave, I absolutely understand, and I'll be more than happy to invite you again to our spaces. I didn't hear you. Can you repeat?
Maybe two more questions, Ivana.
Ivana, did you hear Ian? Ian, it sounded somehow as if Ivana had received a call. I couldn't hear her any further. Ivana?
Can you hear me?
Now we hear you, Ivana.
Yes, you're back. Excellent.
Something happened. Okay, so what did you say, Axel? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, we were just trying to get hold of you because we couldn't hear you. There seemed to have been an audio glitch. Ian just highlighted that he may have time for two more questions, and then we would move on to the next segment.
Oh, perfect. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to ask a question, or I can proceed with my own question? So let's see who would like to ask a question, but then let me just ask you a quick question regarding your book. Do we hear? Is there anyone who would like to ask a question? I just heard a voice that someone joined as a speaker.
Yeah, that was Raver, and he had his hand up.
Okay, Raver, please go ahead.
Hey, Doctor.
Raver, go ahead.
Hey, Dr. Ryan, or Ian, sorry. I came into this conversation a little bit late, so maybe you covered it, but how much credibility does the West have inside of Russia that we can even conduct such ops? For example, we've got Julian Assange jailed, and they play that up quite a bit as us being actually anti-information.
Ian, we cannot hear you.
If anyone can hear Ian, please wave whilst you're on the panel, because neither Ivana nor I can.
I cannot hear Ian, but then, maybe I can hear us back. So maybe Leonard can ask the second question.
Thank you, Ivana. I did have a question for Ian. So I take it he's non-communicado right now. Is that right? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, okay, super. So I had a question for Ian, and it related to some of the multi-threads that he's laid out in terms of Russian disinformation, but specifically dealing with this present focus on the youth. And I just wanted to get Ian's opinion or assessment in terms of how much this is an ongoing thread throughout the entire Kremlin hierarchy, if you will, because there seems to be some continuity that even predates the current Russian Federation and predates Putin. But this focus on the youth, and it almost seems to parallel the old Catholic adage that give us your child for 7 years and we'll have him for life. And I'm just wondering if this thread is so persistent, if you will, in the Kremlin today, that it will carry on as a theme, a serious Russian theme of continuity, whether Putin is there or not, and regardless of who might or which cabal might inherit from Putin in the present context. So I'm just wondering how persistent a thread this obsession with focusing on the youth is, and specifically in light of the 300,000 or up to 1 million Ukrainian children who we are told a very elastic number there, but literally hundreds of thousands who have been sucked into the Soviet, or not the Soviet, the Russian vortex, but in the same fashion as the old Soviet doctrine. So any thoughts on that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So Ian, we have lost you, so I just want to make sure that you've heard both questions.
So I only heard the second question. I have no idea what happened to Spaces. It just randomly stopped giving me any sound and then kicked me out.
Well, we are, in the information space, so don't let me start with my conspiracy theories.
All right, so I'll answer Leonard's question, and then maybe if Raver could repeat their question as well. So Leonard, I think this has been an eternal issue for Russia, and in particular, think of the Soviet Union, where so much work was done to form children's attitudes, thinking of the Soviet pioneers, which is the youth group, but the pioneers was much less militaristic. And of course, it had elements of militarism, but you could argue so do things like the Cub Scouts in the West. But it was much less militaristic than the Youth Army, which is the main youth group today for children, at least. There was a brief period when, in the early 90s, the state, the Soviet Union had collapsed, and there was very little effort made to educate children beyond the classroom, and even within the classroom, things were pretty chaotic. However, from the mid-90s onwards, militarism returned pretty quickly, and the Putin state, as I've noted, has been obsessed with the idea of attaching itself to the idea of the youth bandwagon since then. And so while we see that the Russian state is kidnapping and stealing Ukrainian children, in the Russian media, and this is really their single most effective narrative in the whole war, and it has been since 2014, is that Russia is defending ethnic Russian, i.e. really Russian children, from attack, right? And this time the attack is bombs and bullets from the Ukrainian side, but Russian children are also threatened at home by the queers, by the liberals, and so on and so forth. Thus it continues.
Ian, I apologize. I think we need to finish this because I just received a message from Chuck saying basically that there is another
Yes,
spaces
we're
right
running
after
over.
us. So I didn't know about this, and I apologize. We were also late 15 minutes. So Ian, please let me thank you immensely for joining the spaces today. It has been a joy speaking with you. What you just emphasized about the future of Russian youth is very, very concerning. And I cannot wait to invite you again to my spaces to unpack more about information about the future of Russia and the youth, because this matters a lot, given that not many people in the West actually monitor this thing. So once again, thank you everyone for being here today. And Ian, once again, thank you immensely for your time, and MriyaReport for organizing this. Once again, I apologize, Chuck, for interrupting your spaces, but I didn't know that your spaces would run at this time. So thank you everyone once again, and see you again in 2 weeks.
All right, perfect. Then thank you for having me. And Raver, if you message me your question, I promise I will answer it for you. Everybody else, thank you for listening. Always happy to chat if you have questions. And if you're interested in buying the Z Generation book, go to my Twitter profile and there are links. You can order it now. It's pretty cheap and it's really miserable.
Ian, it's always a pleasure having you. Thank you very much for joining.
Ian, thank you for being on, Ian. It was very interesting to listen to you, and Ivana, thank you very much for a great hosting shot. Very, very interesting.
And with that, Chuck, unfortunately I don't have the sound effect for that, but it should be like in the good old days, in those wonderful days of Rawhide. 2 shots fired.
Bullet
I'm old enough to
points.
remember. Yes, I remember radio. God, we're getting old, I think, Axel, is the problem.
Well, gray at least. Okay. All right. So, gosh, what kind of ammo do you have for us today?
Well, there were some interesting developments in the Kherson axis as usual. There was we've talked a lot about how the Russians, wherever they are in occupied Ukraine, they are surrounded by Ukrainian patriots. Some of those patriots are partisans, and some of those partisans are actually working with and for Ukrainian special forces. It was a bad morning in Melitopol for a Russian headquarters element this morning. They were contacted by a HIMARS missile, and approximately 100 of them were killed. This occurred to the headquarters of the 58th Combined Arms Army. This is probably the 5th or 6th Army brigade or regimental or higher headquarters that has been interdicted by Ukrainian forces. And again, to put this in perspective, this is not just hitting the right city or the right neighborhood or even the complex of buildings, but this involved hitting the exact building in which staff meetings were taking place. And that, of course, can only happen when the information communicated to the battery commanders is current and correct. And unfortunately, in other areas on the south bank of the Dnipro, the Russians have increased their filtration operations of Ukrainian citizens. And by filtration, I mean stopping, searching, checking identity papers, searching vehicles, and such crimes as not being in possession of a bogusly issued Russian passport can get you disappeared, deported, transported, or in the worst cases, shot and killed. So the battle continues, and we're going to see more of these strikes against headquarters that are going to be ongoing, and we can all enjoy them, I think.
So that's one big bullet point. Do you have another?
Well, I think one of the bullet points here, Axel, as you know, I've been working on correspondence all day, which has
I know.
which has interfered slightly with my show prep. But I am happy to throw it open to questions. I think that's a great way for me to hide my lack of preparation, but also to maybe inform a little bit.
if there's someone who is constantly well informed, but we had this question earlier with Mick Ryan. I don't know to what extent you were able to listen in, but we discussed many times over now already what the Ukrainian armed forces, if and when they feel ready, if and when they have, so to say, caught some breath as well, can make a push down to Berdyansk, whether it makes sense for them to simply pass by Melitopol, cut it off from supplies, and then force the Russians to surrender it rather than fighting there, given the fact that also the partisan movement in and around Melitopol is strong and makes it even more difficult for the Russians to survive there easily. Is that the right approach? I mean, McRyan said, yeah, it's one option, but what would you prefer, and what would you think the Ukrainians are want to do?
Well, I would never argue with Mick, who certainly knows what he's talking about. I think if listeners, if you pull up a map of the Kherson area, you scroll a little bit to the east, you'll see the Harkova Reservoir, which is essentially the Dnipro River widening out above Nova Harkova, the dam complex. The city at the top of that is Zaporizhzhia, which the nuclear power plant is named after, but the power plant is some bit away from the city. But south of Zaporizhzhia, the M18 highway continues almost directly to Melitopol. When it's about a sixth of the way there, the MH30 highway branches off to the southeast to the city of Tokmak. I think what General Ryan is referring to is any move south from Zaporizhzhia would only need to get a slight lodgement penetration of perhaps 10 kilometers or so, and it can control the road junction that is the junction of the H30 and the M18 highway. That in itself would pressure Melitopol. The interesting thing about the geography here is, in order to reinforce anything that the Russians hold on the south bank, they're going to likely have to move at least some portion of those reinforcements out of Crimea and north. And there are only 2 roads that go out of Crimea. Given the size of the peninsula, that's not very many. And there aren't places to put other roads, because the northern shore of the Crimean Peninsula is an absolute warren of lakes and bayous, swampland, and high terrain even. So the road junctions can be interdicted. Any other Russian help that would want to come defend Melitopol needs to move from the east of Ukraine clockwise along a great distance. We've seen before, and we've talked about the fact that the Russians are not able to concentrate their forces. They're not able to concentrate them for attacks. They're not able to concentrate them for resupply. They're not able to concentrate them for movement, because when they do, they are attacked by HIMARS. So I do think absolutely in this war, there is going to be a battle for Melitopol. Whether that happens this winter or next spring or next summer, it all depends, but it is absolutely coming. Even if this winter there were not a major offensive, but enough of an offensive to take the city of Tokmak, it's going to pressurize Melitopol. And we've seen, and if you make a pattern in war and your adversary can see it, you're in a lot of trouble. And the Russians have developed their pattern of holding on to positions long after they've been judged to be no longer militarily relevant. They held on to the north bank of Kherson and the city of Kherson much longer than they needed to, much longer than they should have. Therefore, their, in air quotes, successful retreat, which covered in some cases 50 kilometers in the space of 6 hours, it left the countryside strewn with artillery, armor, infantry fighting vehicles, logistical vehicles, ammunition, food, supply, radars, electronic warfare systems, everything. As we say in snowboarding, it was a yard sale, right? That's when your helmet gets knocked off, your goggles, your gloves, your scarf, your socks. That's a yard sale. Okay. They made it to the South Bank. We don't know how many prisoners were captured. The Ukrainians didn't release that information after the Kharkiv offensive. They aren't likely to release it now. But we do know the Russian forces concentrated in 2 areas, one directly across from Kherson around Olesky and Hola Pristan, and another group of tactical elements around Nova Harkova. They are still concentrated there. Last week, it was reported that Ukrainian Naval Special Warfare Forces had made 2 landings on the Kinburn Peninsula, which is a sand spit that sticks out of the Dnipro River Delta. As far as we know, and again, the Ukrainians have not confirmed this, but multiple sources have reported that the Ukrainian forces are still landed there on the peninsula. We talked about concentration and movement, and although the Ukrainian forces on that peninsula would be overwhelmingly outnumbered by Russian forces, there's only one road that goes into that peninsula, and it is covered and smothered by Ukrainian artillery. So that little sand spit, in itself inconsequential in terms of topography, if you hold the Kinburn Peninsula, you can hold open the ports of Mykolaiv and Kherson. And that is what makes it so important. That's why it's so surprising that the Russians didn't do anything to prevent this. And it's so important to realize that Ukrainians are the sort of army that can see a vulnerability and exploit it quickly. Because now, even if they tried to, the Russians would have to pay dearly to take that peninsula back. And I don't think they're going to be able to do that.
So what is next? I mean, we discussed it earlier with Nick. I don't know, because he was rather skeptical as to how long the Ukrainians can keep up the momentum, because they've been fighting hard in recent weeks. And even with this methodical approach, this calm, precise shaping, fixing, hitting them, attriting them, shaping them again, fixing them again, attriting them again. Still, they were in combat, and they were constantly in alert. They were constantly focused. They were never off. Now the decision has to be made. Where do they go? Will they pursue them south of Kherson now, or breathe?
Well, they were, I certainly don't want to predict anything that the Ukrainian army could do right now. But I will say this. They did masterfully prepare the North Bank to be taken back. And they did so sustaining the absolute minimum losses that they possibly could. One of the things that compelled the Russian retreat was the fact, and we've talked about this a lot, the forces on the north bank of the Dnipro could not be supplied by the two repeatedly damaged bridges and pontoon crossings that they had. Those troops were running out of ammunition. The guns that they had, the artillery that they had, the engines, the systems were getting worn out because the Russians were firing thousands of rounds from every kilometer, during the course of the week, because they could not find or locate or come to grips with any Ukrainian military units. The Russians had to content themselves with destroying villages along the forward edge of the battle area. We see that same method of operation for them in the east. It's what they do every day in lieu of launching any effective offensive operations. I think that what the Ukrainians were able to do is take advantage of a movement that the Russians were compelled to do, primarily logistically. I think the Russians realized that the time to get across that river was rapidly running out. Winter is coming, and they knew that their own forces, tucked into winter quarters, would be even less able to patrol and hold the forward edge of the battle area. So the Russians did the best thing they could, arguably much too late, but they got behind the Dnipro. We've already heard they're taking over civilian houses. They're kicking people out. They're using these houses for winter quarters. But again, as winter descends and it gets harder and harder to spend the night in a foxhole with your eyes open, waiting, I absolutely think the Ukrainians are going to be able to take advantage of that. They're going to wait probably till the misery of the individual Russian soldier is turned up to 11. And it's going to happen. And those veterans listening, I think they know exactly what it's like to be in a forest at night on a listening post or an observation post out there, straining your ears and waiting for the approach of an enemy. And it's pretty easy to just duck down into your hole and curl up in a ball and pull their sleeping bag over your head. And unfortunately, in this war, you've seen lots of photographs and videos of Russian soldiers doing just that until a hovering drone drops a grenade on them. Scale up from that individual soldier into platoon, company, and battalion size units, and you're going to have the same situation. Russian soldiers whose morale is low, whose supplies are low, whose equipment is bad, out there freezing in the cold, and they're not going to be on alert. Their effectiveness, combat effectiveness, is going to be low, and I think you can expect the Ukrainians to roar right into them.
How do you see the Northeast? I asked the same question a little earlier when Mick was there. And whilst we've discussed it with Yehuda, as you know, the line Troitske, Svatove, down to Kremina, the Route 66 of freedom.
Yeah,
the Russians 66. Are attrited. The Route 66, exactly. They are so under pressure. They are throwing the conscripts there, untrained, under-equipped, without guidance, without proper officers, just there to be essentially targets. So that by having too many targets, as Ukrainian soldiers have reported, there are so many Russians in the woods, completely, utterly spread around for no reason whatsoever, and they are forced to literally clear out the forests and kill them. But they can't really advance because there's still too many of them. This is insane. The last time this has been reported was probably, during the Kursk offensive or Demyansk. I mean, this is a strategy which we would not have thought, at least I certainly would not have thought, that could have been employed in this area, in this day and age.
And you know, there are cold warriors among us who remember that the most feared capability of the Russian military was thought to be their ability to wage rapid and powerful maneuver warfare. That with their fast-moving armored divisions backed up by mechanized infantry, which arguably was something that they invented or at least perfected, perhaps taking a note from the Panzer Grenadier forces of World War II. But throughout the Cold War, it was the fear that the Russians would come out of East Germany through the Fulda Gap, and likely it was thought, and actually you might be old enough to remember this, they were literally expected to reach the Normandy coast in a matter of a week after they started the war. And the entire battle was thought to have been, and would have been planned as World War II Part 2, with amphibious landings by American troops to drive the Russians back. They started this war, the Russians did, with arguably that same plan. Lightning strike on Kyiv, and lightning moves out of the occupied territories of Luhansk and Donetsk and into Ukraine. What we see 7 months later is a force that is truly spent, that cannot concentrate, and it doesn't seem even very well disposed to hold what they've got. And Axel was just speaking about the Route 66. The high water mark of the Kharkiv offensive coming out of Kupiansk. The next city of strategic importance is Savatove. Going north and south from Savatove is the P66 highway, Route 66, and it connects Savatove and Kremenna, both cities right now that the Russians are holding on to. But northeast of Novodian, there is a salient. Ukrainians have pushed forward to within about a kilometer of the P66 highway. Now, in modern warfare, 1,000 meters, if you're within 1,000 meters of something, you are putting really, really effective fire on it. So this means, for every intent and purpose, that the P66 highway between Savatove and Kremenna is cut. There is a line of bluffs to the east of the highway. And unfortunately for the Russians, there are not very many decent roads to be used in lieu of the P66 highway. I think that we're likely to see that highway actually interdicted and occupied by Ukrainian infantry. That could happen, I would think, pretty much whenever the Ukrainians want it to happen. Then we're looking at the city of Kremenna, which is again north and east of Liman, where we're likely to see the exact same sort of battle happen. The Russians held on to Liman long after they should have let it go. They let their troops be surrounded, first cut off to the north, then surrounded from the south. Finally, they were surrounded on three sides. And by the time they commenced their withdrawal to Zerechene, the road was under Ukrainian artillery fire. And again, they had a retreat littered with equipment, prisoners, gear of all sorts, vehicles of all sorts. And that has been their method of operation. They've done that so many times that Ukrainian battle planners, I am certain, now count on them doing that. They count on them waiting too long to retreat. They count on them not putting any thought, care, or pre-planning into covering their routes of retreat and retrograde maneuver. And the Ukrainians are well aware that by the time the Russians decide to actually save their forces in being, the roads out will be completely crowded, bumper to bumper, with their vehicles. And a traffic jam in war is just a linear target. And all you need to do is hit the vehicles at the front and the vehicles at the back, and then it's a turkey shoot. And like the Battle of Liman, 60 or 70% of these guys, Russian soldiers, they'd rather walk than ride. They abandon their vehicles because they don't want to catch an NLAW or a javelin or an RPG or even a drone dropping armor-piercing grenades. So every one of these retreats turns into more vehicles turned over to the Ukrainians. It's pretty. Unfortunately, it's the way they're conducting the war.
Chuck, would you allow Raver and Alan and the likes to Leonard to come up with a couple of questions? So
I
we
would
move
be
from
delighted.
bullet to bullet.
I would be delighted, Axel. Thank you.
Raver, shoot.
Hey, good evening, Axel. Good evening, Chuck. A couple of quick ones for you, Chuck. One of the last stops the Russians have is their belief that they are the superior winters. I'm wondering what type of knock-on effects to their morale happen if they get routed when the snow's on the ground. And my second question is, what the hell is going on around Bakhmut right now?
Yeah, I didn't hear the city going around where?
Bakhmut, I was seeing Twitter posts saying there was an encirclement.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, the first thing about being a winter soldier, nobody can deny that the Russians have had some spectacular successes in winter warfare. You need only to ask Napoleon how the invasion of Russia came out. And I will remind everyone also that Napoleon thought if he captured Moscow, that Russia would fold up like a cheap tent. That didn't happen, and perhaps 200,000 French casualties later, Napoleon and his bodyguard were the only people to make it back to Paris. It's in some ways easier to operate in the winter. In some ways, it's a lot harder. I've worked a lot with the Norwegians. I've worked with the Finns. We have a saying in the SEALs: "Travel light, freeze at night." And what that basically comes down to is if you have the right gear and if you're getting the right supplies, you can operate and you can dominate in the winter. I think more than ever this winter, we're going to find that the Ukrainians are going to be interdicting Russian logistics. Everyone who's ever spent the night in a cold forest knows that you can probably go a week without hot food. It's not pleasant, but you could do it. That's why God invented hot sauce, so you could pretend like you've got hot food. But if you go a week or two without any hot food, if you go a couple of days with wet socks, if it happens to rain and then snow on you, and it does that a couple of times, well, you might actually be dead. We talk about the rules of 3 minutes without air, right? You can't hold your breath for longer than 3 minutes. There's a very important war rule for environmental survival, and that is you can go 3 hours without shelter. And by that, I mean in a blizzard, in a hurricane, out on the open sea. Within those 3 hours, you're going to be impacted so badly that it's going to affect your ability to work to keep yourself alive. And if you ever walk to the mailbox in Michigan in the wintertime, I think you'll know what I'm talking about. Or if you've ever tried to drive across Nebraska in the winter, or you ever have been on top of the Siberia Bowl at Squaw Valley in California in a snowstorm, that's the kind of weather I'm talking about. So I think it's going to be a long winter for Putin's friends. Regarding Bakhmut, there's been some reports of that, but you know the information that I've got right now, it is still about Russian piecemeal attacks, not larger than company size, and as far as I know, there's been no major changes on that front, Raver. But if you've got some better info, I'm happy to look it up.
Raver, do you have a follow-up up there? Looks like we lost Raver.
I think he goes through a tunnel on the way home.
That's something you should avoid. Chuck, it's always a pleasure to see you here. I have one quick question going back to the Dnipro. After the Ukrainians drove the Russians across the river, all eyes were on the riverbanks. Lots of rumors swirled. People thought the Ukrainians had followed up and crossed the river almost instantaneously. I don't think that they did. But now, how does a river crossing take place? I know you need engineers, you need a bridgehead. What's the sequence of action? What is the sequence of forces you throw across that river? And the difficulty of crossing the Dnipro anywhere, it's so wide. How does that inform Ukrainians thinking about where to advance? Easier in Zaporizhia, more difficult in Kherson? Am I asking a clear question?
Yeah, absolutely. In any military endeavor, you would like to do your business where the enemy is not. So, as a rule of thumb, you will always want to strike where the enemy is weakest. You don't always have that luxury. Failing your ability to control your point of contact, what you then like to do is make any topographic barrier to your movement. You want to try to pick a place that will be the least difficult for you. So a narrow portion of the river. Nobody wants to attack uphill, and certainly not up a cliff. So those sorts of considerations come in. Looking at a map of the Dnipro, and especially when you're looking at one in the comfort of your living room from high altitude, and you say, "Well, the river doesn't look too wide." Well, most of those places that you consider to be narrow are often 1 or 2 kilometers wide. So that's a mile of water. That's pretty big. So that would mean a multi-span pontoon bridge, or you would have to repair the bridge crossings. If you've seen pictures of the M14 highway bridge, the Anatovsky Bridge in Kherson, the Russians conducted a textbook demolition operation on the bridge. They blew up 2 spans closer to the south bank. Why would you do that? Well, you blow the spans closest to you so that you can have clear, accurate, and short-range shots on the engineers that are working to fix the bridge. So you wouldn't want to blow it on the far side where you can't shoot so well at them. You want to blow it on your side so you can plink at them all you'd like. The Russians actually have pretty good doctrine on river crossings. I've read their textbooks. They're pretty good, but I apparently appear to be the only guy who reads their textbooks, because they don't. We've seen in some of their early river crossings on the Severodonetsk in the Eastern Theater, where they lost a brigade task group almost in its entirety in a botched river crossing. So what are some of the preconditions? Importantly, you want localized fire superiority. What does that mean? You need to pick your crossing point, and you want to make sure that you have enough artillery, and if you live in a perfect world, air cover, which means localized, at least air parity, hopefully air superiority, but you want fire dominance. So that means you've got enough artillery that you can concentrate on the far bank of your river so that you can destroy any enemy unit that is approaching to contest your crossing. What you also want to have available as a component of that artillery dedicated exclusively to this crossing, you want to have the sort of counter battery radars that can pick up any Russian artillery that's trying to target your guys, and you want to be able to detect the trajectory of their shells, work it right back to the gun that fired it, and smother that position with your own artillery. Then, let's assuming you have these, all this fire support in place. You need to order your own maneuver elements. You need to concentrate them and distribute them basically in a sort of wagon wheel approach around the crossing point, so that you can keep feeding your units across the bridge. On the other side, they want to form a bridgehead to prevent attacks on the bridge, and you want to be able to move those people out and push the Russians away from the bridgehead. This takes a lot of planning. It takes a lot of this is what military engineers and logisticians, they live for this. You have numbered units of trucks lined up in a certain position, and they are set to go at a certain time, and they have their own plans. They know what to do if a vehicle breaks down in front of them. They know what to do if two vehicles are taken out. They know to get their damaged vehicles off the road. And ideally, you don't want to just offer one place for the Russians to try to deal with. You want to have diversionary attacks. You want to have more than one crossing point. But most importantly, you need to secure your area of crossing. You need to make sure that the Russians are in no position to attack that with artillery or troops. And you need to move out as quickly as possible once you've crossed the river. Can this be done? Absolutely. Are there places on the Dnipro that are less likely for this to happen? Certainly there are. Above Nova Harkova, the river expands to be essentially uncrossable. It's pretty wide. By the time you get to the nuclear power plant, the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, the reservoir is often 15, even 20 miles across, 20 kilometers across rather, and that's a long distance to go. But all that being said, the Russians have to be watching the entire length of the Dnipro, and as we pointed out, right now they are concentrated in two positions: around Kherson and also around Nova Harkova. That leaves a lot of river that they're not watching that closely. Some of that river is too wide, I think, to bring large combat units across. But I can tell you this, on every dark and moonless night, there are going to be Ukrainian naval special warfare operators, and they're going to be crossing that river. And they're going to be inserting reconnaissance elements, surveillance elements, partisans, intelligence officers, and that traffic is going to go both ways, and it's happening every night.
And just a quick follow-up, and then of course we'll move on to Hans. I'm not a co-host at the moment. I'm just a speaker. How, and it's snowing pretty furiously in Kharkiv. That's obviously some distance away from the Dnipro. But how does winter affect crossing a river? Just multiplies the difficulty by 1,000.
I would say, well, it depends. If you've got a foot of ice on that river, and I understand though that the Dnipro does not often freeze over, you can scoot across it. I don't think it's the right thing for larger units to move. We saw the same thing in Stalingrad when the river crossed at night. The Soviets were able to elements in the city. I think that come winter, it will be more likely for Ukrainian offensive action to take place in other in other sectors. But that being said, the river in the winter will be perfect for crossing with raiding parties. Some of them could be company-sized. These are the sort of operations that Ukrainian small unit special operations forces excel at. Those missions include personnel interdiction, which means the targeting of high-value Russian targets, the kidnapping of those targets, the interdiction of communication stations, the capturing of personnel at Russian headquarters, sabotage operations, mining of roads, bridges, those sorts of things. And again, all of this is going to add to the military friction that the Russian occupiers are going to feel over the course of this winter. These attacks are going to be constant on them, and as we saw with the attack on the Melitopol headquarters just today, the partisans are going to keep identifying high-value targets. I mean, right now, the Russian 58th Combined Armed Army, it doesn't have a headquarters element anymore. They were destroyed today. 100 casualties in that strike. And I think we'll see in the next coming weeks when the Russian casualties come out and who posts their funeral notices. I'm willing to bet you we're going to see a handful of colonels, majors, captains, important staff officers. So that unit has essentially been decapitated. And again, small unit tactics and partisans identifying targets.
I'm going to make people hate me, Chuck. I know Colby has a follow-up about bridges. Axel,
Yeah,
can
I
we go
was
to
just
Colby
about
now?
to say, no, we can go to Colby. I was just about to say, and with that, I have to leave the bullet points for tonight because it is getting a tad early here in Tallinn, and it's cold, and it has been snowing already. So, with that, thank you very much, Chuck.
Axel,
thank you, Alan,
thank you.
Colby, everybody. I will get some shut eye. See you soon.
Thank you, Axel, and I owe you a letter, and I'll be working on it late into the evening, so it's coming.
Sincerely appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alan, and thank you for helping me out. Greatly appreciated.
Absolutely happy to do it, and we both know you don't need me, but we do need Colby. We do need Colby because he knows about bridges.
Hi, Colby.
Oh, I think Chuck probably knows a little bit more than I do, so especially demolition, probably. Chuck, you made a really good point about the Antonovsky Bridge and how the Russians destroyed it on the south side, closer to their lines where they control on the left bank. But interestingly, they did the opposite with the bridge span over the Nova Kakhovka Dam. They blew it just two small sections on the north side closest to Ukrainian forces, and I'm wondering if you have any ideas about why they might have done that the opposite way of what they did in Antonovsky.
Yeah, that was a good catch, and I did notice that as well. Look, this is entirely speculation on my part, but I think it's informed speculation. When I saw that, it occurred to me that what the was prevent the Ukrainians from inspecting the majority of the span, which of course, till the Russian forces had evacuated Kherson, there was no reason to do that because it would have just made the river a more difficult thing to cross. I still don't think they're going to do it in the near term, because much of the terrain where their troops are concentrated now is low ground. If they blow the dam now, they're going to sort of flood themselves out. But they are pulling back. They have announced an 11-kilometer exclusion zone starting from the bank, the south bank of the Dnipro back. So, 10 kilometers is 6 miles, 11 kilometers, let's call that 6.5 miles back. Interestingly, the terrain does come up a little bit in that 6 mile back zone. So we've got to watch that dam carefully. It is not above the Russians to create an environmental disaster, and nothing constrains them.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that makes perfect sense. And certainly we have satellite pictures of them constructing fortifications on the Kinburn Peninsula, and it seems like they still are maintaining their positions there. So they definitely wouldn't go to that effort if they were planning on imminently destroying the dam, because that would completely flood the peninsula, which is very low-lying ground, and they would just get washed out to sea if they did that. So it seems that it's not their intention right now to blow the dam, because they have forces in the area still. But maybe that's a card they're keeping up their sleeve. If they decide they want to withdraw, then they have that option if they did in fact mine the dam, and that would, the blowing of the north side, as you explained, certainly lends some credence to that theory that they may have charges still laid on it.
I think that's it, but again, I don't know. I do know that they have worked to damage the power utilities wherever they can. If you're trying to break a power system or loot it, the things that you want to steal, power pylons and power cable, power transmission lines, those are things that are relatively easily replaced, and in case of the pylons, relatively easily improvised. And pylons are, telephone poles or bigger, highline transmission things. Those are things that can be jury rigged. But the things that are especially valuable are power transformers, and those cylinders that you see on utility poles in your neighborhood. Those commonly are called transformers, but they are generally circuit breakers. They're not transformers. Transformers have the fins on them. They tend to be bigger. The larger those transformers get, and there's probably a big switching yard somewhere around where you live, and you've seen the barbed wire fences and these great big boxes in there. Some of them literally the size of houses. When they get that big, they are increasingly hard to replace. That's the rule of thumb. The smaller it is, the easier it is to get a hold of one. But when you're looking at some of those things that are like as tall as your house and half as big, those things are almost impossible to replace, and it takes months to get a new one. We do know that the Russians are disconnecting every one of those they can, carting them off. What they can't break or steal, they are despoiling. I suspect, although I don't know it's true right now, but I expect that much of the hydroelectric generation capability of the Nova Dam, which was a hydroelectric facility, I am betting that as many as the turbines and generators and transformers, transmission equipment, etc., everything they can't steal, they're going to break. And they're in the process of doing that. Whether or not they blow the dam, I would see that as their final act of vandalism and revenge.
When they blew the bridge span there, I guess this is probably intentional. The fireball absolutely fried transmission lines that run parallel to the dam. I don't know if you saw that in the CCTV video that recorded that explosion, but you can see this huge fireball, and you can see that there's a tower right there, and it's very much engulfed by those flames. So definitely it took that out as well.
Yeah, so I think what they did, of course, is you're going to blow it, so you want to do the maximum amount of damage. So make sure that the power transmission lines are energized in the vicinity of the explosion. So again, it was a calculated act, and unfortunately, it is always much easier to demolish something than it is to build it, and it is a Russian aim to destroy as much of Ukraine's power generation capability as possible. The other day, they launched 85 land attack cruise missiles. That's an unbelievable number. They are running low on their precision strike munitions. Unfortunately, one of the things we have to look forward to is the employment of Iranian-made surface-to-surface short-range ballistic missiles, roughly equivalent to the Iskander or the Tushka-U, slightly longer ranged and slightly more accurate. We're going to see these. And unlike the Shahed 136, which is classified as a loitering munition, travels through the sky slow enough actually to be interdicted, if you're lucky, with small arms. But intercepting an incoming ballistic missile is a lot more difficult. Hopefully, we're going to see an expansion of the Ukrainians' integrated air defense. National/Norwegian standard air defense systems are being deployed. That is a pretty good piece of gear. It's basically a surface to air version of an AMRAAM air-to-air missile. This is a radar guided, very capable missile. The French, the Italians, the Spanish have all contributed air defense systems, the British as well. The more these systems can be established as point protection, and the more of them we can just pour into the battle space, they will do two things. They will protect Ukrainian lives, because 98, I used to say 90, but a recent study proved this, 98% of Russia's precision-guided missiles target population centers. This again is a very predictable Russian method of operation. So if we can protect the cities, knock down some of these missiles, it's going to be great. It also has the effect of reducing the effectivity of the Russian Air Force. It'll keep their frontline aviation units from raiding Ukrainian cities. Hopefully, it'll keep them back from the forward edge of the battlefield as well. So, we live in interesting times.
Chuck, I know you're flying solo right now. Usually, this is a two-seater, and I'm pretty sure someone is going to drop into the seat behind you in this plane. Could be me. I don't know. We'll see. But
Alan, thank you. I'm going to learn to use the board. I promise.
But just to help you out a little bit, order of hands is Leonard, and then Gunther. I'm just pretending to be a co-host, folks. I'm just a speaker, but I'm just.
You are my co-host, bud. Let's maybe if we could go to Leonard, that would be great. Let's see, Leonard, if I know how to do that.
I think Leonard's already up, Chuck. He just
Excellent.
needs to.
Hi. Excellent. Hi, Chuck. Great to see you again, and thanks again for agreeing to be with us and sharing your knowledge. It's just awfully good of you. I just had a question relating to the general strategy here, and specifically regarding Surovkin, and just your assessment in terms of where this is going. Surovkin has been getting just recently some grudging credit for not fumbling the retreat from Kherson too badly. I would suggest it's maybe a little too early to give him an assessment on that subject yet, and specifically relating to what went on in Melitopol today. But one of the observations was that the withdrawal from Kherson might have been something that he had engineered, and that it was potentially done.
Leonard, we might have lost you. If you can come back up and finish that very searching question.
Yeah, Leonard, I think we lost
Okay.
you. Oh,
I'm
you're
off.
back.
Okay.
Am I
back now?
I can hear you. Keep going.
Okay, great. I don't know what kind of black cloud intervened there, but regardless, the question relates to what you think might be in the offing, and how much of a role Surovkin would be playing in the overall strategy, but specifically a force concentration whereby say the northeast quadrant becomes the focus here, with a view to reserving as much of their competent force as they can, and having sacrificed, we don't even know how many yet, unless you have a handle on how many of the Mobizniks were sacrificed at the initial Kherson retreat. But what you might assess in terms of a potential viable strategy here for the next period of time, whether it be weeks or months, and whether what's going on in Melitopol will play directly into their strategy in Severodonetsk and Lysychansk, because that all seems to be related there in some serious sense. So I just wondered if you had an overall perspective on that, Chuck, that would shed some light. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that question too. So let's look at General Surovkin. We don't know the extent fully know the extent of Russian materiel and personnel losses in the Kherson evacuation. But let's say this: we do know that it wasn't as bad as the results of the Kharkiv. Let's call that a withdrawal. Literally, two Russian armies ceased to exist. An army is a collection of divisions and battalions, and it's the largest amalgamation of ground force you can have. And two of those armies ceased to exist in the Kharkiv offensive. There were a number of Russian units that fled across the Dnipro. Among them, the 439th Guards Artillery Brigade. The 108th Guards Air Assault Regiment, 247th Guards Air Assault. Another of Guards Assault Brigades, the 111th. It's Motor Rifle Brigades, 34th. There are about, let's say, 10 more units that at least made it across the river enough to be tracked by NATO intelligence. I would say conservatively that every one of those units was probably at half of the strength that it was when it crossed the river going north. We do know that hundreds of vehicles were left on the other side of the river. We do know that the two major crossing points that the Russians used on the night of their principal withdrawal we do know that those crossing points and the assembly areas around them were under almost continual Ukrainian artillery fire. I don't think anyone would think that an estimate of multiple hundreds of Russian killed on the night of the crossing would be low. The amount of killed in action crossing the river could easily be in the low thousands. That's a lot of people to lose in one night. So how's our general doing? Well, compared to the guys who blew the Kharkiv offensive, he's probably not flavor of the month, but at least he didn't blow it that badly. I can't say hats off to the Russians, but it could have been more costly for them. It was costly, but one of the reasons they got away with what they got away with is the Ukrainians are the ones who elected not to engage the fleeing Russian units. There's a combination there, though. It doesn't appear that any Russian units circled back north in an attempt to throw off their Ukrainian pursuers. At the very least, the Ukrainians were happy to let the Russians go on their way, paying a toll at the river, which they did. How much longer the general remains in his position, I don't know. We do know that Putin's on his 9th overall commander of his special military operation. He is eventually going to run out of 4-star generals. There will come a certain point where he's going to have to reach deep into the chain of command to find an officer who is willing to take on this responsibility. And I think the jury's out as to whether or not any of these generals are able to take it on. What do I foresee as Russian plans for the winter? Given their inability to concentrate forces, given the fact that the Russians are judged now not to be able to present any major tactical surprises to the Ukrainians. Remember, if you're in a Russian truck and you're driving across the Ukrainian frontier and you're on your way to Luhansk, or you're on your way to Donetsk or Lysychansk or Severodonetsk, you're being watched the entire way by an American satellite. They're picking you up on radar, they're picking you up on thermal, you get on the radio, there's somebody listening. NATO intelligence on Russian order of battle and the location of their forces, the disposition of those forces, that intelligence is getting up there into the high 90s, meaning that they can say with virtual certitude where these Russian forces are. They're being monitored to such an extent that any preparations for an attack are seen, are discerned, and that intelligence is passed on almost in real time to Ukrainian warfighters. I think that what the Russians are going to do this winter, what they'd like to do, is simply hold what they have. I see them maintaining their daily output of artillery every day, targeting every village they can within 10 kilometers of the forward edge of the battle area. But I see them praying in their little evil hearts of hearts that the Ukrainians leave them alone this winter. I think we can be sure that isn't going to happen. I noted in the last 24 hours, there were approximately 25 company level company and platoon level offensive actions taken by the Russians, principally in the area from Donetsk to Kremenna. That's 100 kilometers or so, maybe less, 80, 90 kilometers. 20 company-sized attacks. You could have 20 companies in 2 battalions. If you put 2 battalions together and got your artillery and your armor and some air superiority online, and you put an attack forward, maybe you're going to get somewhere. But 20 company-sized attacks over a frontal area of 80 kilometers, you're not really doing anything than burning up your own guys. And given the way the battle line is right now, the disposition of the entire line from Kupiansk in the north all the way down to, let's call it, I don't know, Mariivka in the south around Donetsk. In most places, the topography is favoring Ukrainian defenders. In many cases, the Ukrainian artillery is maybe 10 or 15 kilometers back from the forward edge of the battle line, and they are behind a range of hills, firing from what we call in defilade, meaning their guns are not visible to the Russians, and they are positioned to shoot over the hills that are in front of them. When you have the luxury of terrain like that, you can really hammer the bad guys. And it's very difficult, not impossible, but very difficult for them to shoot back at your guns. There are also a number of rivers, small tributaries, swamps, hills, railroad embankments, places the road goes, little lakes. All of these things the Ukrainians have been very good at using to make sure that whatever the Russians want to do offensively, they're going to have to pay the most price for it, especially attacking through a forest, across a swamp, across a river. And more importantly, the Ukrainians do a deep study of the battle area. So, for example, in Bakhmut, there are essentially only 2 roads that will allow the Russians to insert forces into the battlefield. One comes more or less directly from the east. It is the H32 highway, and then approaching from the southeast is the M01. Both of these roads are well within the range of Ukrainian artillery by using UAVs and reconnaissance drones. The Ukrainians are able to see when the Russians are moving their troops. Because there are only 2 roads in. Well, there's actually a small other one as well. The Ukrainians are able to hit these vehicles. Anything like a convoy of Russian reinforcements, it just isn't going to happen. Again, because there's partisans watching the roads, they communicate this information to the artillery batteries and they can hit it. So this means not only Russian piecemeal attacks, but the Russian piecemeal attacks are supported by piecemeal 1 and 2 vehicles of reinforcements, ammunition, food, fuel, replacement parts. And when your logistics are trickling in, your offensive is going to trickle out. That's just Bakhmut, but that pretty much sums up much of the Russian contact zone right now.
I was just going to break in with a quick public service announcement. We've lost an engine, Chuck. I can't bring anyone up. I see there are 6 requests. I can't remove speakers who are ghost speakers who are here. We're trying to fix it. I don't know, Chuck. Can you see requests and add anyone? I hate to do this to you.
Look, I'd rather put myself in charge of the nuclear power plant, but I will try. Gunter, I can see that you are up, and I'm going to try to bring you up if I can. Can I do this?
No, I'm here. I'm all good. I'm all good.
Gunter's here. He can
Yeah.
go ahead. And meanwhile, tomorrow we'll get you in charge of that nuclear power plant.
Yeah, I worked briefly at 3 Mile Island, but then I had to leave the country.
Yeah, now we know.
You know?
Yeah. Okay, Chuck. Whatever you do, don't touch this button.
I won't.
Hey, you know, one thing about just one comment, which is what that I found surprising about the withdrawal from Kherson is that I thought the city itself was going to be totally wrecked when they were leaving, and it looks like it's mostly intact, which that seems really huge, really huge. What was your expectations of the city, Chuck?
I actually thought that the Battle of the North Bank would go something like this. I thought that there. I thought that once the village of Sierra was taken, that was sort of the apex of the Russian North Bank defenses. I expected then for the Russians to retreat down the P-81 highway, which went into Kherson. I expected the Ukrainians then to drive for the Dnipro somewhere between Kherson and Nova Harkova. Then they would move down the P-47 highway towards Kherson, which I expected to be surrounded and cut off. I didn't expect the Ukrainians to rise to the bait to an urban fight in Kherson. The Russians were telegraphing that they were preparing urban fighting positions, et cetera, et cetera. I chose to ignore that sort of offered information. As John Spencer has pointed out, and Jason Giroux, interestingly enough, if you are defending a city, you're an urban fighter in the city, 80% of the time you're going to lose that fight. Meaning the people who are trying to take the city and are fighting with you house to house, they're eventually going to beat you. That can seem a little counterintuitive sometimes. I've been in some urban fights, and they seem pretty even to me, and I'm pretty surprised I'm here tonight talking about it. But it appeared to me that the battle for the North Bank was going to be one where the Ukrainians eventually outmaneuvered the Russians. I thought that they would cut the Russian force in two, then decide to defeat in detail whatever Russian force, whether it was in and around Kherson or to the east, whichever one was judged to be the most disorganized and the weakest and the least disposed to fight, that Ukraine would turn all her power on that force, defeat it, and then turn on Kherson, which was a position that I thought the Russians would hold on to at least more than they did. I expected, like you did, I expected more damage to the city, more deliberate damage to the city, more gratuitous demolitions of buildings, etc. But we did see that the Russians did everything they could to destroy the power grid, destroy communications, radio and television stations, cellular towers, everything they could do to damage the infrastructure. They did. Remember, at least 50,000 Ukrainian citizens, at least, were moved out of the city. Some of them were collaborators and went willingly. Some of them were Russian carpetbaggers who showed up to a new life in Russia's newest city, as it were. But a lot of those people didn't want to go anywhere. But they were taken away. Unfortunately and tragically, tens of thousands of Russian children, of Ukrainian children rather, have been taken away from their parents and have been sent to foster homes in the Russian Arctic, in Siberia, in the Far East. As many as 400,000 Ukrainian citizens are thought to have been deported this way. Boy, that is horrendous. But this went a little quicker than I thought it was going to go. It was a little less bloody than I thought it was going to go. And frankly, it was a lot quicker than I thought it was going to go.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm personally thankful that it seems like a lot of the city is still standing. So I had a question at this point. So one strategy that Ukraine could try to employ would be to fix as many forces across the river as possible. And I was thinking that one way to do that would just to be having just raids and sort of reconnaissance and force, just small operations all up and down the river, constantly sort of taking advantages of any weakness. So like how many but it only would work if it's asymmetric, right? Like if you have a battalion of Ukrainians holding down, like say 2 or 10 of the Russians, like what do you think is sort of possible? Like how much of a multiplier could they theoretically get by just sort of harassing the lines? What do you think?
Well, we know the Russians have established an exclusion zone. I believe right now the Russians themselves are advertising an 11-kilometer exclusion zone from the river. There are 2 considerable pockets of Russian troop concentrations, one around Oleski, the other around Nova Harkova. The Russians have announced that 11-mile exclusion zone, which is good for them because the Ukrainians have now got enough artillery positioned to blanket their exclusion zone. Nightly, there have been attacks on Oleski and Holoperstan on logistics dumps and especially ammunition dumps because they make the biggest explosions. Also, look, a soldier without ammunition isn't a combatant. So blowing up their ammunition remains a big priority. The river that was once an impediment to logistics, to Russian logistics, is now the Russian front line, and it is now a barrier between the Russians and the big bad Ukrainian army that just kicked them out of Kherson. What the Ukrainians are likely to do now, I think, is to maintain a significant significant enough force presence around Kherson and to at least Nova Harkova, a force in being that can convince the Russians that crossing the river would be foolhardy. Of course, crossing the river is foolhardy. At its narrowest, it's at least 1.5 kilometers wide. I don't think the Russians have the equipment or the desire to try to force a crossing back. That's not something I think they're going to do. I think what the Ukrainians are probably going to do is turn this into essentially a rear area. I think they're going to keep enough force there to prevent the Russians from doing anything stupid and crossing the river, but I think we're going to see offensive operations probably south from Zaporizhzhia, possibly moves on Donetsk. I keep teasing this, but there are a couple of locations that I can see on order of battle maps where the Russian forces are not well disposed. They haven't been positioned. Let's just say they're not occupying the most favorable positions for defense that they could. Look, I'm a naval officer. If I can see this on a map, then believe me, a lot of the talented Army officers out there in the Ukrainian Army, they can see it too. I think those are the places that are very likely for the next offensive to occur. And you're right. I do expect raiding parties and special operations forces to be crossing the Dnipro. I think that they are nightly. As the Russian air defense capability is pushed back and depleted, and also yesterday another Russian S-300 and air defense complex was taken out. That was also in the vicinity of Melitopol. This is one of Russia's more capable systems. Every time one of those systems gets taken out, you make the Russians' ability to interdict Ukrainian troop-carrying helicopters and airstrikes. It makes it just a little harder for the Russians to take out those aviation assets. If you've got credible special operations forces and some daring helicopter pilots, you can do a lot of stuff. And I think those sort of missions are going to become more and more regular across the Dnipro. I think some of them, as you point out, might be quite spectacular. Again, there are some. Every time the Russians concentrate their forces, every time they concentrate their logistics, every time they concentrate command and control, it presents a really tempting target for the Ukrainians. And I think we're going to see more of that. But I'm not sure we're going to see an attack around Kherson. If we do, it will certainly change Russia's force posture, and that it might be a diversion for some other attack.
Thanks, Chuck. This is fascinating, as always, when you're here analyzing the battlefield. And I just want to apologize to everyone. We have had some glitches tonight. I think we're back in order. And so I'm going to impose on Finance's kindness and first call on Whiskey, because he DM'd me, I think yesterday, it was really a couple hours ago, asking could he come up, and I had to tell him I can't raise anyone. So Whiskey, you go, then Finance, then Alex. Chuck, if you have the time.
I do. Whiskey, you are a patient man.
Hey, no problem. And actually, to be fair, and thanks, Alan, I haven't been that patient. I sent you that message maybe only a half hour ago, asking if you can come up to give Chuck some supporting fire on the co-host spot, because after Axel had to finally get some rest, I could see that he needed it. Chuck, as always, it's great to have you on the space. I love the parallel that you drew between the yard sale, the snowboarding yard sale, and the Russians. I thought that was, I got a chuckle out of that. But just two things I wanted to kind of bring up. The first, this morning at about 5 a.m. my time, I got a phone call from a good friend, and he was confirming what you had already pointed out on one of your maps, that in the and excuse me if I'm pronouncing this wrong, but the My Love, that's how I pronounce it, but the My Love area,
right? I love it. Yeah.
Yeah, the towers and the cell connection and the internet has been completely knocked out by the Russians there. So that was the first thing. But the second was, I think it was around this time or maybe earlier, this time last night. We saw some reports of some deep strikes in this southern part of Ukraine. Possibly, I think it was into. I don't remember the name of the town, so I apologize. But it was in deeper south. There were some strikes around possibly an airport. The first footage I saw it was mostly dark. You heard some strikes. It sounded like fast jets. There was some later video that came out showing some explosions that looked like, and they're claiming it was that airbase there. I was a little skeptical when I first saw that. It looked like old footage. And looking at NASA firms, I didn't see anything that backed that up. I just wanted to ask you, what were your thoughts? Did you see that footage? Did you have the same thoughts on that?
You know, I've been duped a couple of times by by some fast breaking footage myself, and one time I went back and kicked myself. You know, I saw film of a strike. It looked incredibly credible. But after I posted it, I checked the local weather and it didn't match. So that became my new verification strategy. Uh, you know, on the update maps that I checked, and I did like you did. I went to the satellite data I could find. It didn't seem to support that. But that being said, I do know that we're going to see more attacks hitting Crimea. We talked about the S-300 battery being taken out around Melitopol. Before the Saki Air Base attacks, which happened a couple of months ago, buried in the daily morning briefing of the Ukrainian General Staff was a report that 3 Russian S-300 batteries were taken out, and this was in territory. One of them was in Tokmak, which is northeast of Melitopol. The other ones were essentially scattered out. If you go directly north into Ukraine proper from Crimea, they were oriented in an arc north of the Crimean Peninsula. It seemed interesting to me that 3 of these very capable systems were taken out in 24 hours. Then there were other less capable but still functional anti-air systems taken out. Some Pansirs and some Buks and some other mobile launches. The S-300s, folks, they tend to be they are mobile, but they take a lot more time to set up and operate, and they tend to be a little bit more static, as their sensors and the missiles themselves are pretty big. So it's a bit more of a circus to get them set up. The S-300s that were destroyed yesterday, there was another one destroyed within the last, 72 hours. Destructions of S-300s in this area north of Crimea, in the past, they have preceded long-range precision strikes on Crimea. I think it may be time enough. It may be time again for some other mysterious explosions in Crimea. The epoch-making unmanned naval vessel attack on the Sevastopol roadstead. Roadstead is the anchorage off a port. The Ukrainians, as you know, used remotely operated surface vessels to attack the roadstead. greatly stressed the Russian naval commanders. That has had the effect of the Russians relocating a number of their surface combatants and submarines to ports outside of Crimea. This makes them a little safer, but it also means that these Russian naval assets have a much longer trip into the battle area. Of course, if you're in the battle area, you got to get out of the battle area. This means you're burning more fuel, you burn more food, you expose yourself longer to attack, all of these things. But I think we're going to see some more attacks on Crimea. And again, it isn't a coincidence where these missiles fall, or if you don't think they have ATACMS, whatever you can, by whatever means these explosives get there. I like to point out that these attacks take place at moments of maximum Russian force density. The attack on Saki, it hit the place exactly where the most Russian warplanes were revetted. There's a lot of real estate on that airbase, but it didn't hit a lot of real estate. At least 10 of those missiles hit the one area where all the Russian warplanes were. I think we're gonna see this again. And a good thing to keep your eye on, if you have an opportunity to get to the the Ukrainian General Staff briefings, they appear in a lot of places in English. It's always buried almost to the end. They will tell you how many Russian air defense systems were engaged in the last 24 hours. Keep an eye on that number. It goes anywhere from 0, which doesn't happen very often, up to 5 or 8 taken out in a day. 10 being the highest I can remember, with the average number being 4 or so. And that's not just diminishing Russia's ability to shoot down Ukrainian aircraft. These air defense systems also function as kind of an early warning device. Some of them, the S-300s especially, more capable systems, they can track, or they think they can track, they advertise that they can track incoming HIMARS. I think the Russians have shown, though, categorically that they don't have any system that can interdict incoming HIMARS, or at least they're not doing very much to diminish these barrages. So, short answer is watch Crimea, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see an attack in a week or so.
I'm sorry, Alan, go ahead.
No, Whiskey, if you got a follow-up, go ahead, and then we do have some more hands.
Yeah, just a really quick follow-up. Yeah, the Saki Air Base, I completely agree with you, Chuck. It's amazing how when you talk about the grouped force density and that very precision strikes, some people claimed it was special forces and other nonsense. I think they need to give their head a wobble. And same thing goes with the Kerch Bridge.
It was kind of funny. I got mansplained a couple times about what special operations forces could do on a target, and I just kind of wondered, like, dude, seriously? Seriously, you ever packed 100 pounds of C4 on your back and hit an airfield in 9 o'clock on a weekday morning? Well, you know what? Neither have I. I don't think it's going to work. But thank you for your assessment, and I agree.
That is funny at 9 a.m. on a weekday morning. So we're going to go finance, because I know you're fast, then Alex, then Dr. Paul, and then Matt. Okay, and Chuck, I appreciate all your time up here tonight.
Brother, I appreciate you making sure I don't melt the planet. So greatly appreciated.
Hi, Chuck. As always, thank you for being here. I have a quick question because I don't understand why the Ukrainian armed forces would do something. I know they operate under what you military gentlemen seem to refer to as like really good military logic. So what would be some of the reasoning behind not attacking the Russian units as they were retreating out of the Kherson Oblast across the river? Because you mentioned just now that they did not do that. What would be the reasons around not attacking and just, I believe they were just shelled heavily. What would be the reasons around just shelling and not attacking? Thank you.
Wow, that finance, love your questions always. And that is a good question. The only thing that I can think was that the Russians were doing what the Ukrainians wanted, which was to leave. We know that Ukrainian signals intelligence has been incredible. Their ability to penetrate Russian tactical radio communications has been uniformly excellent during the course of the war. The Russians, of course, helped the Ukrainians by using off-the-shelf unencrypted radios, using transparent brevity codes, of course, getting on these radios with no burst transmission, so simple signal analysis and radio direction finding, and even the cell phones that Russian soldiers are carrying against orders help to reveal their positions. The only thing that I can think, and this is not an inconsiderable reason, is that if the Russians are willing to do something that you want them to do, and you can spare the lives and blood and treasure of your own soldiers by simply pressing them slightly and watching them go, then I guess that was good enough for the Ukrainians. I think the Ukrainians had the ability and they had the troops in position, and they might have indeed met these Russian units when they were on the move. And there is nothing more vulnerable on a battlefield than an enemy unit in retreat. We talked about withdrawing is fighting backwards. That's a very hard thing to do. The military history is complete with hundreds of examples of enemy units that were annihilated when they tried to break contact. That's the only reason that I can think. I think Ukrainian generals felt that it was victory enough to gain the territory, and remember, the Russians may have left, but they all had to pay the toll at the river, and they were almost allowed to leave with what they had on their back and not much more. So I guess that was sufficient.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chuck. So as I recall the order, it was Alex next, then Dr. Paul, then Matt. And Chuck, let me know when your time is looking short, because I'm going to have one final question for you. Alex, you're up.
Thank you very much, Alan and Chuck. So my question may have a bit of a geopolitical bent to it, but Chuck, I visit your Twitter feed regularly during the day, and I have to stop reading the New York Times. It's getting me depressed. But anyway, the editorial that you retweeted by Rajan Menon, I think his name is.
Yeah.
Basically highlighted or the theme. I'll just summarize it for folks that may have not read it, but basically is Ukraine is having some brilliant military accomplishments, but and then it goes into the degradation of the Ukrainian infrastructure, the power grid, the demolition of the Ukrainian economy, et cetera, et cetera. And as I thought about it, and hoping someone will be able to shed some light on this. It seems that, you know, if the Ukrainians were able to push the Russians back over the border by Christmas, you know, it seems that the war cannot end until Putin is gone. And I guess the question is what's being done and to get Putin out of there. And by that I mean, you know, I've heard talk of designating Russia as a terrorist state, which, you know, has some immediate legal implications. The sanctions, you know, we're hearing reports of how porous some of those sanctions are, and so, and you know, Russian has still been able to sustain a you know, trickle in its economy. So I would hate to be at a point where this were all for naught, and you know, that the Russians get driven over the border, but we have a tyrant, a world menace, a deranged character, and so the question is, what could we be doing? What could the world community be doing to see that somehow Putin gets unseated? He's, you know, we heard earlier about how he's protected with his misinformation bubble, and his obsequious oligarchs. So I'd be interested in what your reaction to that editorial was, Chuck, and if there are any other geopolitical, if there's any other geopolitical commentary that could be shared, I would be grateful. Thank you.
Yeah, that I am happy to say that I've become friends with Rajan. I really respect his learning and experience. You know, his take on world affairs is always very interesting to me. I think that one thing, you know, you write an op-ed for the New York Times, and I've actually been able to do that. You don't get a lot of space to say everything that you mean. And I want to put words in Rajan's mouth. In fact, going forward here, when we get bullet points on its feet, definitely going to have Rajan on the show, and we can hear his own take. The Russians are doing everything they can to hurt Ukraine in any way that they can. They think that by interdicting their power grid, civil infrastructure, water, electricity, cellular service, all these things that are necessary for modern civilization, they're going to punish Ukraine. To pull back up to 100,000 feet here, all the damage that's been done to Ukraine by the Russians and all the damage that is yet to be done by them, there is going to be a major European and NATO, EU, United States effort to rebuild Ukraine after this war. It won't all be entirely altruistic. There will be a lot of people who see economic opportunity in helping Ukraine get back on its feet. There have been a couple of countries that recovered quite quickly from incredible devastation. The city of Beirut was almost leveled at the end of the Lebanese civil war. Lebanon is not doing too well lately, but in the middle to late 90s, a building boom and a lot of incoming money came in and basically put Beirut back on the map, arguably better than it had ever been before. I certainly see that happening in Ukraine. Another guest I think we'll have when Bullet Points gets going, a long-serving CIA officer named Douglas London, who wrote an article a couple of weeks ago regarding would Putin use nuclear weapons, and what do we know about Putin as the decider as to whether or not to use those weapons. Doug pointed out that, and something we should all keep in mind, everything Putin does is about Putin. He does not do things for the good of the nation. He has compared himself to Peter the Great. He's compared his foreign policy goals to align with a reestablishment of what might be called a neo-Soviet empire. I was one of those people. I'm always happy to remind everybody that I was wrong at the beginning of this war, because I thought Putin wouldn't possibly invade, because things would blow up in his face and there would be numerous strategic blowback phenomenon. I predicted that if he invaded Ukraine, Finland and Sweden would join NATO, and why would he want to do that? I pointed out that NATO was almost irrelevant 8 months ago, and why would Putin want to do anything to revitalize it? These, as we know, are exactly what happened when he invaded Ukraine. I don't see Putin falling out of power in the near term, barring some incident with his health or some miraculous development. I see him tottering on in power. But importantly, it's not being noticed. It is being noticed in Russia that this war isn't going very well, and that no matter how they try to spin it, casualties are mounting. Almost 80,000 Russian dead right now, 3 times that many wounded. What is that? 320,000 people? That isn't good. And this war was Putin's project. It was Putin's idea. And he undertook it with a military that, it turns out, was woefully unprepared for this task. And I've said it before. To me, this war is at the point that the United States intervention in Vietnam was like in 1968. America was still fighting the war, and America still had considerable armed forces capabilities to put into winning the war. But most people in 1968, and certainly by 1969, realized that the war wasn't going to be won. Daniel Ellsberg decided rather bravely to leak the Pentagon Papers. And that was a top secret study undertaken by clear-eyed officers at the Pentagon who added up all the numbers and said, we're not going to win this war. Mr. Ellsberg wound up going to prison for releasing that war, but it turns out that study, though highly classified and at one point denied by the Pentagon, it was a clear-eyed assessment of the war. We weren't going to win, and we didn't win. I think right now, the Russian intervention in Ukraine, they're at that point. This war is not going to be over. I always say I think this is going to go on for at least 24 more months. That's 2 years. But I don't think the Russian army, the way it is now, can win this war. I don't see it. Putin is going to do everything he can to hold on to what he's got. Ukraine is the size of Texas, and the Russians control, I don't know, somewhere between a sixth and a fifth of it. So if you think of Texas, and you know that, they've got the part from like Houston to Amarillo, maybe less than that. The real gem for Russia is Crimea. That's what they really want to hold on to. Crimea is Ukraine. It's a non-negotiable piece of territory. as is every bit of territory that Putin invaded in 2014. I remember when the 2014 invasion happened, Western militaries were all agog with this new invincible Russian tactic of hybrid war, of sending in unmarked vehicles and troops, and it was an irresistible new mode of combat. That was innovative, and yes, it did take portions of Ukrainian territory, but it was able to do so only because the Ukrainian army was weak and they were unprepared. They are prepared now. They're increasingly well equipped, and the momentum is definitely on their side. I very much respect Rajan's assessment, and I agree with it that infrastructure is a casualty of this war. But I think, and I think Rajan might agree with me, that whatever damage the Russians do, the West is going to work to remedy. And Putin has put back Russian relations with the West 50 years. Whether or not he is in power in 10 years, and he really might not be, Russia has made itself into a pariah nation. Their foreign policy interlocutors, they cannot be trusted. Remember, Mr. Lavrov was out there on the eve of the invasion saying there are no plans to invade Ukraine. This is propaganda. Nobody can take this man personally, seriously. Nobody can trust any Russian promise. And I do agree with you. As long as Putin is in power, the Baltics are in danger. Poland is in danger. Romania is in danger. Moldova continues to be occupied by Russian forces. These are things that Putin has done, and no one is going to be able to undo, and Russia is paying for it.
Russia is paying for it big time. And before you and I check on time remaining, Chuck, we're going to go to Dr. Paul next. Dr. Paul.
Hi, Paul.
Chuck. How are you doing, buddy?
Brother. I'm doing good, sir.
Good. So, you're in a unique position to answer this, I feel. We talk a lot about various capabilities that militaries have, and one of those is obviously special operations, right? And, there's this great story about the real Spetsnaz, the 3rd GRU Spetsnaz Brigade or whatever it's called, kind of getting lit up in Liman because they stayed too long, back in what was October or September. And I wanted to hear what your thoughts are. If what's the total number of the real Spetsnaz, the number, like the true tier 1 units, right? Like how large is that? And then B, do we have any sense of like the casualties that they've incurred since Ukraine, since the war in Ukraine?
Yeah, those are good questions. And Dr. Paul's speaking of a tier 1 unit, and a tier 1 unit in the United States military. Tier 1 units are those units that work for the Joint Special Operations Command. That is a different and separate and smaller. Well, I don't want to say smaller because in terms of funding and capability, their capabilities are not small, but they're completely separate from U.S. SOCOM, which is the United States Special Operations Command. Two of the principal combat units of JSOC are Delta Force and SEAL Team 6. I won't go into the numbers of operators that they have, but let's put it this way: most of us all know each other. It's a little difficult to compare Russian Spetsnaz units to American and NATO special forces. Part of the reason is the Russians Spetsnaz, meaning special forces. They run the gamut from special purpose units to units that work for the GRU, which, as Paul pointed out, is Russian military intelligence. There are special forces units for Oman, which are essentially the armed police or constabulatory forces of Russia. Russian Spetsnaz unit, for example, it could be trained in crowd control. It could be trained in hostage rescue. Lots of special purpose units. They don't always come up to snuff in terms with the capabilities on the NATO side of the coin. We've seen in a couple of Russian hostage rescue situations, a school taken over by Chechens, a theater in Moscow, the attempts to liberate the hostages in both those cases turned into absolute bloodbaths, debacles, fiascos. Hostage rescue interdiction is something that every NATO country has an incredible capability of doing. The Germans have GSG-9. The Americans have SEAL Team 6 and Delta Force. The French have the GIGN. The British have the SAS and the SBS. Western capabilities to deal with a hostage barricade situation, they became so good. That's why terrorists don't do it anymore. That's why if an airliner gets hijacked now, the bad guys crash it. Because if you hijack an airliner and land it somewhere, the SEALs are going to be waiting for you. Delta's going to be waiting for you. You're not going to get away with it. So it doesn't happen anymore. As Paul's pointing out, this Russians in Liman, they took a large special forces unit, Spetsnaz unit, and deployed it in the rearguard action fighting out of Liman. That isn't really what special forces are for. And they're extremely highly motivated, very well trained, very well equipped. But their best use on the battlefield is not dying in place. Their best use on the battlefield is not digging in at a location and fighting till the last man. So for that reason, it's hard to judge their efficacy because they've been so badly used. On the other side of the coin, by every measure, every time that we have seen in the last 10 or 15 years or so, where the Russian special forces have been employed, they haven't done all that well. And what really makes the NATO special forces so good, and in particular JSOC so good, is the money that is put into their training. And I can tell you, in the SEAL teams, we have lost more people in training than we have ever lost in combat. And that is not because the training is badly organized, not because we don't care. It's because we train like we fight. And war fighting is dangerous. And if you're going to be jumping out of an airliner at 40,000 feet, that's dangerous. If you're swimming into a harbor at night on an oxygen rebreather to secretly put operators on board an anchored ship, that's dangerous. If you're breaching a wall in an apartment building with C4 and pouring operators through the hole to shoot live fire in a hostage situation, and believe it or not, folks, we mix live hostages into the target and shoot real bullets. We train like we fight. The Russians haven't been able to adequately fund their operators, and therefore their operations show.
Thanks, Chuck. And Whiskey, you're back up.
I don't know how I'm going to follow up that, Chuck.
You are the man.
No, you are the man. The only thing I was going to add was you're talking about Vietnam, and as you know, we've talked offline. My uncle is a SEAL Team 1, and he did 5 tours in Nam. But the big thing I wanted to bring up was a point that you raised about the duration of Russia extending this war, going out to 24 months or more. And what I wanted to bring up was we're already seeing the sanctions taking their bite on what Russia is able to actually to produce, to regenerate as far as their forces go, whether that's missiles, rockets, or whatever else. But for them, we're talking about the VDV, but the cream of the crust from a Navy standpoint is their actual submarines. And this is something that, again, I'm coming from this, speaking from my family, coming from a Navy background. We watched when the Soviet Union fell in the 90s, what happened to most of their fleet. I think what you brought up about them extending this war is only going to keep turning the turnbuckles on them, and they're just going to keep suffering, and their forces are just, especially when you come to this higher technology, is just going to keep being deteriorated and eaten away and degraded. And I don't feel bad for them whatsoever. Don't get me wrong, but especially when you're dealing with a higher technology like the submarines, that's a huge thing, and that's a big threat to us. That seems the longer they stick in this war is going to be taken out of the equation. I just wanted that. This is something I got listening to you, good sir. Drop some knowledge in the space, and I thank you for that.
Absolutely. Principally the Russian submarine force is part of their nuclear triad, meaning their ballistic missile submarines are considered, and rightly so, to be the most survivable portion of their strategic nuclear capability. During the late Cold War, Admiral Gorshkov was the leader of the Russian Navy. He famously said that the principal warship of the Soviet Union was the submarine, and the Russians had more submarines than anyone else. But no one has lost more submarines in peacetime than the Soviet Navy. And the Russian Navy, they also continued to bleed from the front, because no Navy has lost more submarines at sea than the Russian Navy, partly because the way that they're built. But I'd also suggest, circling back to our Spetsnaz analogy, because they're also not trained well enough. And as finance often says, and I love listening to him because I agree with him, no bucks, no Buck Rogers, right? If you don't have the money to train your people, then their performance is just not going to come up to your expectations. And overlaid on that, in every branch of the Russian armed forces, they have a negative force that the NATO forces don't have, and that is the corruption that exists from every barracks and troop bay, to sergeants beating up recruits and taking their gear, straight up the chain of command to colonels and captains who are working staff tours and divert contracts and accept kickbacks for shoddy goods, and straight up into the ranks of flags and general officers who are also corrupt, and who also treat the property of the state at their command. They treat it as their own personal goods. And right now, there's a Russian soldier shivering in the woods of Ukraine because the 1.5 million winter uniforms that were supposed to be going to Ukraine wound up getting sold out of some warehouse. One thing that we can see as a measure of Russian corruption are the number of military officers who, air quotes, commit suicide every week. And interestingly, this week, there was a Russian Marine infantry colonel, naval infantry colonel, who shot himself to death, suicide, in his Vladivostok office, except when the police arrived, there were 5 shell casings on the floor, making him perhaps the first guy in history to make really sure that he had shot himself in the head, because he did it 5 times.
Yeah, I saw that item too, Chuck. So I think we're still doing pretty well on time. I just want to remind folks to retweet this space. This is the first edition of Bullet Points with Chuck Farrer here on MriyaReport.org. And Chuck is going to be here every Thursday and Tuesday and Thursday every week to take a look at the battlefield, to think about strategy, to review what Ukrainians have for opportunities and what the Russian invaders are doing. We're going to have Chuck with a special guest that he invites also. So please mark your calendars. Look for Bullet Points every Tuesday and Thursday here on Maria Report. Dr. Paul, if Chuck has time for your question, you're next.
Absolutely, Paul.
Okay, great. Yeah, so just a quick follow-up. Yeah, and I do talk really fast, like language, so my apologies. But before, I just I want to know if you have a sense of the total number of the Spetsnaz. Is it 1,000, 4,000? And do we have any sense, and it's okay if you don't know the answer, of what the casualty count is of the various Spetsnaz units? Pick your choice of which one.
I think in Soviet times, there were approximately 50,000 troops that were called Spetsnaz. That was then. I don't think that number is as high now. There are some units called Spetsnaz. Actually, I sort of put them in a different category. There's 2 sorts of things that really good special operations forces can do. The first thing are clandestine operations, and a clandestine operation would include, for example, a scout and a sniper who look like bushes and are out there and are going to take a long distance shot at a general shaving at his mirror 800 yards away. That's a clandestine operation. SEAL Team 6 landing on your roof and jumping on your balcony and shooting Osama bin Laden, as daring as that operation was, as deep as it was, that also was a clandestine operation. I can tell you one of the last things that happened before those guys jumped out of that helicopter is the Velcro American flags went onto their flight suits. America is very scrupulous about that. When you go into combat, you are identified. Even if it's SEAL Team 6, you've got an American flag on your shoulder, and you are therefore in the Geneva Convention, you are identified as a combatant, and your nationality can be discerned. There is this gray area that both Delta Force, SEAL Team 6, and some other units maintain, and that is the ability to conduct a covert operation. And a covert operation is that in which at some point of your operation, you are pretending to be somebody else. You're not depending on self and secrecy of your movement and inserting unexpectedly, although all of that could be part of a covert operation. A covert operation is when you pretend to be something else. At one point in my career, I pretended to be a guy who delivered sailboats for a living. That was a good cover for me because I like to sail. I like to sail blue water, ocean-going sailboats. I could always talk about it, and it explained what a gringo like me was doing in some weird places around the world, and that seemed to work pretty well. The Russians have developed, and they remain with a pretty significant capability of conducting covert operations. I think just recently in Bulgaria, a covert Russian reconnaissance element was engaged by some guards at a military manufacturing plant. These Russian forces, several men and a woman, they actually sprayed some sort of toxin onto the sentries that discovered them. They attempted to get away, but they were wrapped up by the Bulgarian authorities. They were carrying passports, numerous passports, that it didn't belong to them. They had entered the country by various means and mechanisms and various routes and had changed identity several times. That's a covert operation. That Bulgarian operation wasn't the first. We had the Skripal poisonings. That was conducted by a covert GRU outfit. Some people have been arrested recently in the Nordic countries, Sweden and Norway especially. Person with dual citizenship, Israeli and Russian, was also carrying a number of different passports. He was flying drones near Norwegian industrial sites. Individual was arrested in Finland recently as a Russian spy. He was carrying a Brazilian passport. These are capabilities that a very few Russian Spetsnaz units possess. Now, these aren't the kind of guys that would likely get left holding the bag in Liman, but one click down from that unit, there are some very capable Russian special operations forces, units that could be used for deep penetration, reconnaissance, surveillance, direct action missions, assassinations, high value target interdictions behind Ukrainian lines, but they're not used for that. They're less and less used for that, and they're more and more used as shock troops. And as the Russians' offensive capabilities wane, these special forces wind up, like I said, fighting a rear guard action and holding the bag. And as long as the Russians keep misusing those forces and grinding them up like that, the better it is for us. And again, this is just another one of those things. And as Napoleon said, don't interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake. And if you want to squander those guys and all that money you've put into their training, go right ahead.
Hey, Chuck, we want to welcome up Yehuda, who has come in for the last inning here. Yehuda, what do you have for us?
Well, it's kind of like when your neighbor's moving and he's done loading the truck, you go over and ask, "You need any help? Can I help anyone?"
Yeah,
oh, you're already done. You're already done. Okay.
Yeah. How are you,
just
brother?
Kidding. I'm well, and you?
I'm good. I'm good. You missed Axel. He actually went to bed. So I wonder what's wrong with the world.
Seriously, crazy. I jumped in and Navy SEALs jumping on your bed and on your what do you call it, your balcony. I thought it was kind of like surprise birthday party, Navy style or something. and then I realized you're talking about something else. Definitely wouldn't want you jumping on the bed or on the balcony off the roof. That's great. Hey, I do want to just give a little update, if you don't mind, Chuck, and maybe we can
Oh,
amplify
please
it.
do. Absolutely.
You know, we're here at MriyaReport. We're a volunteer organization filled with people from around the world. You might be surprised to know we're not even an organization. We don't have a charter. We're not a company. We're just people that think the same and feel the same and want to do the right thing by what's going on in the world. So I think that's what makes it really special and organic. But one of the organizations we support, along with the many good ones that we know, MriyaAid, as you know, a while back, some individuals made some spurious claims that were untrue. And I guess what they were going to do was do an audit after a year, because most companies do an audit, or even charities. But they did it after 6 months, just to prove, if there was any how do you call it, confusion. The audit took 2 months apparently, because there was something like 5 currencies, and crypto counted as a currency, and there was donations in kind. I think there are millions of dollars of donations, don't want to say donated, given to the organization, like medical supplies and all that good stuff, and firefighting equipment, and clothes, and bandages, and all that stuff. And so it finally came out, and it is on their webpage, or it's on their something or other, their Twitter feed. So you can actually go and look at their financials and all of their records. It's a very detailed and thorough audit. Not that we thought of anything less, not that we thought anything was untoward, but I think probably as far as the aid organizations go, I don't know of an aid organization since Ukraine started that's done an audit. So they also say that 100% of the donations go to the cause for Ukraine. They also say that 0% of the donations go to administrative costs. Do you know, Chuck, what is an administrative cost? What's considered an administrative cost in addition to staplers and pizza parties?
Well, I do know that no one's ever bought me a tank of gas or a cell phone battery.
There you go. Well, what else? One thing that is an administrative cost is the audit accounting. Yeah. So I just want to let everyone know. I'm going to be a jerk and say it. I think the audit cost $15,000.
Ouch.
15,000 smackaroos. Do you know who paid for the audit? Anyone want to guess?
I think I know the guy.
The volunteers at MriyaAid. So I want to let it be known here. We're letting you know that those people, those mom and dads and grandmas and grandpas and sons and daughters, who volunteer at that organization, coughed up 15 grand so they can demonstrate their honesty to the world. And sure enough, all of the money they raised and all of the things that they got donated and sent to Ukraine to help people, everything adds up. Wow, what a shocker. Water's wet. But I just think it's pretty awesome. So when people ask why we work with some groups and not others, we work with the best, the people. Again, because all of us here are volunteers. You might wonder, what does it cost to do this? Well, we've got people that pay for the website and pay for email accounts. I didn't know you had to pay for them, but sometimes you do, and then servers, and then all the nerdy computer stuff that I don't understand. They do all of that, and in addition, they buy phones for some of the host phones for the account. They run 24 hours a day. All of that, for example, MriyaReport, is paid for by the people who volunteer. We don't ask you to pay for it. It's someone says, you know what, I have them. I can afford it. I'll buy it, and I'll run the account. So it's just really heartwarming, I think. And I think it's a feel-good story for everyone that so many good people around the world want to do the right thing and help out. And I just wanted to mention it today because I'm very proud of our friends at MriyaAid. Their audit's out. It's complete. It's I don't know if anyone wants to link it, but further to that point, I'm not going to slag the big charities. I've seen like those. Anyone's seen those internet memes that say United Way, Red Cross, X amount goes to charity, and then like 80% goes to admin costs or something crazy like that, or marketing. It's honestly been an honor and a pleasure to work with people like Maria Aid and all the great folks there that do all that hard, amazing work, and on top of it, they pay for their own audit. Not even a cent. So every time someone sends money to Maria Aid, that money didn't even go for the audit. Now you might say, why would they do it? Because they're that committed. So I just think it's great. So I want to tip the hat and say thank you to our friends at Maria Aid if you want to go visit them. And guess what? If you donate to them now, they can't use that money for the audit because they've made the decision that they're a 100% charitable organization. They don't have to. They're non for profit. They could literally take donation money and pay for the audit, but they don't. So I think that's the bee's knees to me, and I think that deserves a lot of respect. What do you think, Chuck?
I think it says everything about you and this organization and all of the people listening and all of the moderators all around the world who put in their time and their effort and their hard work and who really put out for this organization. And the only thing they don't do is put out their hand. They don't take anything. And Yehuda is right. Look, there are no pizza parties. There's no Maria Aid Gala. There's never going to be one of those. That ain't the way we roll.
I just want to clarify that the Maria Aid, though, like we can't take credit for them, but because they're separate. But even here at MriyaReport, we don't stick our hand out either. So no, I just think it's amazing. But if anyone wants to talk about that for a second, because it is something that's been, I do get a lot of questions. Hey, when is that audit coming out? Feel free to come up. I don't know if anyone's from Maria Aid is on, but I'd love for them if they want to come up and chat. And I just think it's amazing. It's cool stuff. Sorry, go ahead, Chuck. I just wanted to clarify the difference, the distinction between the two. That's all.
Yes, absolute distinction. And MriyaReport is it is literally the first of its kind. And Yehuda has these numbers, but Yehuda, wasn't this the fastest growing Twitter space on the platform? And didn't it have the most listeners on any Twitter space? Am I right in hearing that?
Right. So we used to have some numbers, sometimes as much as 20,000, 30,000 at a time at any given time. That's just at the beginning of the invasion. I think more people were dialed in, but consistently, I don't think it's even a question. We're here all the time, but primarily, Chuck. Honestly, we're almost at 1,000 again today. Over the course of a day, we might get 7, 10,000, 15,000 listeners. But really, what's really important is that we're consistent and we're here and we haven't given up. And we've been through trials and tribulations, bad actors here or there. No one's been able to stop it because the reality is the cause is bigger than the people. And it's not about one person or a group of people. It's about the collective spirit that we all share. And it's I'm honored to honestly volunteer with people to do this on a regular basis. So thanks again to everyone. And why don't we grab a hand there? I don't know who anyone want to chime in a bit? Financial types. Are you a financial professional there, David? Have you ever heard of a charity that doesn't take money out to pay for its own audit?
Well, you guys are the best. I mean, the whole concept of 24/7, whoever came up with that was just fantastic. As far as charities and all of those sorts of things, I'll leave you guys to your own devices. As far as what Chuck's contribution is, and I've told him in calls like this before, he's just my go-to. He's the best. Sober, clean, crisp. It's better than any news that I could get anywhere on the planet. That includes the Telegraph, the Times, CNN, MSNBC, just hands down. So thank you, Chuck.
Thank you. Undeserved
I
praise,
did,
but I greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
and if I may lean on Chuck's sort of expertise here a little bit on reading the tea leaves, I kind of have a hypothesis that President Putin is sort of kind of the Bond villain nemesis and a lot of the sort of bad things going on in the planet. And I kind of remember when we had a fire base in Syria that got sort of quote unquote attacked by little green men, which was repelled triumphantly. The numbers are insane, but Chuck, are you seeing any connection between, let's say, the tentacles being retracted from the current Russian state, and now all of a sudden there's some loosening going on in Iran? And are we seeing any other parts of the planet sort of kind of, becoming more free as Ukraine is sort of fighting this valiant fight in Europe?
Well, the answer is kind of exactly yes and no. We have seen some Wagner people pulled out of sub-Saharan Africa. Particularly Mali comes to mind. Some other dictatorships where the Wagner forces, not so much, but part of their mission, backing up the local despot, but also serving as security so that warlords could extract strategic minerals and make sure that those minerals go to Russia. Some of those forces have been returned and redeployed to fight in Ukraine. About 500 Syrian combatants, some of them, including Islamic militants, have been deployed in Ukraine. These Syrian troops and units are mostly used for security in the rear areas of occupation, but they are there. There's some very good articles in this month's Foreign Affairs by some very smart people. And implicit in some of these articles is actually a warning that as Putin's position in Ukraine becomes a heavier and heavier burden, I think that we can expect Russia to act out in ways around the world covertly. I think that we can expect more. For example, Russian election interference. I think possibly you can expect Russia to revert to an old Soviet ploy, which was to arm and train anti-Western terrorists. I think we're going to see more hacking. I think we're going to see more cyber attacks on, for example, power grids. I think we may see some more industrial sabotage, notably what we saw in the Nord Stream pipeline. I think some Norwegian facilities, some Finnish facilities may be at risk. And the harder this gets for Putin and the more of a slog it becomes, the more I expect him to act out. So, yes, they have pulled back some of their unconventional forces and redeployed them to Ukraine, but I expect more trouble. More gray zone operations from Russia in consequences in reaction to their military reverses in Ukraine. Yehuda, you're kind of in my orbit. What do you think?
I'm sorry, I did tuned off for a second. I had to do something.
What are you doing having a parental moment there, man?
Yeah, I'll be right back. Sorry about that.
That's
Sorry.
okay. Anyway, that's that's what I'm observing, and I hate paying for anything, but if you can get on the Foreign Affairs website, I think it might be the cover story. There was also there's a very interesting article in there as well. A Russian diplomat who was working in arms control in Switzerland. He talked about the sort of decline of the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and he watched how his own superiors and Mr. Lavrov on down, who, believe it or not, when he first got into foreign affairs, many people in his organization saw him as a breath of fresh air. But we've watched him descend into becoming an obsequious clown, and is one of the reasons why Mr. Putin doesn't get any good information. And he's one of the people who makes sure that no one speaks truth to power in Russia, and that is always a liability.
Chuck, I know we're headed into overtime here with you. I don't know exactly when Yehuda is going to come back, and if you have to jump off, that's fine. I want to remind everyone again, Tuesdays and Thursdays with Chuck Farrer, bullet points. And I'm going to save what I thought would be the last question tonight for next Tuesday, but I'll just give you something to think about, Chuck. It's about Crimea, and it's about something I have in mind, and it would look like Fortress Crimea. So we can talk about that next week if your time is up.
Alan, I'm going to have to jump, but I will let us definitely talk about Fortress Crimea. One thing I'll say to everybody: next Tuesday, your homework is to whip out the map of Ukraine and take a close look at the northern part of the Crimean Peninsula, and take a look at the terrain. Take a look at those water features I mentioned. And most importantly, take a look at the two principal road axes, and let's inform yourself on whether that is good or bad for defending Crimea, and what opportunities that might present for the Ukrainian forces who are definitely going to take that place back. But Alan, I want to thank you. Thank you so much for keeping me from harming everyone who's listening. and thank you for guiding me through this, and I promise I'm going to get better.
Chuck, you're fantastic. Again, thank you so much for your time tonight. It is always a pleasure to welcome you here. You know you're welcome anytime, and you do come up throughout the day when news is hot. And boy, that means so much to everyone here at MriyaReport.
Alan, thanks so much. And listen, I love working with you, brother. And thank you, everybody. And I'm sure I'll see you before next Tuesday. But again, thanks very much. And Yehuda, I'll give you a hug too. And thank you, everybody. Thanks for the great questions. Good night, everybody. Thanks again, Alan.
Thank you, Chuck, and good night. And just to pick up where Yehuda left off, for everyone here, please follow MriyaReport.org, retweet this space, go take a look at MriyaReport.org on the web, and more importantly, go to MriyaAid.org. It's here where you can ask questions of experts like Chuck Farrer and learn and understand. But it's at MriyaAid.org where you can put your understanding about what's happening in Ukraine right now into action. You can stand side by side, shoulder by shoulder, with every Ukrainian citizen who is literally fighting for survival right now in Ukraine. Yehuda mentioned some audit information about MriyaAid.org. It's been posted at MriyaAid.org. You can take a look at it, a quick overview with pie charts and that kind of thing. But you will see every dollar you contribute goes to Ukraine. It goes to providing first aid kits, food, medical equipment, reconnaissance drones, body armor, all kinds of non-lethal aid. Tourniquets are a great example of something that is desperately needed on the front lines of Ukraine. Tourniquets save lives, and they need them every single day. So, folks, retweet this space. Go over to MariaAid.org, see what you can do. Okay, thanks. We're going to continue here. Just give me one moment to bring a couple of folks up, and we'll also go through some more hands. Whiskey, you're next, then Ray. Whiskey.
Hey, thanks, Alan. Just one thing I wanted to kind of share with the audience tonight that kind of echoes what I think Yehuda was saying as far as supporting Maria Aid. I got a phone call this morning from a dear friend of the space that we all know, Ryan. He gave me a call at 5 o'clock this morning, 5 a.m. I was already well awake. I get up at 4 a.m. I was sitting on the back porch. The sun was not up yet, but my phone was ringing and it was Ryan. And I was like, oh my God, I'm so happy to hear from this guy. And he called me and he was, driving south of Kiev. I'm not going to say what he was doing, but he was doing good work that relates to Maria Aid and giving support to Ukraine. But he called me and he needed to he needed some help diagnosing some trouble that he was having with the vehicle he had. So we quickly went through that. We sorted it out, got him back on the road. It was snowing, it was cold, but I was so thankful to hear his voice, to connect with him again, and to get him through that. And I was so thankful that he called me, of all people, to get him through that. So once we got him back on the road, he called me back and we spent the next, I think it was like half hour, 45 minutes, just catching up, like old friends, just talking about life, what's been going on, like what everybody's been doing to support Ukraine. And, it was a treat. It was really special. Here's my friend on the ground that has supported this amazing space, both as a co-host and a person on the ground, doing what they could. They weren't happy sitting on the couch, doing what they could there. They actually, he got off his couch and he got down on the ground and was doing everything he could. And it meant a lot to me that he called me to help actually support him. And that doesn't matter. What actually matters was that I could actually support him and what he was doing.
Whiskey, that is such a cool story. And I just want to fill in a little bit for all the listeners here that, Ryan was co-host here. He's a young, able-bodied man from Oklahoma, and he was inspired to go to Ukraine. And our hope every day here at MriyaReport is that people will be inspired to go to MariaAid.org and make a contribution. We can't all make the decision to find our way to Ukraine and become a humanitarian worker like Ryan, but we can all find our way to MariaAid.org and give what we can. I just, Whiskey, want to move on to one more hand, and then I'll circle back to you because your story is great. But I do want to catch Ray here. He's been up for a while. Ray, go ahead.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can, but you're chirping like a bird. Yeah, I think you might have an audio problem there, Ray. Do you want to just try one more time? Yeah, Ray. So what you want to do is drop back down and request again to become a speaker, and we'll bring you back up. But you definitely have an audio problem. Well,
Is this better now?
yes, it is much better, loud and clear.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Was trying out a new headset and I guess it's not working very well. This is actually a question for I guess Yehuda if he's back up. What Chuck had mentioned about like potentially Russia misbehaving when things are not going well reminded me of some news back in October when the underwater cable connecting Scotland and the Shetland Islands, which in turn would connect out to the Faroes, that was damaged, and there was no telephone or internet connection to those islands. And it came right on the heels of the Nord Stream pipeline being damaged. And I was wondering if anybody has gotten any more information, because if as we suspect, this may be something that the Russians were up to. This is this is cause for war. I mean, if the Russians were caught doing this, there could be some very serious repercussions. So I was wondering if anybody has any more additional information on this, or has NATO basically just kept quiet about this?
I saw that item too, Ray, in the news. I don't have any new specific information about that incident. I do know that United Kingdom and some North Sea bordering countries have taken a look into it. There has been some unusual traffic in the Baltic, in the North Sea, of Russian vessels and of NATO planes watching what is happening. But no, there's no news, new news about that. But yeah, it's no time to be cutting communication cables anywhere in the Baltic or the North Sea, given what's going on in Ukraine. I want to welcome Finance up as co-host. You and I have promised to talk about sanctions. I don't know if we're going to do that tonight. Could be our last chance. I don't know.
Now's as good a time as any. You want to ask the question?
Oh my God, we'd be talking about sanctions for 2 hours. But so my basic thing about sanctions finance is, like the majority of people, I don't understand them. The very first thing I see is a headline that says sanctions, and so I applaud. This is great. And then I expect something to happen to the Russian economy immediately. Nothing happens, and I'm left thinking sanctions don't work. Then someone comes along and says, well, just wait until secondary sanctions. So my basic question is, what is the difference between sanctions and secondary sanctions?
All right. There's a lot of questions in there, so let's get a quick review. One, sanctions do work, but they take time. They don't work today, right? So if let's take a business we all probably use, Walmart. Walmart's a really big business. If you were to shut down the ability of Walmart to buy 20% of what's in their stores, they'd still be in business, but they're not going to be selling as much stuff, and it would take them a while to figure out how to get new things to stock the shelves with, if they could find that at all. if some of the things you've prevented them from buying, nobody else makes, they're kind of hosed. So that's kind of the way sanctions work. But they take time to get through to really affect an economy. In the case of Russia, they took not as long as actually some people like me expected, and they are really having an impact. So the Russian economy was projected to grow this year. The war would have hurt it somewhat, especially the way they've conducted it, but the sanctions have hurt it significantly further. So they now have a massive hole in their budget, which used to be in surplus. Their economy is shrinking drastically, and insofar as we can guess what the best numbers are, they have politicized all of their statistics agencies. So Russian statistics are no longer trustworthy. But insofar as we can get data out of Russia, for instance, production numbers from their car factories are down 95%. So I'm not really sure how they're going to make the ladas that they're promising for all these dead soldiers. Yeah, that's the kind of thing going on in Russia. To say that it's really bad would be an understatement. Their internal inflation, the numbers are on the low end 20 to 30%. On the high end, we're hearing, the higher end estimates are up to 50%. I don't think it's as low as 20. So they are working. And importantly, Russia doesn't make a lot of really key components. One I regularly harp on, or not harp on, I celebrate in the space, is the Swedish, unlike the German bad boys of Siemens and Heidenhaus, stopped selling to them, and the Swedes own the company that made them the ball bearings for all their trains, and Russia hasn't found fit to set up another company that can make them train ball bearings. So their rolling stock has been coming offline in pretty high numbers, and it's becoming a critical problem because they cannot replace or fix ball bearings when they go bad, which at the rate they use their trains is pretty high. So original sanctions, they are in fact working, but they're working kind of slowly, and they could be significantly more complete. We'll get back to that. Secondary sanctions.
I was going to say, Finance, I love that example about the ball bearings because sanctions work in very specific ways. I mean, when you read about targeted sanctions, they are truly targeted. I know it's not like my father telling me, Alan, you're not going to get your allowance this week because you didn't do your homework or you didn't do your chores or something like that. And if he didn't give me my allowance, I was out 50 cents and I never got it. But I do understand sanctions work. And with secondary sanctions, they are continuously tightened. And this is especially important in the energy sector. Am I right about that?
Yeah, but it's actually more important in the industrial production sector than the energy sector. So I'm being sent jokes by the listeners. All right. The secondary sanctions are when you say, hey, your products are winding up in Russia. So if you're going to sell to Russia, you can't sell to us, and us is the United States of America or the UK or all of the above. So the way secondary sanctions work is you go tell suppliers or people doing business with Russia that they have a choice. They can do business with Russia or they can do business with you. And Russia, for the most part, is not that big a market compared to selling to the European market or the US market or many other very large markets. So secondary sanctions are where you hit the people who do business with Russia. They are a big deal on Russian oil because you go after the people who ship the oil out of Russia, and you go after the people who provide the key parts. We'll get back to this again, technological import, and the key people to run the difficult and technologically advanced Russian oil sector. So the Russian oil sector is built around difficult to drill oil, and so it takes a lot of high quality, very skilled people and high quality, very high-end parts to drill and move all of that oil and gas out of these formations, and they don't make all that internally. So they have to import that. The Russian economy, because of its mafia nature, is good at strip mining. Its people is good at strip mining its resources, oil and gas especially, and sending it outside. It is terrible at building technology and higher end stuff. It does not have an innovative anything. It does not have an innovative manufacturing sector to speak of. It does not make the machines that make machines. Because of that, the Soviet Union, by the way, did have that. It wasn't efficient, but it had it. Russia doesn't have that at all. It can't put it up. It can't make it. It cannot turn cash into ball bearing factories like a normal capitalist economy could. So because of that, they are uniquely a good target for sanctions, because you can stop all those needed parts getting into their factories shut down, or their trains shut down because they can't get those parts in. So those are the key things to think about when you're looking at sanctions. Again, while the oil coming out is the bigger headline, because everyone knows how high the price of oil and gas is when they fill their car up, everyone is very used to thinking of that, and we know how much money they make. In the case of Russia, far more important than the oil coming out is the machine parts going in. Because if Russia exports oil all day, all it can get is cash. But as I just said, it cannot turn cash into anything without being able to import the anything. What it needs to have stuff that goes boom, a military industrial complex, is imported high-end machine tools, mostly from Europe. Their major importers are Europe. They don't get theirs from the US. We make them here too. But we're talking Germany, number one, Siemens and Heidenhaus again. Czechia, also Northern Italy and France make this stuff. Poland actually makes some. You could get it from South Korea or Taiwan as well. If it sounds like China is absent from this list, it's because they are. For the most part, China, though having different holes, has similar structural problems to Russia, and also imports their machine tools. So Russia needs to import all of that stuff. So if you shut down their import of high-end machine tools, you shut down their military-industrial complex, not like for the war, because it will take them a very long time to fix it, and it's not like they can focus on it right now. If we haven't noticed, they've got a few problems on their hands.
I also saw today that mobilization has sucked about 400,000 workers out of the Russian defense industries. And yes, they do have factories that make missiles and ammunition and that kind of thing. But now they are being forced to buy ammunition, missiles from South Korea, Iran. I don't know who they're going to ask next, maybe Cuba or Nicaragua.
North Korea. South Korea is not selling to them.
Yep. Sorry. Sometimes I miss my direction. North Korea, absolutely. But in any event, we are going to witness, I guess, over the next 3 to 6 months, maybe longer. Finance, I leave it up to you. This kind of slow motion collapse of the entire Russian economy.
So we've already witnessed it, right? Like the Russian economy has been in collapse for a while. It's already a complete another, what's the polite word? I'm not trying to keep it a G-rated show. It's already a shiitake fest, a shiitake show. There you go. I can say shiitake show, right? We like mushrooms here. We support eating mushrooms. Anyways, yeah, it's a complete shiitake show there in Russia for their economy, and it's just getting worse. Not being in SWIFT is a problem for moving your money around legally. Makes it much harder to get people in and out. They've lost 30 years of foreign direct investment, disappeared in the first months of the war. They've had all of their major, while sure you could look at them nationalizing their oil industries as them being able to steal the oil and gas infrastructure that's there, they can't run it, upgrade it, and build it and develop it without that foreign money and that foreign expertise, and who in the world is going to invest $2 billion in Russia again after so many people just wrote off so many investments? So given how much they just had to write off, like their oil and gas sector may well be headed the direction of Venezuela's more than anybody else's, or some much larger version of Venezuela's oil and gas sector. And yes, this is I don't know how slow motion this is, but the fact that Russia went from being able to claim it was in surplus, everything was good, and they could sort of lie and say stuff was holding together with the mobilization and the budget deficit that not even they can hide, and the internal inflation that they're not going to be able to hide. Like, there's too many cracks in the system for them to not show that Humpty Dumpty has fallen off the wall. And now it's just, a question of how low can you go? They're kind of playing economy limbo for the next year. And unfortunately, democracy, there is no human rights. And they're going to shamble forward as some horrific, nasty zombie economy that doesn't care about consumer goods or outcomes for their citizens, and just continues making genocidal weapons of war as the war continues to grind on, and they continue to commit atrocity across Ukraine and frankly against their own people as well. So sadly, that's what I'm expecting, because just because it's really bad doesn't mean it will force them to stop. What would force them to stop would be a complete bricking of their computerized machine parts, which might be possible if Siemens was playing ball. And what might force them to stop would be a complete ban and actually preventing those computer machine tools from getting in there. And they're currently being sold through, especially Turkish cutouts right now. You set up a shell company in Turkey, you sell to said shell company, and then that Turkish company sells it on to Russia. That's how this game's being played now. That's got to stop. So that would put even more pressure on them, because that pressures the actual military-industrial complex and their ability to make stuff that goes boom. So that's really what I regularly focus on in this space, even more than the oil, more than pretty much anything. It's stop their ability to industrially produce stuff.
So, Finance, you mentioned Siemens. Is Siemens still doing business in Russia? I know the Yale School of Management has assembled a list of companies that continue to do business in Russia. And some of these are honestly meaningless consumer goods companies, like Mars Candy Company. I mean, do we really care if candy bars are still being made in Russia? Yes, in a way we do. But if Siemens is still working in Russia, that's a much bigger deal.
Well, if you ask Siemens, they're not in Russia. But that's a load of bullpucky. So Siemens may not be in Russia directly, just as the Chechnya company that makes all the machine tools and high-end lathes that are the entire Russian missile systems are built on aren't in Russia. But pictures come out from their factories, and there's their products right there in the factory. There's their lathes. How'd that happen? So yes, their stuff's in Russia. Yes, it got there. And I don't know how it happened, but somehow they are able to push updates that Russian firms are able to update their computerized machine tools that they bought from Siemens, often via cutout. And Siemens knows this is going on. They won't admit to it. They certainly won't say it publicly, but they used to say it publicly, even post 2014. Russians have definitely said it publicly. They're currently hiding it in their revenue numbers, but they know their stuff gets there, and they have found ways to get their updates to people on the ground in Russia. So if their machine parts, computer machine manufacturing, right? Modern manufacturing, it used to require super skilled people running basic machines to build in high-end parts. Now you have a medium skilled person running a super skilled, super advanced machine building a high-end part. Gives you much more consistent parts. Makes it much faster to train somebody up to use that machine. It's kind of like learning to use Excel now instead of having to spend 5 years apprenticing just to work, old machine tools. That said, you need to update it just like you need to update your Microsoft Office every few years. Except you don't update it every few years. You update it a lot more than that. These are computers. They're computer machine tools. So because they are regularly updated and calibrated, that requires tech support. And the tech support from Siemens has been decentralized to get itself into Russia. That's still going on. It also means it could be totally reversed out if James Bond walked himself into the CEO of Siemens' office, put his gun to the guy's head, and made him do the thing. This, by the way, is evidence that James Bond is fiction because it hasn't happened yet. Also, evidence James Bond is fiction. Prigozhin is alive. If there was ever a Bond villain, it's that guy. So, James Bond sadly doesn't exist. Siemens CEO, also a supervillain, does exist. They are pushing out updates that are getting themselves into Russia. They have to know what's occurring. They're fully aware that their parts got into Russia, that Russia is a major purchaser of all of their stuff. I'm not sure how much got into Russia since the war is going on, though the amount that they are importing from Turkey has risen so much. My guess is it's not zero, they being Russia. But yeah, they're still pushing updates. So if they're still pushing updates, that means that knowledge to push the updates and whatever's coming out of Siemens has gotten decentralized its way to whatever local computer forums and whatever else is needed for Russian guys to get the updates. So yeah, that's going on. It happens.
Finance, thanks. This is the first time I've actually understood sanctions and secondary sanctions in a concrete way. So that kind of learning only happens here at MriyaReport. And with that, because it's about dark 30 over in Kyiv, I'm going to sign off for the night. And Finance, you do have two hands in line, Greg and Ray, and I am assuming you can see them. Yes?
Yeah, absolutely. I just answered your questions while you were still here because you've been asking me about this for like 3 nights in a row or something, and I wanted to help you out before you go. Thank you very much, Alan. It's a pleasure to be up here with a true professional who's been hosting and doing media longer than some of us have been alive. Please take that as a compliment, and truly appreciate it. I believe Charles will be joining me as co-host, and I would love to go to our hands. Ray's talked most recently, so Gregory, you're up, then Ray. Gregory.
Hey, Finance, quick question. How much funds have been frozen by the west of Russia, and could those be handed over to Ukraine? Is that an act of Congress, or can the president do that? Obviously, that's just in the U.S., but what about those frozen funds?
Excellent question. 200 billion Russian central bank assets in the U.S. alone. We are the #1 holder of most central bank assets because the Fed is just really big. That's in mostly dollars. There is $240 billion in liquid currency. So that is dollars, euros, yen, maybe some Swiss francs. That is held outside of Russia. That is frozen. That is their central bank assets. I actually had a finance friend think that they wouldn't go to war because the hell would leave all those assets outside of Russia when they could have just wired them home over the course of like a week or two, the month before the war started, and they didn't. This, by the way, is evidence that either Navaluna was either out of the loop or not as good as people say she is at her job. So could that money be sent to Ukraine? Yes, it could be. Is there a legal process to do it? Maybe. Declaring Russia a terrorist state would give Ukraine a claim. It would possibly come behind any American with a claim against the Russian Empire for its dirty deeds. Given its global history of dirty deeds, there's a lot of Americans, Ukrainian and otherwise, that would have a lot of claims against the Russian Federation for their dirty deeds. They probably need to add an extra law or go through our court system to seize those funds and move it. Congress could also pass a one-time law to do things like change the custody of the assets. So they could pass a one-time law to like allow the custody to change to a country being attacked. Say, change the custody to Ukraine. So the assets are still frozen, but we could move them to Ukraine's custody, the Ukrainian central bank in Ukraine. And then it would be under Ukrainian jurisdiction. And I'm sure the Ukrainian courts could find lots of reasons that the Russian Federation has committed atrocities and, in fact, could seize those assets there, and that would be out of our hands. Yes. So you are looking at legal maneuvering needs to occur that has not occurred to move from frozen, which is your assets stay here, to seized, which is they're no longer your assets. It's 240 billion in central bank assets that's liquid, that's cash, or bonds that are like cash. A U.S. Treasury can be bought and sold so easily, we think of that like cash. There's another 110 billion, but I believe that number may have grown by 120 billion. And that's, think real estate, yachts, other stuff that's owned by either the Russian Federation or Russian oligarchs that has been seized by foreign governments. So Britain, Canada, US, Europe, etc. This is all owned. The ownership here is going to be harder to work through, right? If it's owned by a person, you know, Gennady Bogolubov is a Ukrainian-Russian former oligarch of Ukraine. He lived for a while in London. How exactly you seize his assets is just a very different discussion than seizing an asset that traces itself back to Putin. So this kind of action is going on at present. And Canada, I'd like to give a shout out to all our Canadian friends, Yehuda Battlemoose, some of our esteemed leaders here at MriyaReport, and our many, many Canadian friends that help us on the space and come up to talk and come up, to co-host. The Canadians are leading the way in just seizing everything Russian and handing it over to Ukraine. Sadly, they don't control everything, but they do control a decent amount of stuff. So, that's been I think, millions of dollars of seized Russian assets that are heading to their new rightful owners, the Ukrainian owners. So that's the way I think it should be done. The way it should be done would be handing them back to Russia. I hope that the U.S., the U.K. Will follow suit of Canada and seize all those Russian assets and hand the beneficial ownership over to the government of Ukraine. We could really use the money right now to fight this genocidal war off. So I hope that answers your question. Yes, I think we lost the questioner. So hopefully that answered his question. We're going to move on to Ray and then Lena. Ray.
Hi, thanks for that explanation. And I guess the UN resolution saying that Russia should pay reparation could form the legal basis for the future change of that custody. So, but I'm a little more concerned about one of the points that you brought up about the Russians not being still reliant on Western technology and expertise. And one of the things that I am concerned about and would like your input on is the oil supply. Now, right now, there is a pinch on especially the European economy with the loss of oil supplies from Russia. But it was brought to my attention that a lot of the Russian oils tied up in the permafrost, and Russia again required Western expertise. The major oil companies that provide the technology and the expertise to keep that oil flowing because of the very adverse conditions under which the oil is extracted. And someone had pointed out that if Russia is denied that expertise, these wells could end up freezing over, and it takes a long time to get that back online, and that could potentially spell trouble for the Western economies, looking ahead after this war is over. Would like your take on that.
Sure. I got 2 or 3 views here. One, in general, my personal views on energy are the more the merrier. What sucks is living in a pre-industrial village. That's not fun. What's good is living in the modern, technologically developed world. However, we don't need to all do it with oil and gas power all the time. We can do it with all kinds of power. I'm not opposed to green power. I'm not opposed to oil power. I think we should have lots of power of every variety. What I am opposed to is doing a bunch of trade with a genocidal empire that is genocidal against its own people, against other people, and spreads misery and takes human rights away from everybody. So that said, lots of people in Europe have woken up to the fact that their major supplier was Russia, and Russia is a #1. Oh shoot, I'm running into one of these issues where I can't use inappropriate language again. They're a #1 jerk face. Yeah, I think I'll call them that. A #1 jerk face, right? There's somebody who is happy to take away the oil and gas because they hope that winter's coming and they're going to freeze Europe into making Ukraine stop fighting against genocide. Hint, nobody stops fighting against genocide. If genocide's on the table, you fight forever. Ukraine will not stop fighting genocide. It's not on the table for them, right? There is no way to stop them fighting against pure death. It doesn't work. They will fight indefinitely. They will fight if they're losing. They will fight if they're winning. The way to get Ukraine to stop fighting is for Russia to go home to Russia and let Ukraine have Ukraine again. That's the easy way to get Ukraine to stop fighting. They will not stop fighting if Russia keeps invading. Again, genocide is on the table. That's what this war is about. So, since you have a genocidal schmuck over in Russia, who's also willing to try to freeze everybody in Europe, people in Europe don't like this, so they're working on getting pretty much every other source of oil, gas, renewable, nuclear in the world up and running. Nuclear is really good energy. We're pretty supportive of it here in the space. The Germans had a number of good reactors that they were about to take offline that maybe they shouldn't take offline, that they're realizing not even bootlicking Olaf Scholz can take them offline now because, well, there's just too much political pressure against it. And those plants can supposedly run probably longer than I can live, and I'm not that old. So Europe is quickly moving towards newer and diverse sources of energy and greener sources of energy faster than you thought we would have expected before this war started. So the long-term prospects for energy in Europe are actually pretty good, only because of all of the investment in both energy savings and in new non-oil and gas energy. So Vladimir Putin, in his quest to freeze Europe, has actually done more for the green energy climate change guys than Greta Thunberg has with all of her talks at the UN, because so many people have to actually make changes because they don't want to freeze from Russian blackmail. So that would be the way to think of the long term. In the short term, we've got one bad winter ahead. You can't change that quickly. It's a problem. The good news, lots of gas got stored. Things got stored on time, and this winter is looking and predicted to be 20% warmer than last one. So for as bad as global warming is, it has been, for this winter, it's probably a good thing. People are going to live and power prices won't be so insane throughout Eastern Europe.
No, thank you. And I'm kind of hoping that the Germans have learned a lesson and get their 4 LNG regasification facilities up and running in time for, I guess, the next winter. But yeah, good luck.
Yeah, no. Well, the better one would be if they were to refurb and upgrade their nuclear facilities, right? Those will go far longer. Lena, long time no see. How are you?
Hey, it's good to hear you. question regarding the secondary sanctions, or maybe not secondary. So you indicated clearly that smart companies like Siemens, they find a way to divest directly and still indirectly run the business in Russia. So the list that is maintained by Yale, do they track those smart guys who actually manage to own their share of business through some secondary tools? Number one. Number two, if there is a way, or is there any kind of consequence exists except for the public opinion for those companies that act that way, or it's not existent at this point? Thank you.
All right, two great questions. The Yale guy. So we had Mikhail, I cannot pronounce his last name, it's Polish, on this space, who is one of the junior, I believe he's a grad student on the Yale team. He's a student over down at Wharton. So we don't begrudge him that. He's at another great university here in the States, but he's Polish and he is on that Yale team. And we've had him on the space and we talked to him in the back channels, we being me, Ben, and some of the other economics people that you hear on the space. And they have not focused as heavily on the industrial production side of things, but they were headed that direction last I had a chance to chat with them. I have not kept up as much with them in the last few months, so I want to circle back and see where they got with that. Specifically for Siemens and Heiderhans, Camille Kazani, or Camille Galiv, he posts under @Camille Kazani, who I regularly discuss in this space, is a major person for super long form threads on Russia, and he has absolutely put on notice and blast the German company Siemens and Heidenhans, and has all of the receipts hanging out here on Twitter, while Twitter still is up and running, for all of the German machinery that is sitting and hanging out in Russian military factories. So, yep, those receipts, they're there, they're here. That would be the place to look for those. Your second question, quite good one. What are the punishments? To be fair, they're not as heavy as you'd expect for the non-financial industrial production stuff. For instance, if you get caught with your hand in the money laundering cookie jar. So HSBC recently got a record multi-billion-dollar fine in the US for basically laundering Mexican cartel money. They were the bank that moved the money around. They got hit big time. That said, whoever the cartel paid with that money, once they got their money wherever it went, they're not in trouble. A dollar's a dollar. The thing about industrial production and industrial sanctions is, unlike a dollar, once it goes, or a euro, or a yen, or a Swiss franc, right? Once it goes, when I give you a $100 bill, you can spend that, and it doesn't make a world of difference where you got that $100 bill. And we don't really track the provenance of where everyone's $100 bills came from. There was a humorous study once that discovered that almost all $100 bills have trace amounts of cocaine on them, because apparently at some point they wound up in some party animal's wallet, and well, trace amounts of cocaine wound up on them. That's not true for a $50,000 computerized machine tool maker, right? So one of these high-end, or even a more expensive, a $500,000, $1 million factory machine. These things, you know, where they wind up matter. So if I sell you, Lena, a $1 million factory machine, and then you sell that $1 million factory machine to Vladdy Vlad in Russia, that's a big old problem for me who sold it to you. Or because all of a sudden Vladdy Vlad can now do things with that $1 million factory machine that he couldn't do if you just handed him $1 million of US cash. So industrial production has not been heavily brought under and viewed through a defense lens anywhere near as much as it should be. We know that the intelligence agencies track these things because we've seen like Soviet production reports out of the 70s that have been declassified from the CIA. So we know that our intelligence agencies at least used to look at them, and they only got bigger since then. So I'm guessing they still do. Doesn't take a brain surgeon to guess that. But like, we don't hear about defense policy and industrial policy being married here in the States. You definitely don't hear it over there in Europe either. And that's something that really should change. Vladimir Lenin made a comment that they will sell us the rope we will hang them with. And that is proving to be notably true in the modern era, because they really cannot make that rope without our tools. And we are 100% selling them the tools to make the rope. So the level of enforcement needed, you can get jail time for the money laundering stuff. But if you sell your machine tools to a Turkish firm, and that Turkish firm then sells it to Russia, and you send your updates to another Turkish firm, and then they update all sorts of other stuff, you're probably not going to jail or taking as big or huge fines. And that's a problem, and it's an issue for enforcement, and that's sort of how it's working right now. So does that answer your question?
Yeah. So then OFAC list, that's for terrorist organizations and sponsors of terrorism, right? So that they cannot be on the OFAC list. For that purpose.
So the OFAC list is in play. OFAC is itself in play, right? But it's really easy to set up a company. It's really easy to find a corrupt businessman who's on the OFAC list who isn't in Russia, right? It's not like you can't find somebody willing to take a big fat payment to go set up a fake factory anywhere, buy a bunch of equipment, and sell it on to you and take 10% off the top. Like, that's easy to find.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, sorry for not being a ray of sunshine on this one, but that's how we look at it. That said, we are definitely seeing more aggressive enforcement of industrial sanctions since this war has started. We're definitely seeing more consideration of them since this war has started. So, if you were looking at this in 2021 and you thought that all hope was lost, I wouldn't begrudge that view then. This is definitely an improvement from then, but like, we've taken one baby step when a giant monstrous leap is needed, because like, the Russian military industrial complex could probably be entirely shut down just by stopping the technological import and tricking the stuff that's in the country. And it's not happening right now, and that's the problem. With that, we have one hand, and it's Michael Kort.
Hi. Didn't expect it so quick. Just on, because you talked about Germany nuclear power plants. As a German, I think I should give a bit of context on this one. The economic ministry has done some calculations on this stuff, and the simple truth is they are not actually needed that much anymore. They will at most contribute something like 4% to the national energy mix in the country next year. And the real problem that we have structurally is we have too much production, so to speak, or we have an oversupply of renewables in the north, and we have a dearth by comparison of renewables in the south, because especially conservatives in Bavaria blocked the building of windmills, etc., in wind turbines over the years. And we also lack the infrastructure, namely the power lines, to transfer all the excessive electricity that we have in the north to the south, again, especially because conservatives in Bavaria, the CSU, blocked this over the years, just for context.
So yeah, two things. One, that if it's 4% of the energy mix, because it's not renewable, it is the problem with renewables is they're not reliable, right? The sun doesn't always shine and the wind doesn't always blow. Biggest problem.
Yeah, but again, the economic ministry have run simulations on this stuff.
Right.
And the only place.
I'm not done. Let me finish, and then I'll kick it back to you. I know they've done work. The Germans, it cannot be said that the Germans do not button it down and get the spreadsheets taken care of. You build really good stuff in Germany, and you definitely run the numbers. No argument. Not saying that the numbers haven't been run. My point here is that 4% I think it's higher than that. I think it could be higher than that. My point is that because it's not a renewable source and you need a non-renewable energy source in your energy mix to use lots of renewables, if that goes down, you're going to need to replace it with something like gas and coal. And nuclear is both way more environmentally friendly and doesn't require you go get your stuff from Russia. So if that comes down, it's just more stuff that is going to be very tempting to buy from Russia and just puts more need and demand for the already problematically in demand amount of oil and gas and coal, aka petrochemical type stuff that's in demand. So even if it's somewhat on the margin, always better to have some more nuclear in the mix than not. So I'm not arguing that it's the biggest thing of all. I am saying that, hey, it would be better for the Germans to build some newer, bigger, modern nuclear plants. I would actually go that route. I would go as far as say that. I would trust a German nuclear plant. Germans build good stuff. Build a nuclear plant. Really, you guys can do it. You build great stuff in Germany. Build a nuclear plant in the south. A big one. It's great. It doesn't shut down. It doesn't care if it's sunny. It doesn't care if it's windy. It always works. And again, we trust the Germans to build good stuff. Like, build one. Really, it's fine. It's safe. You guys build really good plants. Just build a plant. You guys have all the expertise. Now I will kick it back to you, Mr. Michael.
Okay. Just on that quickly, I get your point on the margins, and I agree in principle with the climate change argument. The problem with nuclear in general, I don't know if it's exactly for Germany specifically, but at least in general across the world, again, I don't know the numbers for Germany, nuclear is not can compete when it comes to new installations with renewables. And yes, I get the storage issue and so on, but that is solvable, as California's reaction to the heat wave in last October, in October or September, demonstrated, because what saved them was battery power. That's solvable, and the federal government is planning a huge ramp up on both on production side and on storage side, on the storage side of that. And again, the main issue would be having them in the south, and we would have to build new ones also, because the ones that we still have are so old and were already set to phase out. So there have been no more security checks on this, and we don't have the fuel rods anymore to keep them going until say March next year. So we would have to buy new fuel rods and build completely new plants, which, given where renewables are headed and where the federal government is going on this with regard to expanding capacity on the renewable side and on storage, etc., this makes no sense. I get for the time being, for the moment temporarily, yes, it makes sense instead of burning coal and gas, absolutely. But in the long run, it doesn't make much sense, as far as I can tell.
So the thing about this is I've been really heavily following the development of renewable energy versus every other form since about 2007, 2008, when on the side I covered a renewable fund that it died long ago, but I sort of got into it, and they were big into renewable energy, and it was a renewable energy fund. So I started reading heavily into it and how much it costs to move down. And one thing that's been really clear to me is, yes, the cost of renewables have come down a lot since then. They are way more efficient now than ever. But that said, we're also burning more coal. Coal had died almost a decade ago. I'm shocked we have to talk about coal plants existing. I was hoping they never exist again, because I'm sorry, there's no such thing as clean coal. I am not the world's biggest environmentalist, but if we could phase out every coal plant in existence, I'd be happier, as would pretty much everyone breathing within 100 miles of a coal plant. So the fact that we're building new ones, we being the human race, and especially over by China, is a good sign that we need more energy, and we don't need that energy to be coming from coal. The stuff has other uses. I don't mind its industrial usage, but we don't need to have coal being used in a plant. And we're building all this, and we're having all this because, quite frankly, renewable just isn't building and installing as fast as everyone would like. It has significant limitations because, as mentioned, we lost Michael. But as mentioned, the sun doesn't always shine. and the wind doesn't always blow. So as much as I'm a big fan of installing as much renewable as possible, get all that charging infrastructure in there, we're also going to need other forms of energy, and nuclear just beats the living daylights out of things like coal and oil and gas, which are dirtier. Gas being the cleanest of the petrochemicals to burn, for what it's worth, and also importantly, nuclear doesn't just bind you straight to Russia the way that oil and gas become very tempting to do in Germany's case. That said, Charles, you're my co-host. You can just jump in here, and then we'll go to Chad.
Thanks. Yeah, no, I know the topic that he's discussing. Living in Bavaria, I know what he's talking about with the Südterrasse, and also there are nuclear power plants in southern Germany. Actually, not far from where I live, quite near there. Unfortunately, the decision at the time was a political decision in the wake of Fukushima to turn them off. Obviously, that looks like a very unwise decision now, seeing that it was not fully replaced, and it just created greater dependency on Russia. So I understand the topic. I think, and that's why the discussion in Germany has been for the last remaining power plants that have not been phased out, in the wake of the Fukushima political decision. This is why it has been such a heated debate in the coalition to keep them running, or to at least keep them able to be running. I think, as I've mentioned before in the space, there isn't a really clear, there isn't a really clear energy policy in Germany that takes into consideration the weaponization of energy by Russia. And that's what the current coalition and future governments will have to work out. That's just from my opinion.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think you're pretty spot on there. And it should be said that the battery technology to store energy just isn't there yet. It's probably decades away. So we can't actually, as a human race, produce, build, and install the major battery capacity needed to allow renewables to go the distance, which is why you need base load capacity to make sure that whenever you click on, your lights always turn on. So yes, I'm a fan of more renewables, because most places don't have so many renewables that if it's not a sunny day or it's not a windy day, that they're risking their power grid. But we also need, as a human race, to still have large amounts of non-renewable sources. Let me phrase it: non-solar and wind sources. I would also note that geothermal is, in fact, a renewable source. It is significantly more workable these days than it's ever been before. Unfortunately for the climate crowd, it's because fracking technology is way better than ever. So you can frack, you can just dig down with horizontal drilling the right kind of wells to build geothermal plants. And while that will not be a be-all and end-all solution for the world, there's a whole lot of places in the world that we could have a lot more geothermal plants. And where it's hot underground, it basically stays hot for a very, very long time and can boil steam more or less indefinitely. So I'm a big fan of building more of those bad boys, because, well, it solves that problem that it's always hot where it's underground heat. So geothermal, big thumbs up for me. Again, I like energy overall. The more the merrier. The only thing I'm a little hesitant on is coal, or like burning wood chips, because, well, that stuff's just really dirty. Chad, thank you for being so patient.
No, thank you. I had a question about consumer goods, like Western consumer goods showing up in Russian markets, and if I can steer away from the power, if that's all right.
Yeah, go.
I was watching a recent video that some Russians released of like new soldiers being trained, and I was surprised by the number of like a particular American tactical gear that a lot of them had been wearing. And I was kind of wondering, like, what can we do as individuals who could potentially like shame these companies into watching where their gear goes? Because I mean, a tactical gear is like goes. I know it's like consumer goods, but it's like riding that line too of like what could be applicable for their military. I don't know if you want me to name drop the company or not, but
Oh, I'm into naming and shaming. So if there's somebody you want to name and shame here because they're supplying the Russian Federation, please do. We're a big fan of naming and shaming here in the MriyaReport. They're supporting Russian bootlicking. We don't like Russian bootlicking here.
yeah, well, I mean, it's 511 tactical gear. It's a familiar brand, especially if you work in law enforcement in the U.S. But I've seen a number of Russian soldiers wearing their hats and wearing their backpacks and various gears, and I know they have a parent company whose name is escaping me at the moment, but they've just been completely unresponsive to questions on Twitter or from emails about whether if any of their gear is still being supplied to Russia. And I mean, they're owned by a publicly tradable company, and you'd think this is the kind of thing that would be a nightmare for them to not address.
Hey, kick some tweets out, send them to me. I'm happy to retweet them. If you send it to me in PM, I'll put it up in the space. Speaking of which, I have promised our friends at the Atacam's brand marketing department our salute and farewell to the decommissioned Botniks of Chernobylka and all of their decommissioned gear that they retired there. We'd like to say a grand old thank you that they no longer control the Chernobylka airport. They certainly retired more gear there than anywhere else. I'll be putting that in the next with much thanks to Cool Car Chaser, the fella, Robert Goodfella, and of course, Captain Come On folks who made that. So I'll be putting that in the nest in a second. With that, we have one hand from Katinka, who I've never seen before. Katinka, welcome to the space.
Oh, headset between Katinka. Okay, hi. Waking up in the morning, hearing these nuclear power plant fans, I really get angry. And in Germany, the average usage of these most expensive and most dangerous kind of energy is 1.5%. So fuck off these 1.5% and put it away. We have more cheaper, efficient, environment-friendly possibilities. And the argument that it's not always sunshine and windy, it's the 80s. This is not the real status of the art. Nowadays, we aren't depending on the weather. We can store it in very nice impound facilities so we can store our energy. And even this power plant loving France is depending on our German energy. We are exporting to these nuclear fans. So stop saying we need these old-fashioned, dangerous, and most expensive kind of energy producing. We don't need it. And we aren't so stupid to use it anymore. And it had nothing to do with, it had have something to do with Russian, but we overcome it. We are full. We don't get for 3 months any Russian gas anymore. So stop producing fake news. This is fake. We don't need a nuclear power.
Thank you. I appreciate your perspectives. You are welcome to dislike nuclear power. Unfortunately, you were wrong. It is, in fact, the most efficient form of power.
No, it's expensive. Each kilowatt.
All right. I let you talk. My turn. It is the cheapest form of power.
No, it isn't. Look at the German data.
All right. If you interrupt me, you get pushed down. It's quite simple. With that, we're going to move to John Ridge. Love child of Barry Commoner. I'm trying to get you up. You keep dropping down every time I pull you up. I don't know why. John Ridge, you're up while I try to pull up a regular panelist I haven't seen in a while who Twitter currently hates. To be fair, Twitter currently hates everybody. Maybe he's a former employee. Definitely they're pushing all those people down. John, you're up.
Thank you very much, Finance. Just to very briefly, this wasn't why I came up here, but since it was brought up, to very briefly comment on the nuclear point that was mentioned. As Finance said, none of that is true in any sense whatsoever. Nuclear energy is the cleanest and safest form of energy available. There is mountains, literal mountains of concrete data to that effect. It is the cheapest in terms of the amount of, on the basis of the amount of energy that you can get per unit mass of fuel. It's just simply incomparable to anything like fossil fuels or even other renewables. The just comparison's not even worth making. There's obviously, in practical terms, nuclear has historically had a high capital startup price in terms of setting up new facilities, new reactors, and various supporting infrastructure. So that has been a barrier to entry into the market. There's a number of new technologies developed over the past 2 to 3 decades that are currently aimed at bringing that cost of entry into the market down and making it more widely accessible. In terms of just, safety, in terms of radiological incidents, they're enormously safe. Even the Gen 2, Gen 3 Western reactors are enormously safe. The ones from 40 years ago are enormously safe. Events like Chernobyl and other various nuclear incidents throughout the now former Soviet Union were mainly as a result of very, very bad Soviet engineering practices that thankfully were not replicated anywhere else for the most part. So there is really nothing to fear there. And I say that as someone who studies physics.
Yeah, John, I totally understand. And this is why I mentioned about German energy policy. The opinion that she said, and some of the ideas that she mentioned are quite common in Germany. Obviously, this goes back a long time in German politics and in German society. Chernobyl had an effect on German society. Most people can remember it very, very clearly. And so I understand where she's coming from within the German political discourse. That's why I say I think Germany really needs to, at this point, and I think they are waking up to this, the political leadership, that they need to really revise and rethink what their energy policy is, especially in context of Russia weaponizing oil and gas deliveries. That hasn't really been done in that way. But that is a sentiment in Germany that will have to be taken into account from the political leadership. I understand the efficiency side of it. I understand the safety side of it, as you mentioned. But yeah, that's. I think that was a good illustration of why German energy policy is somewhat complicated.
And one thing to add there is the cost of energy on a per kilowatt basis in a single given country isn't necessarily the best datum or series of data points. It's better to look at it more broadly because there could be a lot of idiosyncrasies in that country's energy policy, regulations, etc., that can cause some pretty wild variations in for example, the per kilowatt cost of electricity from a particular given source.
Thank you, John. Thanks, Charles. Kevin, welcome to the space. Also, Love Child, the Very Commoner. Before we go to Kevin, Love Child, the Very Commoner is having major Twitter issues. Elon Musk has gotten him. I asked him to text me his question. He told me on Twitter text that he's having audio issues when he's up. So I'll have a question from him that I will just have to read out. While we wait for that, Kevin Nelson.
Hi, Finance. Mic check. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thanks. So my first time speaking on the space. I am not a military guy. I am an energy guy. And so one thing I'll say that people miss on this is they always focus on the EGen, the electrical generation portion. They don't realize that most of the energy these nations, the US, Germany, Europe, whoever are using are still fossil generated in terms of natural gas, oil consumption for heat generation, steam, those other kind of things. So this idea that you shut down a nuclear plant to overall green the energy of the country is a fallacious idea, because in the end you can just transfer the load from the electric grid onto the other heat generating sources that were still powered by fossil. So sorry, I just felt like I need to come up and say that folks are narrowly focused and just flat out wrong. Look at primary energy sources. If you want to look in the U.S., there's an agency, EIA. Just Google it. You can look at all the data for primary energy. You can see that fossil fuels continue to increase. Same in Germany, and they're just wrong. So thanks for letting me speak. Have a great morning, evening, wherever you are, everybody. Slava Ukraini.
Yeah, Harem Slava. If you want to hang out, sounds like we're on energy right now. A little energy policy might be in the works. I'd love to have you up for a second, because if we want to move the conversation a little bit further south to Ukraine, there's a major energy facility there, the largest nuclear plant in the world, the Energar plant, otherwise known as the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. It's looking like it's going to switch control, hopefully in the upcoming weeks here. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on that plant, and what it looks like, and if that powers, then how that could either help the grid in Ukraine, or make things possible for export, or what that sort of looks like, assuming that Russia will be prevented from hitting it with strikes because China's told them to back off in no uncertain terms. So I would love to hear your take there, since you're an energy man. What it looks like once we get Zaporizhia back under proper control.
So I haven't analyzed their specific grid, but the general principle that they're struggling with is that most electric grids are designed to be widely integrated across countries, thousands of miles over really high voltage electric grids. So what happens is, when you disable the interconnections of those electric grids, which is the transformers that Russia is hitting, you disable the ability to move power from, say, the extreme west of Ukraine to the extreme east of Ukraine. The potential solution to their problem is to get the generation closer to the source, eliminate the need for some of those high voltage transformers. Of course, that's a big problem when the Russians are hitting both the transformers and the generating facilities. But in the end, that's probably the medium term solution to the crisis, though that's months, not days.
Thank you, Kevin. All right, and we just got up Joseph to speak. Joseph, do you have a question for the panel, sir? All right, Joseph is in silent mode. Hopefully he raises a hand soon. John.
Sorry.
I don't know if he's there. Joseph.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute the mic. So I'm not necessarily an energy person by trade. I'm a lawyer by trade, but I have been investing in energy for several years. So, I've done my due diligence on the whole renewable versus traditional energy sources. And, one thing that hasn't been mentioned about nuclear explicitly is the national security aspect, which we're seeing with that Zaporizhia plant in Ukraine right now. And that is obviously, if you've got a huge, expensive nuclear plant that's powering, a substantial amount of grid for a large population, and you find yourself in war with, China, Russia, whoever, then it's a lot more dangerous than if you have a bunch of, smaller coal plants. Natural gas arguably would not be as good as coal from a national security perspective, because those pipelines are very long, very expensive, and if they get taken out in a strategic location, then you're in trouble as far as being able to power your your country's homes in the wintertime, is probably the most precarious aspect. But one thing I'll note, explicitly as far as the whole traditional energy versus alternative energy, dilemma that we find ourselves in. There were some good points made previously as far as the intermittency factor. If it's not windy, then the windmills aren't going to produce electricity, and if it's not sunny, then then the solar panels aren't going to produce energy. But something that's key here is all the statistics you'll find in any Google search that Germany is going to advertise, that here in the U.S., California is going to advertise. Both Germany and California are going to say 40% of the electricity that we generate is from renewable sources. And I found that fascinating. That sounds amazing. Why can't Kentucky, where I'm located, and all these other states head in that direction? And when I really dug in, you learn that there's something called the duck effect. And in reality, and the lady from Germany probably would want to smack me across the face for saying this, but in reality, the amount of energy from renewables that Germany actually consumes is like 4%, which is like the same as it is here in Kentucky and as it is in several other, in most places. And that's because of something called the duck effect. I won't go into a tangent on that. You can YouTube it if you're listening and you're interested. And so anyways, it's key to delineate between the term generation versus consumption, because if if you
Hey Joseph, I'm with you. I like where you're going. Can we land the plane, my friend? Where do we want to land? Question, comment? Can we land the plane somewhere, please?
Let's just call it landed. How about that?
All good. Thank you for coming up. Do appreciate it. Absolutely. You got to think around the generation, the consumption, how you get from A to B. And you're right. Sun doesn't always shine. Wind doesn't always blow. You need to have that baseload capacity from stuff like a nuclear fuel rod, which stays hot for a very, very long time and doesn't care what time of day it is or how sunny or windy it is outside. Going back to John.
Thanks, Finance. Kevin, while we're here, I wanted to ask you, do you have any insight into the cost or lead time that we'd be looking at to provide Ukraine with all of the transformer and other piece of grid infrastructure that they're going to need going forward to repair the damage on an ongoing basis?
Yeah, so sad to say, I think most of the transformers that are taken out, the lead times you're looking at well over a year. I think as a international coalition, you could look at making sure the manufacturer of those are prioritizing that, and that's a big political challenge that could reduce that. But the reality is that they're very difficult to produce. They take a very long time. More practical would be to build local generation. Basically, the premise of an electrical grid is that we build this big integrated thing that helps to balance the load, but that in itself is not a absolute requirement. You could break the grid up into city portions, sub-city portions, build dynamic generation. It's more expensive. It can meet the local load through things like simple cycle gas turbines that could be deployed more quickly. That's a more practical short-term solution, but it doesn't conform to the kind of internationally accepted model for how to build an electric grid. Does that make sense? Kind of answer your question?
Yes, it does, exactly. Thank you. And what do you think what kind of lead time or logistical overhead would we be looking at to do that at an appreciable scale?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I do not know how long. You call GE, ask them how long it would take to deploy a simple cycle turbine system. It's still many, many months. It's not a quick thing, but I don't have a specific answer. I'm actually primarily a gas guy, so what I can tell you is that, like, to hook up the gas system to that, and a previous commenter had said something about the gas system is pretty vulnerable. That's somewhat true, but the reality is, if you damage something, I can get guys out there in 2 or 3 days to put it back together. Whereas with these electric transformers, if they're hit, you're talking about 12, 18, 24 months to go get a new one. So there is a distinct difference in the sort of military reliability of those energy infrastructures.
Kevin, you just said you're a gas guy. You gas exploration, oil, and production guy. Is that sort of where
No. I've done a little bit of that, but my expertise is in pipelining.
All right, I actually have some questions around the Russian gas fields. I come out of the paper world of finance, so I initially found the space because a friend of mine told me someone needed to explain how the sanctions on bonds were working for Russia. So that was my wheelhouse, foreign bonds. But when it comes to like oil and gas production and movement, clearly nowhere near as versed as energy gentlemen like yourself. My question here is the Russian gas output. The flaring isn't really, the flaring data shows they're flaring nothing particularly more than prior years. However, that just means their output is down drastically from prior years because they're not shipping it down their pipelines to Europe because they're not, and there's nowhere else for them to ship all that stuff. And they don't have storage capacity to last a month or two. So they've massively reduced the output from their gas fields on sort of the European side that used to service Europe. Is that going to risk their fields? Is that like a major risk, or is that something that, given what we would expect for a technologically competently built field, isn't such a big risk?
So finance, do you happen to know, have like Schlumberger and Halliburton and the big companies like that pulled out of Russia? I haven't checked.
Pulled out. They're all out.
So the way it works is when you drill a well, it's kind of like popping a balloon. At first, it's going to spurt all over you, but as it continues to lose fluid, it will lose pressure. It'll produce less, whatever's in that well, oil, gas. So what happens is over time that production trails off. You can see the data really clearly. Again, EIA is a great resource. I love it. I'm an energy geek. And they'll even track in Appalachia and Marcellus how those wells trail off after production. So the challenge for Russia would be, if these companies have pulled out, they pull their technology out to maintain the production of those wells, isn't realistic. They'll have to continue to find new wells, produce new wells, frack new wells in order to keep the production up. I'll be honest, I haven't specifically researched it, but the premise that you're describing is valid, that they're likely to trail off without further technological investment. Does that answer your question?
No, so I know that they're going to have a major trail off problem. The Yale group, I believe someone mentioned it earlier, maybe the Charles, we got from the gentleman who was on, thinks that in the next decade they're going to drop 50%. No, that's not a typo. 50% output drop from the start of the war in the next decade for petrochemicals in Russia. So output drop we expected. I was wondering if they were risking a bigger, more drastic drop, like damaging the well itself via shuttering because of the way they're shorting production, or if that's something that we would expect they could still do safely.
No, that's largely not a thing. So the way it works is, if you were to shut in a well just point blank without any planning or preparation, what'll happen is that whatever's in the bottom of that well will come up and gradually fill it until the pressure of that stuff, fluid, sand, whatever, will overcome the pressure of the reservoir underneath. But you can come back in a year, 2, 3, 5, 10, whatever, and you enter the well, and they call it lifting that stuff off. You restore the flow of the well, and you can bring it back into service. I mean, on an individual level, it's very expensive. It might cost $500,000, but on an industrial level, it's not an incredible endeavor to do that. The bigger threat to their production is just the depletion of those assets, and without continued investment in production, fracking, those kind of things, that they won't be able to keep up the production of the field. So the short-term effects are somewhat muted if you're able to muster a relatively marginal amount of resources to keep them in service. Does that answer your question?
Great. So short-term risk, super minimal, unless they do something really stupid, which we can't totally rule out because it's Russia, but we can kind of expect that maybe they won't be that idiotic. Long-term risk still on because, well, losing 30 years of foreign direct investment isn't good. And how exactly you're going to get all those oil and gas companies to come back in a post-war environment after they all just wrote off billions and billions and billions of dollars of projects, and they're going to be on the hook for a whole lot of genocide investigations. Yeah, I don't know how that's going to work out for them. So
yeah, I think you've got the idea. And in fact, if you want to look at the U.S. as an example, right? If you look at most of the production increase, both oil and gas, in the last 12 months, it hasn't been drilling new wells. It's been producing wells that they've already drilled. They call them DUCs. I forget what that stands for, drilled but uncompleted, something like that. But what's been happening is energy prices have increased. Companies have been going out and they've been producing those wells, which involves you actually put explosives in them, you perforate the casing, you do some other things, and to be able to bring the petrochemicals, the petrocarbons, that's not the right word, hydrocarbons, there we are, to surface. You've seen the inventory of DUCs in the US go down in the last 12, 18 months, something like that, as you've seen production go up. But what I would look at, and I haven't looked at the data to be clear, is, and if there is data, probably there isn't, and if there is, could you believe it, what's happening in Russia with DUCs, and I would suspect in the last 12 months, they're just not drilling, they're just not getting ready to produce those wells. So you could expect over time to see a decrease in production.
And one final thing, since we like to talk about our favorite country here on the MriyaReport, that's Ukraine. I've heard a lot about this untapped Donbass natural gas formation. I've heard one oil man say it could be as big as the Eagle Ford or Permian. I wondered if you'd ever looked at any of the data on that on a whim or on a lark. Given the speed at which John Ridge's hand went up, I'm guessing he has. But I'm going to kick that to you before we go to Rocket Boy Johnny.
I've got no intel on that, and I will defer to John and drop down. Thanks, everybody. Have a good night.
Thanks for being up here, Kevin. Really appreciate it. Always nice to have subject matter experts, in this case in gas. John, are you here to talk about the Donbass gas formation, or are you here to give us any of the advice as our dating expert?
No, I was actually going to ask Kevin another question before he hops off if he's still up on the panel.
Kevin, are you alive?
Yeah, go ahead. What you got, John?
Thanks. So I know this obviously isn't, your field per se, but are you aware of any work or testing that's ever been done on ways to harden a country's electrical infrastructure against direct kinetic military action? Because what I'm thinking is that this will likely become post-war an ongoing national security concern for Ukraine, and that they will probably want a way to harden, to whatever extent they can, their electrical grid against strikes with from Russian standoff munitions.
Yeah, I'm laughing because I won't say what company I work for or exactly where I live, but I'm asking the same questions of our engineers. In a hypothetical situation, right? Would our substations hold up to this? I think the simple answer is, in a non-military environment, you're going to design a substation with redundant transformers, and you're going to put those transformers next to each other. The reason being, well, if one fails, I want to have the easiest way to connect the feeds to the other one, so I can get the power turned back on. Well, the problem is a cruise missile, or whatever military device, I'm not a military guy, is going to be indiscriminate in terms of proximity. So I think your question is apt, but I think that the industry probably hasn't considered it, and certainly in the US, but now in Europe, when you're asking about Ukraine, about how do you build a substation to make it militarily hardened, there are probably simple things you can do, like spreading out your key transformers and building semi bunkers around them. The problem you have is they have heat dissipation needs, right? So you can't fully. It'd be difficult, not impossible, difficult to fully underground them, harden them against a military attack. But the simplest thing you can do is most large substations will have several layers of redundancy, and simply spreading out those transformers and those components will make them less vulnerable to a military attack. Did that kind of answer your question?
Yes, exactly. Thank you. I was gonna ask you about the underground part, but you beat me to it. I know
Yeah.
Ukraine has a shockingly large amount of underground reinforced structures as a legacy of Soviet paranoia. So maybe that's something they can take advantage of.
To get into the engineering of it, what it really comes down to is it has nothing to do with the transformer, which is the key component. It has to do with when you're dealing with really, really high voltage, you need air gap, you need space between connections to prohibit the conduction of electricity across two components. So think about, you open a switch, think about the switch on your wall. All it's doing is creating a physical gap between two pieces of metal that have electrical current potential between them. That's 120 volts or 110 or whatever, depending on what country you're in. But on an industrial utility scale, you're talking hundreds of thousands of volts. You need a significant air gap. So the challenge to undergrounding something is that you can't use air gap. So you have to use things like, and I'm a gas guy, not an electrical guy. I'm just an engineer. But you have to use certain chemicals instead of air in order to narrow that gap. Certain fluorocarbons, I think, is the right term. To be able to produce switches and things that can work in those limited dimensional environments, if that makes sense. So the technology exists, to be sure. It can be more expensive and more challenging to install and operate.
And then you referenced something about heat dissipation. Would ventilation and active cooling of those underground spaces be an issue?
Yeah, it's an issue, but there's not a hard engineering problem to overcome. I mean, you can cool a nuclear reactor, you can cool a transformer. It's a simple engineering problem.
All right. Thank you, Kevin. You have to go. We understand. Do appreciate you coming up. All right. We have a nice panel currently existing. Charles and Colby can help answer direct military questions. John is here to answer all of your dating needs, dating questions. Also, our military expert as far as rockets go. He is a rocket scientist as well as being our dating expert. Please come up and we can absolutely not have dating hours, but we'd love to send him those kinds of questions. So text him those. Just as we ask Doman what's going on in Serbia and Kosovo, we text all those questions to John Rich in the back end, and he will provide you with an excellent answer. As you can tell, all of his answers are well thought out, thoughtful, and really take into account all the necessary things involved in that. With that, Charles, I turn it back to you.
Yeah, great, thanks. Maybe just a review of a couple of the news items from yesterday. Just to kind of review some of the topics that were discussed yesterday. We did have a few great guests on last night. Well, nighttime here in Europe. Obviously, it's probably afternoon, evening time for you guys. General Mick Ryan was here. We also had Ivana Stadner and Ian Gardner, I believe was his name. And so General Mick Ryan was, of course, talking about military matters, military strategy in Ukraine. Interesting insights on what he was seeing from the battlefield, and we talked again about some, supply chain issues, some ammunition supply capacity, weapon system. That topic, of course, also came up, but a lot about training, leadership, things like that. Then we had Ivana Stadner and Ian Gardner, and they were talking about information warfare, Russian information war. Very interesting insights as well from their side about how Russia is losing the information war here. Basically, to my own summary, my own takeaway, was, propaganda only works as long as there are no facts to show on the ground, and the facts are proving themselves in this Russian aggression. So that pretty much just nullifies Russian information warfare. Not to say that it is gone. It is certainly not gone, as I think we can all attest to, but that it is not nearly as effective as it perhaps once was. Then we had Chuck. I had to sleep during Chuck's segment, so I didn't catch much of that. I don't know if you guys had any takeaways from that. But yesterday, then, big topics were, of course, the grain deal being extended. So that was very, very good news. So that came up. There was another large wave of missile strikes, sadly, on Ukrainian infrastructure and cities. Some very, some very difficult videos yesterday from the continued bombing of, or excuse me, attacks on Russian infrastructure and cities. And on the military front, not much change. There were quite a few HIMARS attacks over the last 36 hours or so on Russian command and control ammunition depots. These are also further to the east, so that's a good sign to show that, with the freeing up of resources, especially artillery resources from the Kherson front, looks like the Ukrainians have started to hit some of those command and control and ammunition supply areas a lot further east, which they may not have been able to hit before, due to, of course, the number of systems. They have a lot of systems, but not as many as they may want for everything. But largely no real major news from the front. Very intense fighting continued around Crimea as the Ukrainians work to cut the north-south road along the river valley there between Crimea and Svatove. Again, we're all just waiting for that line, that Russian line. We know it's full of conscripts. We know that they're completely demoralized. We know that the Russians are desperate to hold that position. Their next position after that is not a good one, so they definitely are desperate to hold it. But we're all just sort of waiting for something there to happen. General Ryan pointed out, of course, as well, that if this fighting has been hard on both sides, and so the question, not that the Ukrainians would break in any case, but there may be a point at which on this front they may have to take a short pause or a breather to rotate out some units, reconstitute some things, refresh. But we're all waiting for that northern front to collapse on the Russian side. Again around Bakhmut, again around Vuhledar, Pavlinka, and just west of that. Again, mostly routine attacks, routine artillery attacks from both sides, but very little movement in the lines, despite all of the attacks. Southern Kherson Oblast, again, continued artillery strikes from the Ukrainians across the river to the forces that remain on the within hitting distance on the left bank of the Dnipro. There continue to be reports that the Russians are withdrawing at least some soldiers further away from Kherson and out of that low-lying area across from the river. But there are no indications yet that the Ukrainians have actually crossed the river. We've talked about it shortly from the engineering side. It's actually not that difficult to get across the Kakhovka Dam. It's a pretty simple task, actually. The damage to the dam is not substantial. The UK intelligence report highlighted that the actual gates of the dam have only relatively minor damage, but we have seen the satellite photos that show that the road has been destroyed, but the gap is not long enough to pose any real engineering challenge, in comparison, of course, to the Antonovsky Bridge, which is pretty much obliterated. So those are some of the main topics that at least I've been tracking over the last 24 hours or so from the space. As Finance said, if you have any questions, any comments you'd like to discuss, anything regarding the war, we'd be happy to bring you up.
Oh, shoot. If John is still here, we actually have a question from John from the audience that I would love to ask. So, John, if you're listening, please come on back up. We do have a question for you. That said, it looks like Gregory is here. So, Gregory, you're up.
So I just saw Australian mining billionaire Andrew Forrest will invest $740 million in Ukraine's private sector. Have we heard about any other private sector individuals trying to help the rebuilding? This says there's a $100 billion global fund that's being established for kind of their own Marshall Plan.
So the fund is currently listed as being established. I'm waiting to see the details. Clearly, it does show that there's going to be large amounts of cash, governmental, flowing into Ukraine. That will make a huge difference because post-war Ukraine, we will expect to have a situation where the fiscal multiplier is way above 1. That is fancy finance talk for saying every time the government spends $1 or a governmental organization spends $1, the private sector will spend more than that, and so it will multiply the amount that spending will grow in Ukraine, right? So normally, if your government spends $1, the fiscal multiplier is under 1. So because it has to tax that $1, the economy grows by less than $1. But in a recession, often is the normal case, but in other times, if your economy is really sluggish, things are really bad. When your government spends $1, the private sector will invest alongside you. Well, in a post-war rebuilding environment, we would expect the fiscal multiplier to be way above 1. So in that kind of environment, any sort of spending will inspire more private spending to come in alongside it that wasn't directly financed with it. So all sorts of spending create a positive feedback loop at this point. So really happy to hear this one. If you have an article on that, I would love to read it. I actually haven't read about that specific investment yet. I have been following the $100 billion proposed. It's not $100 billion. I have been following a number of different proposed Marshall Plan-like things that people are discussing for Ukraine. Until both the war is over and or the rubber meets the road and bills are passed and money set aside and sent into Ukraine, it's going to be real hard to comment on, outside of the fact that it is nice to see that people are already thinking along these lines and people are already setting aside the finances, energy, and efforts to make this a thing.
Yeah, I'll put this in chat. It's the Ukraine's embassy in Australia releases information, and there's an article in the Sydney Morning Herald. So I'll put that in the chat.
We try to only have hosts or put stuff up in the nest. We've had a lot of problems with that in the past, not related to you. So if you could just send it to me or Charles, we'll have a quick look at it, then we'll put it up there. That's just the way we like to run things here. Keeps everything nice and clean. That's just a weirdness of our space. That way we don't have any of the issues that we once had. And ever since that policy came into being, the nest is always stuff that we approve of. Though sometimes I flip everybody out because I will post massive amounts of NAFO trolling in the nest if I'm allowed to. That said, sorry, Love Child of Barry Commoner is attempting to come up for the 50th time today. He's still more than welcome up. I would recommend texting your question to Charles or I because apparently Elon Musk has fired his ability to speak on his space, kind of like he's gotten rid of about 80% of his workforce today. Hopefully we will still be here all weekend. Yes, I have been receiving regular questions from the audience. Yes, we at the MriyaReport are well aware that there is a significant risk to our preferred platform of Twitter. Yes, we will go live somewhere else as quickly as we can, should Twitter decide to go down. No, I don't know where that is at the current time. Yes, we have our tech people working on it. Yes, they are losing hair faster than I'm losing hair. And for those who've met me in person, I'm really bald. So yeah, this is something that's the case. Charles.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to that reconstruction thing, because there was a piece of this was a couple weeks ago, but it just kind of shows you how the Ukrainians are going about things in a professional way. So the Ministry of Infrastructure is working with the EU and with UKAID, Germany Redevelopment Reconstruction Fund, other partners such as Transparency International and Open Contracting Partnership, and they have announced, together with all these partners, to create the digital reconstruction management system. This is, I know it's a small thing. I mean, basically, we're just talking about a software database, but it's this kind of thing that they didn't have in the past. Really, obviously, not being part of the EU tender process, not being an EU member. But it keeps a lot of this reconstruction stuff, or most, or if not all of it, open and transparent and all above board. So it's good to see that even though Ukraine is not only fighting a war successfully, that they're also working together with trusted international partners to already start thinking about, okay, how do we do reconstruction right? So I think as these systems get up online, it really will help make sure that the funds are flowing to the right place in the right way, to really restore and repair at least the physical damage that Russia has caused on the country. Obviously, the personal scars will likely never heal, but at least the reconstruction can begin. So I just want to share that.
Yeah, no, Zelensky himself has been very forward ever since might be even the first week. It was like the second week of the war. Zelensky was already out discussing rebuilding funds for Ukraine and, pushing for, trying to think in terms of rebuilding his nation. So while yes, there was clearly some media value, right? Hey, we're here, we're not going anywhere, we're going to be a nation indefinitely. But also, it was a good sign that he was actually thinking about it. He was putting serious proposals to it. This is something that has been on the mind of the most senior leader of their nation since the war has begun, basically, or at least since he was no longer under threat from Spetsnaz being 3 blocks away from him, and they were handing him a bulletproof vest and a gun. That he's been thinking around rebuilding his nation since then. Clearly, the Ukrainians are on page with this. The other thing is, you mentioned the digitization. It's been a big piece of Ukraine to move forward with heavy digitization of lots of parts of their government. That is a major move in transparency. They are moving to a far more transparent government and far more transparent way of doing business. That is a nice big step in helping systemically reduce the ability for people to be corrupt. It's yet another thing on, yet another point in their favor for a country that we discussed in this space, used to be a Soviet nation that was a very corrupt nation that is now very much, especially since 2014, moving very quickly in the opposite direction and away from that level of horrific corruption. And so that's that digitization ministry, is staffed by very young people. Most of them are like 30, younger than I am, and I think that makes a big difference. It's the youth of the nation looking forward, not wanting a Soviet future, wanting to have a clean, transparent government business. Getting things done in a way where people create and build, not have their hand out and steal from the next guy. So really good thing to bring up. Glad you mentioned that, Charles. I think that's something that's making a huge difference. I'd also like to welcome Ann up to the panel. Ann, you were waiting a while. Welcome up to the panel. Do you have a question for us? We may have lost Ann. Ann may not be here. Well, Ann, you're welcome to sit here a bit. Hopefully you come on back and ask your question. Charles, you're a military man. I've heard some sporadic reports that maybe some Ukrainian soldiers have landed across the Dnieper. I believe it says you used to be a sapper. What's that going to look like for them?
Yeah, so we've heard rumors of them moving across, and I tend to be a bit hesitant when I think about these rumors. I don't have any confirmation that they have, but I mean, what it's going to look like. Yeah, so they will need to have some kind of bridgehead, and by bridgehead that doesn't necessarily mean an actual physical bridge or a pontoon bridge. It can just be ferry landings or places of embarkation on the shore. But they will need to have to secure that, and they'll do that under first basically mortar fire as artillery as cover, and then and of course the tubes, the 155s, and that kind of artillery fire to push out that bridgehead as far as they could. Now, as far as bridges go, I mentioned shortly the Kahovka Dam because it really is not a very long span that they need to get over. This span is, what did we estimate it? It's roughly about 50 meters that they would need to span, which is in military bridging terminology is not very far. And what's even better about it is the way that the Russians attempted to destroy the roadway is that they left the abutments intact. So basically, you'd be going from a solid abutment to a solid pier, which at least from initial things don't seem to be that damaged, which is great. So that means you'd only need a bridge that's only 52 meters long. There are a number of bridges that would do this. There are two. There's one that I refer to, which is the Bailey Bridge. It's a very, very old technology. There are newer variants of it, but essentially the design is the same. It's like a big erector set, and you can actually put it together by hand and sort of push it across the gap with a truck. And there's also one which is very similar, called the MGB, I believe it's called, which has a little different design, but it's essentially the same idea. It's an erector set. So if you hear me talk about Bailey bridges, that's what I mean. The Ukrainians have this. I don't know how much they have of it. They should have a lot of it. This is standard military equipment in every military since the Second World War. And we've seen many of them being built around Ukraine. It's very common to use them when you need to repair a lot of these damaged or destroyed bridges to get your supply routes open. So that's not difficult. But yeah, so they would need to get some kind of bridgehead, and that would be starting small and getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And essentially what I'd be looking for is, if they can get across in some kind of force, if they can get across with some kind of vehicles, they could use ferries to get vehicles across. They could use the Kahovka Dam to get vehicles across. But essentially, then the goal would be to push far enough, to make that bridgehead far enough so that it is outside of Russian artillery range, at least. A bit more challenging to get it outside of precision drone loitering munition range. So we're talking out at a distance of 20, 25 kilometers. You'd want to get that bridgehead out. Then at that point, then you could start thinking about stationary structures like a pontoon bridge. I question whether they would actually do some kind of pontoon bridge across the Dnipro, because it does offer a stationary target for Russian precision munitions. It takes a lot of equipment to do that. This is not equipment. These pontoon segments are not in massive supply. They're not rare, but it would take a lot of them to cross this. I think the shortest span is about 600 meters, just downstream from Nova Kahovka. So we will see. But like I said, I've heard reports of operations on the other side. I haven't been able to confirm anything. That's just my opinion. Does that help a bit, Finance?
Yeah, no, that helps a bit. So I understood the big erector set. I have played with one of those. So basically, human-sized erector set that actually works to make a bridge or bridging type equipment to get some get some men over onto the other side, and then they start for lack of a better term, doing some deeds to disrupt the enemy and hopefully get a lot more amount of men and equipment over. That's the general gist, right? Am I understanding this at my kindergarten level of military understanding?
Actually, I mean, combat engineering. So it's just a little background. When you enter the military, at least the United States military, you get kind of like an intelligence test. And this intelligence test basically tells you what jobs you're eligible to do. So obviously, if you're going to work in intelligence, or if you're going to work in, for example, linguistics, then you may need to have a much higher score. For I think combat engineer is probably the lowest score. You really don't have to be very smart to do it, and because it's just kind of blowing things up. So actually, the kindergarten take on it is actually kind of like reality. So yeah, you got it. But I will just highlight one thing. I mean, when we talk about this bridging and this erector set, I mean, we're talking about. I estimate it would take about 4 hours to build this bridge to get across the Kakhovka Dam. You could do it in night. You could provide smoke. You could do feints. You could do all kinds of things to buy yourself 4 hours to build this bridge, and it's actually a pretty quick and easy thing.
And is that a bridge that would cross the whole Dnieper?
Yeah. Well, the gap in the Kakhovka Dam, the roadway and the rail, the gap is only 50 meters. The rest of the dam is in place.
So it's not the whole thing. They just have to bridge the Kakhovka Dam. Now, if is that blown yet?
Yeah. So what they did, so the Kakhovka Dam, I don't have a satellite image to put in the nest or anything like that, but it consists of basically two sections. Section one is the dam itself, and this dam is topped with a roadway and a rail line. Actually, it is topped with a roadway. So there's the concrete steel dam part of it with the gates that let water in and out, and then on top of that is a roadway. And what the Russians did to destroy it, or to make an obstacle, was they destroyed only the roadway. So they didn't intentionally touch the rest of the dam, the actual part that holds the water. So they just blew the roadway. But they only blew 3 sections of this roadway. So the rest of this roadway is all still intact, running across. So there's just one hole in this roadway. They dropped, I think, 3 sections, which is about 50 meters. Now the second part of the dam is the lock complex and the hydroelectric power area, which is further to the south. And with this lock complex, then there's another bridge that goes over this channel where the barges move up and down the river. And this is quite narrow as well. It's just wide enough for the barges to fit through. It's an old dam, so we're not talking Suez here. And the Ukrainians hit that bridge with HIMARS a long time ago to attrit Russian supply lines. So what the Russians were doing first is they were over the lock itself, is they were laying combat bridges across the lock to bridge it, and the Ukrainians just kept hitting them again and again. So what the Russians eventually decided to do, because they needed to get across this lock channel, is they pushed a bunch of debris into the channel, all matter of things, it appears, slabs of concrete, earth, sand, whatever they could find to fill it in. And so then they had this, basically filled in channel, many tons of debris, and they drove across that debris. And when the Russians left, they did not destroy or remove that debris, so it's still there. So the lock channel is still filled in. So when we look at the entire thing from start to finish, the roadway is only missing for about 50 meters. And if all you have to do is bridge that, and you've bridged the whole Dnipro. Just well, maybe to slightly different topic, because I'm just looking at a couple of the notes that I had from yesterday. I mean, so winter has set in. So yesterday was the first snow in Ukraine, and Finland also announced then a 55 million military support package for Ukraine. As we know from from our Finnish friends, they tend to be sparse with words. They did not say at all what it was, what it included, or very little about what it included. Sweden did something similar when they announced their package. They didn't give. They gave some indication of what it was, more than the Finns did. But of course, we can assume that all of this will include winter gear as one element of that. So hopefully, and it sounded like when we hear our voices from Ukraine, that winter gear is getting to the Ukrainian soldiers. Obviously, there's a lot of soldiers in a lot of places. There's a lot of different winter gear. There's all the supply that needs to go into that. But it appears that that all of that is reaching the frontline troops, which will give them a huge advantage over the coming months against the Russian invaders. So that was one item. So we don't have too many speakers. I saw that finance had to drop for a moment. I think he'll be back in a moment, in a few minutes. But yeah, if anybody has any questions or comments regarding the war in Ukraine, any of the topics that we've been discussing here, 24 hours, 7 days a week, please feel free to go ahead and click on the request button, and then we'll bring you up and we can discuss whatever you like. Maybe just a couple other things. Kind of a summary from Mick Ryan's discussion yesterday. General Mick Ryan, retired Major General, Australian Armed Forces. He's absolutely one of my favorite speakers who comes on this space. One, I'm a bit biased, being a former Army guy. I tend to be a bit biased. I like the officers. I like it when they come on, because I get to learn as just being a former enlisted guy, to see how they tick and how they think. I also like the way that they communicate. So a couple of things that we were talking about then was, we have seen the change in command in the Russian armed forces to the leadership of the Russian invasion to Sorovkin, and clearly some changes have been made since he took power. The Russians have started to do different things. I mean, he reminded us all not to underestimate the enemy, not to say that that anything is in question, but certainly not to underestimate them. In the case of, they may still be able to do some things, but of course we know, as we've discussed at length in this space, the lack of professionalism and the entire culture on which the Russian military is built upon makes a lot of those changes nearly impossible. And some of the changes that we've discussed on this space that are needed, if they ever wanted to be a more a better fighting force, take years. And these are years that the Ukrainians have invested on their own, and also with Western help and with Western training, to undergo in their armed forces, which is of course one of the reasons why the Ukrainians are doing so well, and are really on the path to victory. But of course, there is a long way to go. I think we see, just the way that these two forces, this common purpose motivated, strong resolve group of Ukrainians on one side, and coerced, forced conscripts, prisoners, in fact, on the other side, the way that they are just hammering at each other around places like Bakhmut and Svatove. This is a very difficult fight, and that's why you'll hear us all the time talk about more military aid. I must say that personally, I was a bit disappointed with the outcome from the Ramstein 7 discussions, the press conference from Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin. Yes, there was everything that was announced there had basically been announced before. Comments about it was a productive session. I think it's good for them to keep up these sessions. Obviously, I don't expect to get everything in one press conference, although I would love to. The press conference that, of course, I'm really waiting for is going to be coming out of Berlin, hopefully someday, and not out of Washington. But yeah, the main things that they discussed previously announced, but the refurbishment of 90 T-72 tanks in conjunction with the Czech Republic and with the Netherlands. I don't have a timeline on those tanks, but of course, armor is playing a huge role, and the Ukrainians are losing some vehicles, and we need to make sure that they have more, and not only to replace and damaged ones until they can get them back, or destroyed ones, but also to create more armor units so that they can exploit breakthroughs. We're all sort of looking for a day when the ground will freeze, with the first snowfall yesterday, when the ground will freeze and mobility should become somewhat easier for armored vehicles. I see Colby. Hi, Colby.
I was just going to say on the question of the tanks, I think you were talking specifically about the T-72s that are coming from Czechia, financed by the United States and the Netherlands. Some of those will be arriving next month in December, with the balance being delivered next year.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you. So some already in December, and then the balance next year. I believe they were going through some kind of refurbishment. To be honest, I don't really know what all of the refurbishment means completely. I don't know if it's engine. I don't know if it's optics. Maybe it's all of the above. Do you know when they say refurbishment, Colby, what in detail what that means?
So when this first broke, Gunny and I had a fairly extensive discussion about this topic, trying to figure that out because very few details were provided. And the impression we got from the White House is that they would be upgraded to a higher standard, but what standard we do not know. I appealed at the time for anybody in the Czech Republic to provide any information they might have that was getting reported in local Czech media, because the information coming from the Netherlands and the United States was pretty scarce, and we couldn't really determine exactly what standard they were to be upgraded to. If I recall, we were assuming that it was going to be some sort of new standard, not one that currently exists, and they would be pretty significant upgrades, but couldn't say definitively. So certainly better than the stock T-72. We were thinking they'd probably get modern explosive reactive armor and better fire control and thermal sights, probably, possibly engine upgrades. So they'll be, relatively good. Probably not quite Polish level, but fairly good by T-72 standards.
Great, makes sense. Yeah, so highly capable, but maybe no new car smell in them. All right.
Yeah. Also on Sweden as well, we have a little bit of information. They stated that they were going to provide missiles for one air defense system, and then a system itself as well. And there were some. The Swedish defense minister had made some comment about needing re-export authorization, which means that at least some of the things, I'm not quite sure if this refers to both of the air defense systems or just one of the air defense systems, but at least one of the air defense systems would need reauthorization to export, which I think he didn't think that was going to be an issue getting it, but that was a formality that needed to be satisfied. So that would confirm that at least one of the things, the air defense air equipment being provided, at least one of them out of the two is a foreign system and not something that is domestically produced in Sweden, which kind of limits the scope of potential options. Sweden operates Patriot, which I'm fairly confident that Ukraine is not getting Patriot from Sweden because Sweden just bought Patriot themselves, so they're giving that up. But they also operate Hawk, which we've spoken quite a bit about because Spain is providing Hawk, as is the United States. The United States is providing missiles, and Spain is providing 6 launchers. And Sweden also operates IRIS-T, which Ukraine currently has as well. But Sweden operates the short-range variant missile of IRIS-T, whereas Ukraine is the more capable long-range variant, although the short-range is still a very advanced system. It just, the missile has not as significant performance, but in terms of the radar capabilities and the targeting and all that, and the general capabilities of the missile, it's all still very advanced. It just can't fly quite as far, quite as high, quite as fast, but still a capable system. So some combination of either Hawk or IRIS-T or both, along with potentially some other indigenous Swedish systems, short-range systems, could be provided in this package, along with everything else, cold weather gear and whatever else the Swedes decide to provide.
Yeah, great. I mean, the air defense aspect, it's obviously is hugely important. That's why we've discussed it so much over the last couple weeks. Well, basically since the Russian reaction to Kerch bridge destruction, or at least impairment, we'll say overall, and this ongoing wave of strikes, the one yesterday as well. I certainly hope that we don't have another one today, and I'm still thinking, of course, that they've got to be running low on some of these. We've discussed some of the numbers and trying to figure out how many they have left. But I don't know, Colby, do you have kind of the numbers from yesterday's attack on infrastructure? I didn't see how many and how many were intercepted. Did you catch that?
Yeah, give me 1 second. I will try and dig it up. It was a much smaller number than what we had seen the previous day. Let me see here. Obviously, the previous day it was like 90 cruise missiles. Yesterday, it was not quite that many.
Yeah, I think Wednesday was like the biggest day since October the 10th or something like that. It was one of the biggest attacks that they had made.
Today, Ukraine shot down 4 KH-101s, 5 Shaheds, and 2 KH-59s, out of a total of 25, apparently. So they a lot more got through today, but I'm not sure of the ones that got through if the majority of those were cruise missiles or if they were loitering munitions. I'll have to go look some more, see if I can find those details. But I know we saw there was some significant impacts in both Dnipro and Kyiv, I think, and another interception as well. We got another good interception video today. I'll throw that up into the nest as well, and I'll go look and see if I can find more details about the total numbers of hits and interceptions.
Great, thanks a lot. So I've brought up Captain. Captain, are you here? Do you have a question?
Yes. So I was just wondering. I'd heard Chuck Farrer earlier talking about the Kherson withdrawal, and I was just wondering about Russian heavy equipment. I mean, I've heard some reports that a couple tanks were found, or there was a bunch of vehicles. But I'm just wondering, did they not have heavy weaponry, like just artillery and infantry fighting vehicles and tanks? Because obviously they wouldn't have been able to, evacuate that across the Dnipro. So I was just kind of wondering what happened to any equipment, and was there any? And if it was there, they're just not talking about it. And I'll drop off and listen. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so regarding the equipment, so okay, well let's put this a bit into context first. So the actual withdrawal, appears to have been started several weeks prior to the actual announcement, and General McRyan mentioned last night on the space also regarding that he suspects there was some level of thinning of troops, and we knew prior to the actual collapse of the Russian forces that there was a lot of movement going both ways across the river, and that was why the Ukrainians were working to interdict that as much as they could by hitting both sides of the river. Embarkation points, depots, headquarters elements, and troop concentrations, and so on. So the Russians were doing things for several weeks. So what it appears is that their artillery, so things that most of their artillery, they had removed to the left bank. Now, that doesn't mean that that's all their heavy equipment, because we certainly see a lot of heavy equipment. We see a lot of images of heavy equipment that has been abandoned or simply failed to recover in the newly liberated areas. So the Russians did lose a lot of equipment. Basically, to put the withdrawal into kind of overall terms, it certainly was not an unmitigated disaster for the Russians. They did get out with some of their force and with some of their equipment, but of course, it was a huge defeat for them. So that's kind of where we stand on where we see the equipment side of things. There are many images of captured and abandoned equipment in the newly liberated areas, including some really some interesting pieces of equipment, such as MLRS system, for example, I saw yesterday, and of course all of the various APCs and even radar system and so on. But they did get some things out. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that does actually. Yeah, I just wasn't, and I figured they were leaving ahead of time too. I kind of, that's why when they announced the big withdrawal, I figured that they've probably already done it. But I just was not sure how they would have got some of those big pieces of heavy equipment across the Dnipro. That was mainly it.
Right. Well, they were running barges. So I mean, to give you an idea, so I mean, they their way of trying to maintain supplies is, as I mentioned in some detail about the dam, they of course also built this very large barge bridge underneath the Antonovsky Bridge by linking up a bunch of barges and putting basically metal planking across the top of them so that vehicles could drive across. That barge bridge didn't survive long before. This is why I mentioned with a bridgehead, before you start building stationary structures, you need to be able to. You want them to be survivable, and the Ukrainians hit that pretty quickly. The Russians tried to repair it, and it was hit again, and so on. But the main way that they were moving things back and forth were ferries, these pontoon ferries or different kinds of ferries, and they were running those back and forth across the river. I mean, I do. Yeah, so I just want to highlight, because I see comments about the Kherson withdrawal, and they often tend to go in two different extremes. Either one extreme is oh, it's no big deal, the Russians got out with absolutely everything and their force is fully intact and they're just waiting on the other side of the river. It was an untenable position. It's a smart move, and the Russians did absolutely perfectly. That's one extreme. The other extreme is the Russians lost absolutely everything, and nobody got out alive, and all of that. And that's not true either. So it fits somewhere in the middle. What of course, can't be denied is it is a huge defeat for the Russians. I mean, they held on to the right bank of the river for a very, very long time, with this counteroffensive in that area started back in August. So it was certainly a huge defeat, but they did get out with some things.
Thank you.
No worries. So,
Hey, that's a great
welcome
question.
back.
I was actually, thank you very much. I was actually really curious about that too. How much we had any idea how much got captured in the current version? Obviously, it wasn't as good as the Kharkiv offensive, where the Russians apparently perfected the drop everything and run for the hills maneuver. Brand new, never been tried before. Not since people joke about the French doing it, but apparently the Russians perfected it recently. But yeah, so no, I was really curious. Do we have any numbers on that, Charles? You know, if anything came out about how much stuff they get left behind or captured, especially anything around, I know Soviet munitions is a big question that people ask a lot about here. Any Soviet munitions or
real quick, I did hear some reports that these were just on like the War Translated, that actually they were blowing up a lot of their munitions before they left.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Captain. Yeah, I've heard that report as well. That that the Russians did seem to be trying to blow up their ammo, or some of their ammo. Obviously, I can't confirm any of that. I mean that the source of all of that is Russian military telegram channels, which is where that came from. But it would make sense for them to do that. Unfortunately, Finance, I don't have any numbers exactly for all the captured equipment. I could go look it up later. It would take a bit of time to actually determine, okay, from all the captured equipment that's been reported, which one was in Kherson and what is elsewhere. All I have to go on is the relatively large number of images that we see coming out of captured equipment or abandoned equipment. So that's kind of where I'm going on, but actual numbers, sorry, I don't have them.
All right, thank you. Yeah, just hoping someone knew. If you knew, you knew. If you didn't, it is what it is.
No worries. All right. So so we don't have any hands up and few speakers. It's early morning here in Europe. It's 7:15 Kyiv time, 6:15 Central European time. So if you're joining us from Europe this morning, good morning. Couple things just to recap some of the news items. So the grain deal was extended. This is good news. Yesterday we saw a large wave of missile strikes on Ukrainian infrastructure. Obviously, we hope that we do not see that today, but of course we will start to get word in, I guess, in the coming hours if the Russians stay on their schedule of hitting it in morning rush hour. Which is amazing that they still have rush hour and people are still going to work just as normal, even under terror bombardment. We had a few guests last night: Major General Mick Ryan, Ivana Stradner, with guest Ian Gardner, talking about Russian disinformation campaigns, information warfare activities. Very good discussion. You can find all of that, all of those guests, in due time on our Spotify account. So I encourage you to check that out. My personal recommendation is always to listen to General Mick Ryan. I absolutely love the way that he talks and the way he explains things, the level-headedness. I absolutely love it. Ukrainians continue to strike command and control centers, logistics centers with HIMARS. Topic of discussion yesterday had something was happening at Jankoy. There was some kind of rumors about a big explosion, something going very big boom at Jankoy. I don't think we got any more information on that. Somebody on the panel can correct me, but that seemed to be kind of a lot of unconfirmed reports. The importance of go ahead.
I was going to ask if we had any more details or data on the Russian HIMARS strikes on anything on either ammo dumps, logistics facilities. We've heard that the Russian command that anything that's close to the front's moving very regularly, and I think they're trying currently for command and control 140 kilometers from the front, which sounds pretty far to me, especially given the centralized nature of their army. Does that sound correct from what I understood?
Yeah, exactly. Now, unfortunately, in my notes, finance, I don't have the names of the towns that they hit. I wish I had written them down, but I remember that there were at least 3 reports. One was in Donetsk city itself. I believe that one, if I'm not mistaken, was near a school. Now, clearly, anytime you start using the word school, then everybody's ears perk up and you start listening to propaganda value and all this kinds of things. But I mean, let's keep in mind that Russian forces have been using facilities like schools for schools lend themselves kind of well to becoming command and control centers and logistics centers. Buildings like that, prepared structures of that size, and the Russians tend to use them for that. So I think I even saw a video of a Russian video of that one. And then there were 2 other towns that I did not write down. One was a supply depot, and the other one was another headquarters element. Those were just 3 that came, but I know there were multiple reports, but I don't have the exact numbers. Now, in terms of the tactics of this, you alluded to it, finance. You're exactly right, and CJ spoke to this as well yesterday. When you have a very centralized command structure where the information and the knowledge of what is going on in the battle space is really at a high central level, such as brigade level or combined arms army level or something like that, and when you have the culture of the Russian military and the structure of the Russian military, basically makes it so that information is not very decentralized. Decision making is not very decentralized. So that makes the warfighting value of these command and control centers just that much more important. It's harder to, when they are hit, basically what that can cause is it can mean that none of the subordinate units have an understanding of what they should be doing, where the enemy is, where their own supplies are, and things like that. So it makes perfect sense for the Ukrainians to really target command and control centers. I mean, you'll see this in Western wars as well. I mean, I think a lot of people may remember things like the Gulf War, where there was these sustained airstrikes, and they were purposely on command and control centers as a first strike to try to sort of, if you can't decapitate the army or the force, so to say, at least disrupt their ability to make decisions, compile and assess intelligence and information, and to disseminate orders and make decisions. So it makes perfect sense why they would go after this, and they have done this repeatedly when preparing their offensives. This is just one element of what we common talk about, or what Yehuda often talks about, is in shaping operations. This is just one element of that, is disrupting their command and control. So that's why I took that news yesterday, and I thought it was great to hear that. Also because of what it signified, that potentially some resources, some units from the Kherson front were already starting to be reallocated to other operational areas. And one thing General Ryan pointed out last night, and I totally agreed with him, is we've talked about cleanup operations in the newly liberated areas around Kherson, and the Ukrainians had a hard fight in that offensive. I mean, it was a long time. It ran nearly 3 months before the Russians finally collapsed. We talked about recovery time for some of those units. How long does it take? And General Ryan rightly pointed out that when you have a good cohesive unit with high morale, yeah, you do need to give them a break for a minute, but it doesn't have to be that long. He said, a couple weeks is actually enough, and after a couple weeks, the guys are actually, they want to get back to it. They want to finish the job. And I can remember that from my time in the military. I mean, there were times when we had high intensity times, long stretches, and we did need a break. But what he said that a couple weeks, it totally resonated with me, because I remember after a bit, after you're off mission, trying to recover, maybe you're taken to the rear, so to say, in there is a point at which you're like, all right, this is boring. Let's get back to it. Let's finish the job, and let's go kill some more Russians. So that's good news.
So yeah, so basically the Ukrainians can very quickly get back to the business of fighting because they have high morale. They're eager to defend their nation. That's what I should take out of that, correct?
Yeah, exactly. As you know, as listeners to the space know, as long as there are no hands and no speakers, then the co-host just keeps talking. So if you want me to stop repeating myself, go ahead and push the request button.
Yeah, please. Bottom left is the nice request button. You can come up, ask us a question. Charles here can answer your military questions. I can answer your financial questions. So despite there only being two of us, we have a nice diversity of thoughts and opinions on the panel. It is the bad late hours of the U.S. time. It is currently almost 12:30 a.m. New York time, which makes it about 7:30 a.m. Kyiv time. If I got that correct. Hopefully everybody in Kyiv is having a nice day, and the Russians won't shoot a bunch of cruise missiles at a bunch of civilian targets, because cruise missiles shouldn't be shot at civilian targets. With that, I see both Misfit and Goose are coming up. Misfit, welcome to the panel. We actually really love all of your posts here at the MriyaReport. I was talking with JT on the other day. We actually do talk off space sometimes, and your name came up about someone who posts all sorts of great things going boom. So please, one fella hand raised. Misfit, you're up.
Thanks, Finance, and thanks for keeping it going, you guys. Thought I'd just jump in here and try and contribute to the conversation. I've been on the road driving back from a meeting and listening to Charles, and it's been very enjoyable. I really dig that type of discussion, and I don't think it's a waste of time at all. It's all good stuff. So thank you, Charles, for your insights. I wanted to pose something to you and to the group, and that is, a lot of people talking about, well, when are the Ukrainians going to cross that river and go take care of the Russians on the left bank, et cetera, et cetera. It's something that, I've heard that come up many times. But, I think we've learned by now that if nothing else, the Ukrainians are capable of surprising us. And they typically do things that, might seem unpredictable. And one of the things I was talking about with Dr. Paul earlier today, we talk off space a lot, him and I, and what I'm trying to get to is, since 2014, Luhansk, Donetsk have been occupied. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are on whether the Ukrainians might want to poke a hole in those territories that have been occupied for such a long time, in part for the political points that, in the sense that they don't want to let those occupied areas stay occupied, and let those fall by the wayside. As this war drags out, it might be easy once they have regained some of the main areas that they have already, and everyone is kind of pointing to the south. But those occupied territories since 2014, might be easier to just forget about. That's not really what I'm saying, but maybe you get what I'm saying. Maybe they want to take a swing at those areas that have been occupied earlier in the sequence, just to make sure that those don't sit around and get ignored or get forgotten.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem they're taking actions on Donbass, Luhansk, right? Where we used to be hearing about that having some of those thick rail connections possible. They definitely whittled away their ability to supply them, and so that lends itself to, at least from my understanding of how the Ukrainian way of war operates, those are in play. That's Ukraine. I think it's had to be liberated. Is that what you're talking about? Or are we talking about Crimea here?
No, I'm not really talking about Crimea. Although, that's certainly something to consider. Really, what I'm thinking about is, we know that they've reallocated some forces or are in the process of reallocating some towards the northeast, towards Luhansk, towards Severodonetsk, that region, along with the active front in Svatove. So kind of what I'm thinking is we have all those rail lines coming in, those key logistic lines that are coming in from Russia into Luhansk and Donetsk. And then that kind of last remaining line coming in from the north towards Starobilsk or Staroblisk. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. And the tendency or the methodology from so far from the Ukrainians has been, how do we sever the Russian logistics? And so I'm looking more towards a swing along towards the Russian border in the east, maybe sooner rather than later. It seems like they have a lot of forces in that direction. And I think they have a lot of incentive to kind of poke a hole in those territories that the Russians have been sitting in since 2014, because that also coincides with some major rail lines, which we know is the heartbeat of the Russian military.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Misfit. I absolutely love I love this topic. And if I wasn't let's say I'm not the most intelligent guy, but I am smart enough that I don't post maps with just like little finger drawn arrows on them. But I do think about it a lot, and we've talked about it on space. All these different options, and what I'm overcome with is just how many options make sense, right? So I mean, it makes sense to pursue the Russians across the left bank of the Dnipro. It's challenging, but they're capable of it. The big movement out of Zaporizhia to pin the force against the Black Sea and move towards Crimea makes sense. Obviously, there's a challenge of trying to protect flanks, and as I like the phrase that General Ryan said last night, a push like that would have big shoulders you'd have to protect on both sides. I hear people say, okay, well, head for Melitopol. Definitely Melitopol with its logistical importance is big. Go towards Mariupol, because not only is it has a mythical status on both sides, but a huge political part, but also a strategically important one. Some people, okay, well, let's try to break. The Ukrainians should try to break the 2014 lines to not only for military gains, but also to and then of course there's Starobilsk and kind of the big left hook that everybody kind of sees on the map. If you can break through at Svatove and take Severodonetsk, then you can, Luhansk is open, right? So I won't speculate, because I don't feel like I'm even qualified to. They wouldn't even let me into the Ukrainian army probably. But what I am overcome with is just the amount of options that they have, and what a great position to be in that is, from a operational point of view, to have so many options that make so much sense. And the Russians have got to be seeing the same picture we are, right? And so I don't think the Russians know where the Ukrainians are going to come next and how they're going to come next, and that's what I absolutely love about it. So I like discussing it on the space, but that's kind of always my takeaway. You know what I mean, Misfit?
Yeah, absolutely. It's we we don't necessarily know what they're going to do. And you're right, there are many options because unfortunately the Russians occupy a good portion of the south and including Crimea and the 2014 areas. So yeah, it is kind of a fun thought experiment to think about, because a lot of areas do make sense. And since early on with the posts from Trent Talenko and many others who've discussed the logistics, and then seeing that play out in the way that even the Kherson attrition campaign, the person was on a little bit earlier talking about, well, really, what did the Ukrainians get out of that? Did they get this equipment, or did they capture a bunch of guys, and so on and so forth? But they spent weeks and weeks and weeks just hammering them. They'd cross the river, they'd hammer them. They'd cross back over the river, they'd hammer them, and they were doing that for so long, just attrition, attrition, attrition. So that they put them in that position to degrade them logistically and manpower and equipment. So, I look towards how can they best do that next? How can they best put the Russians in a bad position? How can they put the Russians in a bad position logistically? And there aren't that many logistics lines left to sever. They've done a good job of that so far. So, I kind of look at the rail maps and look at the movements and what are we going to see next?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, before Kherson fell, there was a lot of talk. We were talking a lot about, okay, generally, are the Ukrainians more focused on territorial gains, or are they more focused on destroying the Russian forces? And they seemed to be much more focused on destroying the Russian forces. And let's not forget that they successfully avoided an urban conflict. I mean, we were talking about that in this space with Colonel Spencer for weeks about how they could possibly avoid a protracted house by house urban conflict in their own city. So it was a huge success. And if but I mean, not every operation is going to be the same way. So just because they focused on destroying the Russian forces there, doesn't mean that they'll only focus on destroying the Russian forces everywhere. It could be a time when they say, okay, we want to make large territorial gains at the expense of leaving the Russian force. So yeah, I'm totally with you. Yeah.
Well, it really was a masterstroke, because they accomplished so many goals in on one front. Just being able to avoid a costly urban battle, that's huge. And if they sacrifice, killing a couple thousand more Russian soldiers or what have you, whatever the role, costly for both sides. So, I agree with you. It's we can look, you know, in the smaller terms of, do they need to take this or that city, territorial wise? But I agree. I think the destruction of Russian forces has been really high up the list, and we saw that play out quite heavily in Kherson, and then we saw it play out quite heavily, by surprise in the north. So I'm curious what we'll see next. And I see we have some other hands up, so I don't want to monopolize the conversation. But thank you, Charles.
No worries. Thank you, Misfit. Goose, thanks for waiting.
Oh, no problem. I just wanted to take a page out of David Farrell's book and say that Maria Aid is such an amazing space. And if you're listening here tonight, take the time to like, retweet, share, comment, talk about it, share it. One of the things that got me excited about the space tonight was receiving that email from MriyaAid.org about their audit, about their finances, kind of giving a little summary about what's been going on. As a Canadian, it was nice to see a big number there from Canada, so little hometown pride there. And then also, just the overall number was absolutely outrageous at 3.25 million raised as a group together. That just gets me jacked up seeing that number. And Another thing that got me excited was seeing an as-at statement, like I don't know, I took accounting 101 like 10 years ago, but like those statement sheets of accounting where you count your buildings and your heavy equipment and your assets, and it's pretty boring. But then seeing the line items being NVGs and EOD training and tactical uh, first aid kits was uh, a bit of a jump, and I thought that was pretty cool. Like, we're all here listening, getting informed, combating disinformation. When this thing first kicked off, uh, I'll admit I was a victim of the native expansion narrative because I had been exposed to disinformation, and Maria Aid set me straight. So this space has been valuable to me on an informational basis. I've contributed, others have contributed. We've kept the space going 24/7. Getting that email and seeing where the finances have gone and seeing the immense scale of it all has blown my mind. Finance, your explanation of sanctions and secondary sanctions, and the way that the industrial process works, and how it's not just dollars and cents, but it's the machinery and the updates. And like, I just wanted to express my thanks and my excitement, and uh, I'm feeling very jacked up about this space. I just wanted to chime in and say, thank you.
Thank you very much, Goose.
Yeah, I was gonna say thank you very much, Goose, and for all of our audience who wishes to donate, MriyaAid.org, always an excellent choice. There is no overhead. Now, apparently with audited numbers, I have been driving, hosting, contributing to the space this evening, so I have actually not had a chance to receive the email and look at the numbers and the accounting on how Maria Aid spends its money. So if you ask me about it, I will have to tell you that I have not had a chance to look at it and will not have a chance to look at it until after I take my Sabbath. So that will be Saturday night U.S. time. I will have a chance to check it out by then, and then you can ask me all about it. And I will be happy to go over whatever I see in those numbers with you, and we can all enjoy where some of the donations that many of the listeners here, including yours truly, the co-host, has given to Maria Aid. That said, Mr. Miner, my fellow anti-Russian maximalist, how are you this morning? I believe you're in Europe, evening for me here in the States. How's it going?
Actually, I'm in Seattle, so it's late evening. It's getting to be late evening here.
Oh, never mind. Well, good evening to you too, sir.
So let me start. I mean, I've been listening for hours. This is just the first chance I've had to talk. But let me start with Kirsten, since people were just discussing it. No one without a security clearance has a good idea of exactly what the balance was in terms of how many Russians the Ukrainians killed, how many people they lost, equipment, ammo usage. I mean, there's 80 things you would look at if you were really trying to assess the military balance of the campaign. But the one thing I absolutely do know is that leaving Kherson was and is a huge political problem for Putin, and he would not have done it if he had any choice. So someone got in his office and managed to live long enough to tell him that, boss, you can you can leave Kherson and at least stay in this war, or you can stay in Kherson and lose the war right there. So there's a zillion details I don't know, but I'm as sure as I can be that that's the way that conversation went down. Again, I'm operating with public information only, so there'll be some interesting books eventually. So back to several hours ago when you were discussing the German power situation. The Germans still have the single worst case of what is the overall problem. There is an insufficient sense of urgency about the fact that a couple of hundred perfectly innocent Ukrainians are getting killed every day. I don't care how many of them are soldiers, how many of them are civilians. They'd all be alive if the Russians went home. Over and above that, some unknown number of tens of thousands are about to freeze to death in Mariupol for the Russians' amusement. People need to get with the program. We can fix global warming when Putin is in a box, preferably more than one and 80 feet down. There was something else.
Yeah, no, right. And in fairness for the woman making the global warming claim, she wasn't making some anti-war global warming argument, which really drives me nuts because what's really bad for the environment? Massive amounts of war. And you know what stops war? Russia going back to their territorial borders of Russia and stopping committing genocide. Like lots of cruise missiles and blowing stuff up makes a lot of global warming. You know what stops that? Russia not being an aggressive militaristic power. That's what stops that. Sorry, hate to interrupt you. That one makes my blood boil. I hate the environmental caucus who also is like, yeah, we know it has war, but who cares? It's like that's like everything you're against. It's bad for the environment. It's awful. It's terrible. And by the way, it kills thousands upon thousands, possibly millions of people before this is all said and done. Which isn't that the point? Like, isn't the point of the environment that humans can live in it? Sorry, I had to go on a brief rant there. Back to you, Dan.
Well, no, I couldn't be in more agreement, but just to be slightly more specific, she was a couple of different Germans. I mean, they were all smart, intelligent, educated people, came up and spoke, and they were all hung up on the long-term development of the German power grid. And that is not this month's problem. This month's problem is not freezing to death this winter and winning this war. And shutting those nuclear plants down before spring has to be, I can't think of something of a historical example quite that stupid, other than maybe Putin launching this war in the first place. It's just beyond. And if Germany has enough power this winter, they can ship it to Romania, they can ship it to Czechoslovakia. I think the power line that is at the center of this whole explosion controversy in Poland, they could ship some of it into Ukraine, and they need it. There is no such thing as too much generating capacity in Europe right now, period, full stop. And anybody who can't wrap their head around that is, I just can't figure it out.
No argument here. Saying no to genocide and shouldn't be too difficult to get their head around. And it's pretty shocking that the reason we have the slogan "Never Again," the country that originates from, yeah, I'm looking at you, Germany, is the country in which we have a bootlicking prime minister, and not all of their citizens, but definitely a certain minority that appears to be deeply impractical and on that bootlicking page. Though it is not a majority of the country, which makes all their political decisions pretty shocking. But no, definitely agree with you there, Dan. We have a bunch of hands. If you don't have a question, I will move to Michael. If you do, I will stick on you. Is that good? We good? Follow up?
Well, I've got one more little thing I wanted to say. People were talking about what the Ukraine might do next, and it's just impossible to judge without a better map of the forces, how the forces are laid out than anybody has outside of like the militaries involved. And actually, I have doubts about how good the Russians' map is. But without that, you just can't even begin to figure out what makes sense. And with that, I will step down here. Also coming up to the house, the dog, my signal usually goes wonky when I transfer back to Wi-Fi. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Dan. We're going to go to Michael, then Misfit, then I've got a question from Phil in the audience, and I will go to the question from the audience after Misfit. Michael, you're up, sir. Oh boy, Charles, can you hear Michael?
No, I think Michael, your connection is quite poor. Maybe if you try to work on it. So stay on the panel, try to work on that. We'll go to Misfit first, and then we'll come back to you.
Yeah, just a quick thing. I wonder if any of you guys remember a week or two ago, Secretary of Defense Austin made a statement. And what he said was, Ukraine can service any of the targets that they need to service with what they have. I might have paraphrased part of that. But that was in response to, will Ukraine receive the ATACMS missile? And I don't know about anyone else, but I'm calling BS on that. When we look at certain ranges, we can see that, the airfield that Ukraine probably definitely struck with drones the other night in Crimea, about 140 kilometers away. And their current range that we know of for sure is about 85 kilometers. So I just wonder if anyone has any thoughts on, what is he saying there, and when are we going to take the gloves off and give Ukraine what they need?
So HIMARS range probably goes a little over 100 clicks for some of the military experts we've had on panel. That 85 kilometers seems to be a conservative estimate, and the feeling is that Ukraine has used the Gimler 6-pack and 12-pack munitions. They're quite accurate for smoking at the ammo dump longer than that 85-kilometer range, is what their military guys have told us. Now, that's not 150 kilometers. They're not saying it's 150, but 100, 110, maybe 120 does seem to be viable from the military experts we've had, doing a little measurement to the boom boom that has gone on over in the Russian smoking lounge. So, yeah, we think that's a little longer. Obviously, there's some sort of long-range capacity going on in Ukraine, given their ability to first hit Saki Air Base, possible things that hit Belgorod, a few other targets that were too long for conventional HIMARS munitions to hit. How much they have clearly in question. Regularly here is the spokesman for the Atacams brand cigarettes. I think we should give them a pile of like 200 Atacams missiles and let them hit every single rail junction within 300 miles of Ukraine. And then Russia can figure out what to do with all their Mobics when they can't supply literally anything to Ukraine, and they just can't fix that much rail anytime soon. Like, it will just take them a while before they will have their logistics system up and running, especially because they, do a couple ways of that. So even when they fix a few of them, you boom those again, and then their whole system remains down for a few weeks. Like, I don't know how they maintain a military in or around Ukraine in that scenario. Granted, that risks other internal stability problems in Russia, but I sort of feel that's Russia's problem. So I am 100% in agreement with you. Mr. Miner, who was just up here, is a panelist, and he is with me on that maximalist approach to absolute destruction of Russia. Pretty much since Bucha, my general view has been, if it's not a nuclear weapon, we should give it to Ukraine. And I've been okay with pretty much anything that a Western or NATO power wants to support Ukraine with. I would have been okay with the 101st Airborne landing there once Bucha happened, because I take the term never again seriously. That said, obviously that didn't happen. Million good reasons why it didn't happen. Understand the logic of our president in chief for not doing it, but I wouldn't have been upset if you used the other logic either. That said, the 100 ATACMS per most military experts could end this war very sooner and might be that magic bullet weapon to get us there. So I would really hope we could start doing that. And the fact that we only seem to be handing them one or two at a time and not enough to take out the entire logistics network of Russia that they need to supply their military in Ukraine, which is within the capabilities of us to give them, and is in fact a lot cheaper than this regular supplies of which we're giving them. No, if it actually worked, certainly lends itself to asking a lot of questions over why it hasn't happened. I would note that Mr. Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, seems to be one of the most hesitant voices of the White House against attack of missiles. And I have actually asked, why haven't we Article 5'd him as members of NATO before? So that's sort of where I stand on his view. I have asked my Republican friends why there's certain wings of their party that are making him look like Ronald Reagan in instead of actually taking the Ronald Reagan stance and attacking him from the right, because good Lord, this man should be viewed as a pacifist, not looking kind of militant. But welcome to the current situation we got going on. But yeah, so that's where things stand. He at least is in favor of handing basically indefinite amounts of weapons to Ukraine of the types they've been receiving so far. So he's not like the worst ever. That would be Olaf Scholz, the bootlegging president of Germany, or Viktor Orban, the dictator of Hungary, who has said he wants to be closer to Iran. That said, Michael, please check out your mic and see if you can talk again. Hopefully your connection's better.
Yeah, can you hear me okay now?
Perfect, loud and clear, buddy.
All right, great. I'll go straight to my question. I remember there was an airport near Kherson that we used to talk about because it was forever being blown up by the Ukrainians, and then the Russians would build a new base there that would be blown up. Do we know what happened to that airport since Ukraine has taken Kherson back?
That's Chernobylivka. Yeah. Yeah, that was another location on the map that at least the Ukrainians will always remember. Yeah, so it was taken. The Ukrainians found quite a bit of equipment there, including a helicopter. Now, the helicopter, an intact helicopter. Now, that helicopter turned out to be their own helicopter that the Russians had captured when they'd taken that airbase. But they got it back intact, and hopefully they'll get that thing running and start shooting some rockets out of it. That would be great. No, there was a fair amount. I saw a drone footage video of that airbase. I think just yesterday afternoon. Yeah, it certainly has been taken, and that's an important thing. I know that the Ukrainians, as far as I had heard, had already started moving some air assets, rotary assets there. But what was interesting about the drone footage was this was a hotly contested piece of land for many months, as you mentioned. I couldn't, of course, tell how much of all this destroyed and abandoned equipment that was there, how long had it been there? Was it something that they had left just within their withdrawal from the Kherson area, or was this stuff that had kind of just accumulated and been destroyed over the many months? But yeah, all of these kinds of things, these kinds of infrastructure items are really important for militaries. Militaries need certain facilities, and even if they're not in complete working order, just having large open spaces of tarmac, for example, can help you when you're staging supply areas, even if you're not leaving it there forever, just to do things like that. So this is really a good thing that they've liberated it. I don't know if that answers your question completely, but
yeah, pretty much. So they're using the airport now, or we don't know.
So I don't know if the airport's in service. It's in a particularly poor location to be hit by artillery, hence why it was the number one customer of the Atacams Brand Cigarette Company. We actually sent them a video thanking them for all their purchases while they controlled it. If you look 3 into the nest, you will see my announcement. Cool car chaser Robert Goodfella actually came up with an excellent video thanking the Vatis for all of their smoking at the ammo dump. Truly, Chernobylivka was hit over 50 times. We jokingly made a customer of the week meme for them, and then they proceeded to be hit an hour after they were hit, causing us to make the customer of the week meme. So we had to make a customer of the hour meme for them. Like, this was just the record amount of hit. It was shocking they were even using the place. I would sort of ask all of our military experts their views on why in the world were the Russians still flying anything there. Daryl was to the point where he would just laugh for a minute before being able to speak because of how ridiculous the fact that they just kept parking helicopters and military assets right in the most targeted, sighted airstrip of all time. So yeah, Chernobylivka, we salute you. Thank you for decommissioning more equipment than any airstrip ever. Yeah, that was something special. Cristiano, I do see you, but I have a question for the audience I must answer first. All right, our good buddy Phil has texted in his question. How do oil prices coming down affect Russia's war machine? It seems that every time oil prices start to come down, Russia starts to escalate with missile strikes, pipeline explosions, etc. Okay, so the oil prices coming down will affect the income going into Russia. Now, they do have fat piles of cash because it wasn't all stolen. Stolen's the wrong word. It wasn't all frozen out of Russia, and they did make a bunch of foreign cash by selling oil and gas, and then they spend rubles internally, so they sort of pile up the foreign cash. So as oil comes down, though, it definitely hinders their ability on the revenue side and adds more pressure to their government. Oil is still broadly high, but it is lower than it was before, and Russian oil sells at a pretty deep discount to European, usually on the Brent crude benchmark, or American on what's called WTI, the West Texas Intermediate benchmark. And since the war has started, that's been at a sizable $15 to $20 discount for much of the war. I will go look up the price when I stop talking and Cristiano asks. That's still going on. So as that oil price comes down, it will pressure the Russian government finances further. Again, when I say pressure the Russian government's finances, that part is not going to break them. It won't stop them from. It's not going to stop them from the war. It won't stop them from being a horrific genocidal monster, and it won't stop them from shambling forward in a Great Depression environment while they pump what little resources they have into a military-industrial complex to try and kill more Ukrainians as they kill even more of themselves and their economic future for generations to come. Welcome to Russia. That's just the way they work. So while that is kind of disheartening, it does mean that it will be much more difficult. It will be all that much more difficult for them to rebuild after this war, because while a Marshall Plan is coming for Ukraine, I do not have the expectation that such a thing is coming for Russia. We should expect to see sanctions continue post-war. Sure, some people might be quick to buy oil and gas, but they're going to be a lot less quick to go in there and invest their own capital after having written off so many billions. There's going to be a lot of questions around Russia paying for massive human atrocities. Bucha, Irpin, Mariupol's not even freed, and we're aware of atrocity after atrocity going on there. And these things aren't going to just disappear and fade away into nothingness. We're talking about the possibility of millions of kidnapped Ukrainians needing to be found, needing to be returned home, with significant claims against Russia for being freaking kidnapped, destroyed houses, building infrastructure, everything. So that's going to make it much harder for them to come back onto the international business scene, to become part of international trade again. And they're going to have to decide to stop acting like North Korea if they want to stop being treated like North Korea. So with that, all those pressures on the government, getting us back to the original question, will really hinder their ability to rebuild because it lowers their income. It will hinder their ability to do corrupt business while the war is on, especially if oil prices keep dropping and this war drags out for some horrific amount of time, like some of our military experts have suggested. Major Giroux a few months ago told us to strap on our chin straps. This could take a couple of years. Chuck Farr in his bullet points has said 24 more months is possible. So those are two of the finest military minds we or other people have heard from. General Mick Ryan hasn't said it's going to be fast. No one says we're home by Christmas. So with that said, long war, lower oil prices, higher internal inflation, worse Russian government, all of these pressures add up and make Russia a far weaker long-term country, which we should sort of view as a good thing, because a strength in Russia is the kind of Russia that can do what we're seeing now. Definitely. All right, there's my long-winded answer to Phil's excellent question, and we move on to Cristiano Dolabantu. Cristiano.
Thank you, Mr. Finance. First of all, can you hear me? Is Mike there?
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Good morning or good evening for you. I do have the honor of asking you a question, Mr. Finance. Um, so we've seen after 2014 and the sanctions that the Federal Reserves of the Russian Federation dropped by a considerable amount. So, at what point are we on this right now? Is the cash reserve of the Russian Federation almost depleted? Is it like how how much damage has this war done to its economy and its reserves? Like general amount, a credible number. Do you have something like that?
Sorry, I was busy on a tweet. Sorry, not a tweet. A message I got from a listener. General amount of what? I missed that one key word. What is it? A general amount you're asking of?
General amount of losses in cash, in money. How much did Russia lose until now from its reserves, from its economy? If you can estimate something like that.
Estimating total economic losses economy-wide is difficult. But here's some things to consider to give you an idea of what you're asking. Number one, $330 billion frozen outside of Russia. A very small amount of that has been seized. That's the Canadian amount. Thank you, Canada. We salute you. Much of that is going to wind up being seized for reparations. That's the only cash I am certain could be seized for reparations because it's outside of Russia and there's not much they can do about seizing it. Things like this, possession's 90% of the law. Moving towards their domestic economy. The amount they've lost short term versus medium term is ridiculously high, but you have a lot of different choices to quantify, many of which I would call correct. They have gone from a projected small economic growth to a significant recession. So they went from like 3% growth on their economy to anything between 4% at the Russian provided numbers of recession to estimates closer to 8 to 15%. Put me down for that 12-ish% number this year. That's around where I've been. I was higher for a while, but then some stuff got in, this, that, the other. So I would say at least a low double digit percentage, 12, 13% down. To give you an idea of how bad that is, I think the Great Recession in the U.S. Peak to trough, that's top economic activity to worst economic activity. I don't think the U.S. lost more than 8%, and that was the worst economic drawdown that the U.S. has had since the Great Depression. So, in 100 years, basically 90 years of economic performance, the worst drawdown, this is going to be twice as bad, and that's just this year. It's not getting better next year. Anyone who says, this is going to get better for Russia, yeah, that's not happening. A lot of the ways this damage is hit from sanctions, a lot of the things they've done, it's not going to bounce back. It's going to keep falling. Millions of Russians have left Russia, some of them permanently. While yes, that does become possible for influence ops and a problem for where those people go. Also, that is millions of people who left who could afford to leave, many of whom were their higher end workers who got paid more money, some of whom were actually economically productive, right? So that's not the Siloviki aren't the people leaving. It's people who actually work in their higher paid jobs, they're programmers, things like that. So all those people leaving, that is economic activity not going on in Russia now. And those who can get set up elsewhere may not be coming back anytime soon. So their lost productivity is going to be calculated in, and millions of your highest paid workers leaving, that's going to leave a mark. You also have 80,000 dead and 200 plus thousand wounded, many of whom are really seriously wounded. Those are people who are not going to be part of the economy anymore. That's putting it politely. They're also not going to be having kids. They're not going to be able to support kids. The government now has to support people. Maybe it doesn't support people. If it doesn't, you're looking at an economy that's under even more strain, etc. So the way in which Russia has gone about this has taken a slightly growing economy into a massive recession. It will turn into a depression if it keeps going. I expect it will. They have pulled out 30 years of foreign direct investment in months. They have their oil and gas industry is now predicted by the Yale Group to collapse by 50% in the next decade. Much of this is damage done if they can't figure out how to get all of the oil and gas experts back in the country. And I don't know if they can, because I don't know if any of those guys are going to trust them as enough of a long-term business partner to want to send heavy equipment again without them paying up front. And there's only so much cash they're going to have to pay up front. So Russia's got a lot of problems, to put it real politely. And I think that should give you an idea of the scale of just how much economic damage has been done to Russia by being in this war. It's the point where a geopolitical win for them that I would be losing my head over would still be worse for the people of Russia and be an economic loss unless it was a monster geopolitical win, right? If they somehow politically pulled off keeping Crimea, Luhansk, and Donbass, which they should not be allowed to do. That's absolutely ridiculous. All of those places are Ukraine, and that would be rewarding them and inspiring them to do more of this crap in the next 5 or 10 years. But even if they were allowed to do that, their economy will be made far, far less for having done this war. And again, that should not be allowed, acceptable, or anything else. Cristiano, does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You got it. Pleasure to see you again, sir. Yep, super late at night here, but I am on a roll. All right, the moose is loose. Mr. Battle Moose. Nice to see you.
So great to see you again there, Finance. And I'm up way past my bedtime just so I can be in your time zone again. For a little bit of perspective, going into the war, Russia had the GDP similar to that of Italy. Where do you think they are now?
Well, now they're at Italy minus 13%. At the rate they're going, they're going to have the GDP of Sicily by the time this war's done, if this lasts 2 more years.
I just think it's very important that we put some of these things into perspective, and some of the easiest ways is to compare them. Like geographically, they're enormous. They're a massive country. However, economically, they're really in the Stone Age.
Yeah, no, the Stone Age isn't joking. Huge amounts of their country don't have running water or like indoor plumbing and electricity to their house is something that a majority of Russia, like by land area, doesn't have. So if you're outside of Moscow, you're outside of St. Petersburg, if you're outside of some other major cities, and in fact, even if you're in some of the major cities in east of the Urals, they don't have running water in their houses. They're still using outhouses like it's 1855. They may not have electricity indoors. They are living in a pre-industrial world. If they wanted to actually develop their economy domestically and become a richer nation, they could have spent all this money they're spending on their military to try to commit genocide in Ukraine and get their asses handed to them. They could have spent all that money on providing plumbing and electricity to massive swaths of their people who don't have it. And I can tell you that it does not take a major degree in economics to know that massively increases the amount of economic activity that goes on in those areas. So that would be something that would be really nice had they done it for their people. But of course, Russia doesn't care about people, so instead they're committing genocide. But that is an excellent point, Battle Moose. Yeah, very much, and I'm seriously serious that like Sicily might be where they end up if this keeps going, because if they lose 13% this year, that might accelerate for 2 years in a row. If they go 18%, 20% of negative each year, year over year over year, you multiply those arithmetically, they could easily have a 50, 60% smaller economy at the end of this war than they had at the start, if they really dig their heels in and decide to zombie-like commit genocide at all costs. So when I say they could go from the economy of Italy to the economy of just Sicily, right? Lop off the richest northern part of Italy and just leave the southern agrarian part that is less technologically advanced and less economically developed, and that's literally what they could be economically doing to themselves in this war. No, I won't shed tears. I'd save those for Ukrainian lives, the people who shouldn't have to be dying in a genocidal war. Language, welcome to the space.
And
I will let you jump
fine, like language. Before we get to you, I just wanted to get finance to opine on the Russian situation there. That in the economic downfall, the economic spiral that they're in, what are the chances of recovery? Because I think that's very important that our listeners understand how permanent this is.
Their chances of recovery are entirely based on, well, first off, their chances of recovery are not good. Let's just start here. Their chances of recovery are bad. They have permanently injured many of their relationships and key trading partners who provide needed human capital, needed people who have good skills to do things that they don't do there in Russia, like drill for oil, the hard to get oil. Russia has lots of oil, but it's hard to get. The easy to get oil, that's in Saudi Arabia. Shove a stick in the ground, oil. Yes, they have modern grade oil fields, but it doesn't change that their oil is easy to get. Russia is the opposite. They have hard to get oil. You need guys who can do horizontal drilling. You need great geologists. You need great equipment. You need good people to get that oil out of the ground. And then you need good people to transport it from deepest, coldest Siberia and get it to a market. Halliburton's the people who transport it. They're out. Schlumberger's the people who drill it. They're out. Exxon, out. Chevron, out. Even Total wrote off $10 billion of projects. They're out. So all those people aren't going to want to go back in and lend their expertise, at least without some serious upfront payments and possibly some recompense. So that's just their oil sector. That's not across their entire economy. And they can't get back the fact that millions of people have left. 80,000 plus soldiers have died. Hundreds of thousands are injured, many of them permanently. And they're going to have to pay. And there's a lot of people who are going to be real reticent to let them back into international trade without paying the Ukrainians a lot of money for all the atrocities they committed, which they should do. I don't know if they will do. If they don't do it, they'll be further out international trade, et cetera, et cetera. So they can't go back to business as usual. Yes, they could probably find buyers for their oil and gas, but the ability to drill it is impaired. The ability to do every other kind of business is impaired. And their ability to the amount they're going to have to pay in internal security is also going to be much higher, as this won't happen. This won't. Their current dictator is an old, sick man. Russia's not known for its peaceful transfers of power, and there's a lot of problems in the Russian political economy right now, to say the least. All right, we have Gunther and language, but language, I'll let you have the cue if you have a quick update, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually not the huge update for tonight. Just because I'm sure everybody here recognizes there may be some Twitter instability issues in the future. The World Cup being this weekend, having a massive server load, and there's some changes at Twitter HQ that could get aggravated by that. This is a backup. It's by no means the main event, but I have thrown up a Telegram channel just in case there is a slight loss of functionality over the weekend. I've thrown it up in the nest. If you're not familiar with Telegram, shame on you, follow it. But I would respectfully encourage people to maybe at least bookmark it, so if there is a major loss of functionality, then there is still some sort of continuation plan, at least for a place I can put text for people to look at it. Obviously, MriyaReport will stick around in one shape or form. MriyaReport.org, also another thing you should bookmark. None of this may be necessary. Hopefully, Twitter keeps rocking and rolling right along, but I'd rather plan for the worst and hope for the best than the alternative.
Yeah, no argument. Elon Musk is certainly trying to set a record for how quickly you can destroy a company right now. It is a sight to behold. Truly. If we weren't using Twitter as our main platform here on MriyaReport, I would just be dunking on this left, right, and center. As it stands, I can only laugh half as much as I would normally laugh at the situation because, this is really going to hurt our ability to talk about Ukraine. But we will stay up and running on one platform or another. So if the worst happens and Elon Musk's sense of self, whatever in the world you call what he's doing, does destroy the platform and it goes down, we will update you on our webpage and we will get ourselves back up and running on another platform because we are here until Ukraine wins. That is true. There's too many of us. There's too many of you. We want to talk about Ukraine. We want to keep the Ukrainian message alive. You want to hear about Ukraine. We're not going to let that die, even if there is some billionaire who's a schmuck who decides that he wants to kill the platform we're currently on. But yes, Language Learners Telegram, I've just joined it. Please, you're welcome to come join me. I've got a co-host coming back up. He seems to have gotten the new Elon Musk Twitter pox. Do you have any other updates, or should we go to Gunther here, Language?
I guess just sort of a very brief summary. Unfortunately, there were more missile attacks today across Ukraine. These seem to have a higher penetration rate, unfortunately, of air defenses than the last few. Approximately up to more than, frankly, 10 million Ukrainians are without electricity per Zelensky, with the bulk of them being in the western regions, really around Vinnytsia especially, around Odessa, as well as Kyiv, not just the city, but the area around it, and then the Sumy region in the northeast. So this is probably going to take a couple days to get resolved. Unfortunately, they're saying the outages could last for several days and that people should prepare for, quote, very long blackouts. Otherwise, a lot of shelling in Dnipro with a number of casualties. However, in more positive news, justice delayed but not denied, The Hague found Igor Girkin, as well as two others, guilty of shooting down Boeing flight MH17 in 2014 in the Donbass and killing some better part of 300 people there. The fourth person, who I'm not super familiar with the trial, was acquitted. The first three were sentenced to life imprisonment in absentia, which is hopefully, will they ever see that justice? Who knows? But it does drastically limit their ability to move around freely. Not that they were doing that so much before. And there's been some more discussion in the European Parliament on a resolution recognizing the Russian Federation as a state sponsor of terrorism. And then there's been some more statements about calling on Russia in broad terms to just, get out of the nuclear power plants that they've been occupying. Otherwise, we continue to see strikes in the east. Haven't seen any major changes in territory today, although there's a lot of Russian anxiety and back and forth near Svatove. So keep an eye there. The concern among Russian telegrams seems to be broadly in the east that Russian or Ukrainian forces freed up from Kherson will storm in, although you also have Russians saying, well, now these guys can all come out, who are forces who are in Kherson, and they can push back the Ukrainians around Volodya or Avdiivka. But I don't know necessarily how true that will be. While certainly some Russian forces will be deployed there, Russia has historically taken long times to consolidate its forces after a large maneuver like this in anything resembling efficacy. And we've seen more barracks and other deployment centers set up in Crimea, which is the opposite direction from all the places where Russia desperately needs troops right now. So my personal speculation is that it's going to be a little while before we see these Russian forces fully committed in anything resembling an effective manner. Russia could try and throw them all into a meat grinder near Pavlivka, but that would probably just result in more dead. And that's sort of just the very top, level general summary. I'll do a more cumulative one tomorrow.
So, given my all right. So as I like to say, and I'm not particularly joking, I sort of have a kindergarten or first grade understanding of military maneuvering. Logistics, I get a bit due to having an MBA, but the maneuvering, got nothing. Given that amount of disarray, is that the kind of thing the Ukrainian armed forces can take advantage of, or we're seeing, or are blacking out info, aka we're seeing evidence that they might be able to take advantage of it, or is that just given terrain or whatever else that's not as available?
As far as the logistics for Russia or logistics in general?
You said they were in disarray around the city started with SAV, and then I can't.
Svatove, so they're not so much in disarray. I apologize. It's their lines are being hit fairly actively and fairly consistently here. Artillery continues to rain down, and there is Ukraine special forces that allege themselves to be on both sides of the highway there. And it looks like the Ukrainian mainline forces are trying to get onto this highway between Crimea and Svatove, as well as some really heavy fighting northwest of Svatove. If and hopefully when we see Ukrainian forces able to get onto this highway more physically, they'll be able to interdict more supplies, which would ultimately lead to more disarray among the Russian forces. Already, there's been reports from some special forces units in the area who are saying that they're hitting Russian trucks that are coming north from Crimea up one of the more heavily shelled areas that Russian vehicles can currently even attempt to transit through, and they're destroying them, and they're still full of ammo. So it's unclear why Russian forces are sending essentially fully loaded, trucks through a very much live fire area. But it wouldn't be the first time they've done something stupid. Probably won't be the last. My speculation is that, and I'm sure we've seen this before, Russia is tremendously resistant to change or battlefield adaptation. And so when they get told this is the route we go, until it is wildly evident not to do that, they will still keep trying it, which results in more losses. The idea being, well, it's faster to just drive north than drive all the way out east to Starobilsk and all the way west. And so this is just what they're doing. That's speculation. I don't know for sure. But the Ukrainian artillery continues to fall on Svatove, continues to fall on the Russian supply lines and hard points in the area. So the Russians are having concerns there. And if, in the Russians' mind, there's a large grouping of Ukrainian forces deployed here, it could be very dramatic in changing the scope of the battle.
Great. Thank you, language. All right. Are any of these hands for language? Gunther, I'll go to you, Gunther, because you've been waiting a long time. Then we've got Misfit and Moose. Gunther.
Yeah, it is. My question is mainly both for Misfit and Language about boats, but I just want to make a comment. So, my background is I'm a back-end engineer. I've been in the Bay Area for like 20 years, and just sort of my personal assessment around Twitter is that you can. It's definitely in the circling the drain mode. Like the platform is going to die, I think, but it will probably take a long time, like 6 months or whatever. And I expect it to kind of limp along, and probably with like lots of bugs and weirdness, but not a full-on blackout. If it's out of commission for like a week, then fully expect Google and Facebook and Instagram and whoever to take advantage of that, and there'll be something else. So I think it's and just as a note, I was in another space tonight, and they were discussing Iranian issues, and they said, well, if something happens, then for the Ukrainian stuff, people will go to the MriyaReport website. So anyway, there's that expectation out there, guys, that if something does happen, that people will go to the website for where to go next. And something to consider too, you might have pointers to Iranian things if that happens, just as a for that kind of co-community. Anyway,
We're aware there, Gunther, and
yeah.
we have been in discussion with those elements, and we do offer crossfires.
Sorry, I did meant, that's awesome. That's great. So my question is, so hey, Misfit One, I wanted to say appreciation for all of your posts. I do appreciate that you point out all the HIMARS strikes, which are so common now that we sort of overlook them, but each one is special, is its own special snowflake of Russian destruction. And I noticed that you posted something about some riverine boats. And so I guess my main question, it's kind of a dumb question, is, but all the boats that Ukraine is getting, I assume, can be shipped over land. And are they based in like near Odessa, or do they get shipped over to the Dnipro or back and forth, or who knows? Like, and my sort of question about these boats.
All right, Misfit, then language.
Yeah, thanks, Finance. I don't really know a lot about the boats, and thank you for the kind words, Gunther. I kind of look at it, we're all in this together, and it's just based on my curiosity, and of course, along with most of us, the more Russians that go away, the better, and what better way than a HIMARS strike to help take care of the Russian problem. I've only seen bits and pieces on the boats that were sent in aid packages, and just done a little digging on that, and I was happy to find a picture of something that was said to be sent from the U.S. Earlier tonight, and haven't really had a chance to look into it. I really do, just in terms of speculation, I really think that there's quite a few boats floating around, and but I'm not sure what the Ukrainians are going to do with them. Maybe Battle Moose or someone else has more information on the boats. And then a question for language, unless you want me to pause here, Finance, I have a question for language. Okay, I'll continue. Language, I wanted to ask, what is there any military value with what the Russians are doing in terms of striking the electrical infrastructure? That's part A. And part B is, I read today that the Russians were focusing the most recent strikes on fuel or gas or oil supplies. And I wondered if you had heard that too. I didn't quite catch that when you addressed the most recent missile/drone strikes. But do the attacks on the electoral infrastructure affect the Ukrainian military in a real significant way, or do we just dismiss this, or do we frame this in terms of it's just the terror bombing of civilians? That's the easy part to grasp. But I'm just curious if
I'll jump in there, language.
Okay.
The infrastructure, like the electrical grid, has no real bearing on a military unit. Military unit, for the most part, is self-sufficient. Even at the command level, like a CP being a command post and whatnot, they will have their own means of generating power. A signals regiment would have their own means of generating power. So they're all independent for a reason, right? We do have the option of operating off domestic power, and we prefer to operate off domestic power if we can. So we're not burning through resources, but we do have the means of operating completely independent of domestic power and the domestic grid. So as a combat fighting force, this has no real bearing. So what does that boil down to? Now we're looking at these Russian fuckers, and they're in warfare we call it counter value. versus counterforce. So counterforce is you're eliminating the enemy's military establishment, whereas counter value, you're eliminating the enemy's what they hold dear, right? So if we're looking at like we'll scale it up and we'll say like global thermonuclear war. Counter force is I'm going to eliminate all of finances, military bases in his country. Whereas counter value, now I'm going to hit urban areas, right? So there's a distinction that, and Russia has been operating very much for some time on the counter value stigma. So they've been hitting they've been hitting infrastructure that is and it's all part of a plan to try to get the Ukrainians to capitulate. So make life as miserable as possible for the Ukrainian people, so they force the government to capitulate. I don't think they realize the resolve of the Ukrainian people. It's on a level that they just can't they just don't understand. They don't understand it on the battlefield, and it's these macrocosms that we see on the battlefield that the Russians don't escalate this up into their chain of command, and they just don't get it. They don't get that now they have taken these these Ukrainians that they thought that were just ragtag bunch of a bunch of hillbillies, and now they're all battle hardened troops. And effectively they're some of the most battle hardened troops on the planet, including us. Including Americans, including Canadians, including Germans. They have the most direct and unresolved battle experience in the world, hands down.
If I may, just real quick, while everything you said is absolutely correct, and it's a lot of this is terror bombing. It does seem as though more natural gas infrastructure might have gotten hit today. I don't know if that's specifically was the plan, if it's just they're going down the list of what they can hit, and with a lot of electrical infrastructure, frankly, in a state of disrepair or damaged right now, going after heating infrastructure as the snow begins to fall in Kiev. It has both a physical effect and also sort of a propaganda effect, saying we turned off the lights, now we're turning off the heat. The actual ramifications of that are more debatable, but that seems to be the Russian propaganda statement here is, we can take it away from you at any time. I don't think that's necessarily accurate, but they're certainly trying. One issue to bear in mind is that a military does not exist without a state behind it, right? And if you have 10 million people without power, it is going to drain the state's resources. It's going to drain logistics supplies. It's going to require diversion of certain supplies, certainly equipment. It's going to cause traffic hangups on the roads. You're going to have issues with fuel pumps, so on and so forth. And so there are knock-on effects downstream, but the broader damage is going to be to the civilian population more so than the people who are at the front lines. But if this becomes a longer-term thing, then unfortunately, I can suspect that there would be a bit of a slowdown in logistics deliveries just because of all of the knock-on effects, at least around certain urban areas. And if you're driving across a road, it doesn't really matter if you're in the countryside whether there's power around you or not. But if you're trying to pick something up from a warehouse in Kiev, but all the lights are out, it's going to take longer, for instance. Or if you're going through Kharkiv and now you've got issues with heating and, making sure that you're able to get rations to certain people that may not be as temperature stable, or things are breaking, you're dealing with water pipes freezing and crashing, stuff like that. There's a lot of factors involved, which there's a lot of people who are taking a look at. Ukraine's a relatively populated country, so there's a lot of folks not in the military who are able to address these issues, but It's like most of these problems, it's multifaceted. It's not a good thing, and it's why the airstrikes are going to continue to be a concern and something that we should try and stop by whatever means are possible.
Thanks, Language.
Yeah, thank you.
Just one second.
No, go
Misfit
ahead.
and Battle Moose, I'll give you a chance to respond. But then I do want to get to Luca and Gunther. But I'm going to be signing off for today. Thank you all very much. It's been great to work with you again, Finance. I'll be
Who
replaced
authorized that?
I'll be replaced by Joseph. Have a great day. I'll be listening on the space today, but thanks a lot, guys. And please continue with the response to Language.
Yeah, while Charles signs off, I got a couple of questions for Language. One of them is now that we've seen an uptick in the relative scheme of things, an uptick in the strategic attacks against Ukraine with cruise missiles and whatnot, and we know that Russia is getting into the shallow end of their resources of this. How are we looking in that aspect? And secondly, and completely unrelated, I was reading some things, Language, on some very terse interactions between the Belarusian army and the Russians in Belarus, to the point that violence has broken out. And I was wondering if you have read or seen any of that.
Yes. So as far as the Belarus-Russian thing, the Russians, they're pretty rude house guests, to put it mildly. And besides the fact that they're just, frankly, the best word would be diminutive and discriminatory and racist against the Belarusians military. That's manifested itself in thievery in some cases. It's manifested itself in basically, say, prison culture, which we've seen endemic in the Russian military of, I'm in charge now, you listen to me, do whatever I tell you to. There's been allegations of, there's been verified instances of abuse. There's been allegations of sexual assault. Unfortunately, diving into Telegram, there's ample video evidence of Russian soldiers assaulting their recently mobilized compatriots, among others. So it's not unlikely that that may be happening in some cases in Belarus. There's at least one case of them basically beating a man with a pipe. I believe that was photographed. The Belarusians are not having a good time with him. And so while I've seen the allegations that Russia is going to storm across the northern border again towards Kiev, I find it highly unlikely for a variety of reasons, unless they just want to kill a bunch of their soldiers and possibly collapse the Lukashenko regime, because this time the Ukrainians would be able to shoot back into Belarus. And I imagine if they see an invading army from there, they're going to do just that. So it's not looking good for the Russians there. Broadly speaking, they're just looting everything, either on a unit level that they can get their hands on a nation state level. They are taking a tremendous amount of materiel out of Belarusian stockpiles, which, again, not something you usually do if you're going to try and start a ground war there. But and then the missiles. So I think we saw the better part of 80-something% interception rates of these in the largest salvo 2 days ago, which had just over 100 missiles and drones altogether. I do not see Russia being able to manifest that multiple times. The concern becomes some of the Iranian regime provided drones, the potentiality of ballistic missiles in the future. Not that they necessarily change anything that Russia can't do already, but it would make them a little more liberal in their usage. So it is tapering off, frankly, though that's small comfort when they still have several hundred left. Especially now they're moving more to their air-launched missiles. They fly them on their heavy bombers, really just across the border from the Donetsk region, Luhansk region, and the western regions of Russia, either near Kursk or some of the southern regions of Russia near Kursk or Rostov-on-Don, and fire them. They did move those closer, so it used to be that it was like a 90-minute flight time from when they were released to when they could hit Kiev. Now I want to say it's closer to like 45 minutes, which is not a lot of time, and that's been causing some aggravations. The sea launched missiles, I imagine they had a pretty healthy stock of those. They keep going through them. I won't know off the top of my head how many they have left, but it's considerably more substantial than their ground launched ones. And their air launched ones, especially if they keep moving into some of the older variants, they do have large quantities, but we've seen failures from those as well. So it's unfortunately, while it's trending in the right direction in terms of Russia's missile capabilities being very considerably degraded, they're not quite down and out just yet. So it's likely to remain an issue, although Ukrainian air defenses are markedly improved than where they were several months ago when the best they could hope for was about 50%. Now it's somewhere around 80 or north of there, depending on the munition. Hopefully that kind of clarifies.
Language, do you have a quick quantification? Do you know about how many Russian military, as you put them, house guests are in Belarus right now?
Last time I heard it was 5,000. There might be some more coming in. It's not a huge amount. I know that there were statements that they were going to send 20,000 troops there. As best I understand, a non-inconsiderable number of troops are really just there to load stuff onto the trains and ship it back to Russia. Another grouping was alleged to be the recently mobilized guys who are quite literally just being farmed out to Belarus to feed and water and house them while they get trained. I don't know the specifics beyond that. There's some detachment down in the southwest section that might be a couple thousand troops, but it is just unless the Belarusian military actively participates, which they won't. I'm just gonna make a real bold claim here at this point. They're not going to. It's just not enough forces. The Ukrainian military and the border guard specifically have come out more in recent days and put out a lot of photos and videos showing the defenses along the border, which they've been there for a while. But it's one thing to say, oh, there's minefields. It's another thing to see, oh, wow, that's a minefield and fences and trench lines and artillery all set up and it's pointing at Belarus. I suspect it's designed to send a message of, hey, you can launch drones from there and, we'll try and shoot them down. And there's apparently been some Ukrainian, very small recon drones that Belarus has alleged they've shot down and showed some pictures of. But the Ukrainians are making it very clear that this time it won't be you storm 20 kilometers into Ukraine and we're shelling our own territory. It's we stop you at the border and now Belarus is coming under hostile fire. And that, for a variety of political reasons, would be very damaging to the Lukashenko regime. I talked to people in Belarus, including incredibly strong Lukashenko supporters, just by the strange twist of fate, and even the people who are like Lukashenko is the king saving us from the CIA in the West and the KGB in the East. We're totally a brave independent country that doesn't bow to Putin. Even they say, I don't think we want to get involved in a war with Ukraine. That wouldn't make sense. We'll defend our country against Ukrainian Nazis, but I don't really think we want to go in there. That doesn't really work for us. And then I asked, a little bit more. Well, if the Russians attacked from your border and you start getting shelled, how would you feel? They say, oh well, that would be terrible. Russia would be violating our sovereignty. And I tried not to push too much with the biting commentary with this individual, but I was like, you realize that what you're saying would seem ridiculous, right? And they're starting to come to terms with it. But that's a long way of saying that there's not enough Russian troops. Without the Belarusian troops, even together, there's not enough. They haven't formed the assault groups required. And if Belarusian forces did participate, or even in a supporting role, the second you start having the Lukashenko regime at risk means that now there's a lot less stability, which means now Ukraine can start hitting ammo dumps here, things that Russia could take otherwise. Could hit if I know it, then I'm sure a lot of more people know it, where the IRGC guys are based out of in Southeast Belarus. So that's very much within HIMARS range, the town. So it's just, it doesn't make a lot of sense there, if that kind of is a general summary. So I see the concerns that people raise, but it's not keeping me up at night just yet.
Great, thank you. All right, welcome up, Joseph, is my new fellow co-host. We're on a roll here at the MriyaReport. Valamus's hand has gone down, so I believe my order is Misfit, Dan Miner, Daniel R. Fire. Misfit, welcome back.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, I wanted to ask language, and I also sent you a DM about this, but there was a report that some 200 some units of equipment were transferred out of Belarus into Russia. And what I'm curious about is what kind of stockpiles of equipment is left for Russia to loot there, or acquisition from Belarus, to make up for their destroyed, damaged, captured, lost equipment in Ukraine? If you have a handle on that at all.
Yeah, so it's a great question. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that 211 units is a bit of an undercount. They've been pulling out. Last I heard, it was somewhere, in the several hundred metric tons, moving close to 1,000. They pulled quantities of missiles out of there, more S-300s, although now they've actually sent a couple back. It's less so the equipment itself, although there was a lot being repaired and refurbished there and then sent to Belgorod after the initial Russian attack was rebuffed northwest of Kiev. We're seeing a lot of artillery shells. While Russia does possess an artillery advantage, especially locally, very heavily in some areas, they have issues with producing them more. A good data point is that from 2014 until about 2022, after the first part of Russia's war in Ukraine, they recognized that they weren't producing enough artillery for the way they'd like to use it. So just refurbishing shells, not necessarily producing new ones, just pulling the stuff out of their storage and refurbishing them, they were coming up with about 500,000 a year. And they have fired millions of shells at this point now. I'm sure that Dr. Paul can clarify, but we've seen tens of thousands in single days. So they are degrading their stockpiles there, which is potentially and likely the reason why they've been pulling things from such as North Korea. They're pulling things from Belarus. I'm not seeing a ton of vehicles per se, although I've heard about armored vehicles being pulled out as well. It's more so small arms stuff, equipment, protective gear. Frankly, at this point, they've become desperate enough. They're using Iranian provided body armor in some cases. So anything like that, stuff that can be really easily sent to the freshly mobilized forces or to the artillery corps, seems to be the bread and butter that they're taking right now. And Belarus effectively doesn't have a way to say no.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great answer. Yeah, and the report that I sent you was a report from October, and it did include, somewhere in the number of like 70 tanks and 60 or so BMPs. So there was equipment there, and that was kind of what was noteworthy, because I had assumed they had been harvesting ammunition from Belarus, but I wasn't as fresh on seeing a lot of equipment go over. So that was interesting to me, and you clarified a lot of that. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'm not so closely tied in to tell you, what vehicles they're pulling out, if they are ones that have been in the process of being refurbished, if they're ones from Belarusian stockpiles themselves. There's been allegations of both. So frankly, after May or so, I stopped paying attention to the refurbishment stuff going on in Belarus. So there's a lot of blank space there that I'd have to dig back into. But I wouldn't be surprised if Belarus is, at least in some capacity, still being used as essentially free labor and free materials to repair or bring up to spec Russian vehicles that may have taken issues. The only downside being that they'd have to get shipped into the country first. And so far, we've seen all of the trains coming from Russia are empty and then leaving Belarus full.
Thanks, guys. We're going to get language back up here in a second. I will ask the people on the back end, please get language up to co-host. Thank you. And until then, we'll go to Dan, followed by
Probably not
Dan.
going to be able to stick around for co-host. I'm sorry. I've got a really early day tomorrow. I can probably do like one or two more questions. Not to be too much of a tease, but I just can't stick around today.
No, sorry. Did I say language? I meant finance. If I said language, I'm so sorry. Anyway, thank you, language, for sticking around. Though it's unusual to see you at such a late hour on my night shift, but I appreciate it. It's nice to have hands, quite frankly. So we'll go first to Dan, then to Daniel. Dan, please go ahead.
All right. Sort of working forward over the last couple of hours here, a gentleman came up. It's been at least an hour, but he asked if Secretary Austin gave a speech in which he said that the Ukrainians had enough stuff to service the targets they needed to hit. And I would respectfully submit to Secretary Austin that until a kilometer of the Kerch Bridge is in the water and every rail yard in Donetsk and Luhansk is smoking wreckage, the Ukrainians don't have enough stuff. And neither of those is the case as of 30 minutes ago. We have always tried to boil the frog slowly in hopes the Russians would get a clue. The Russians are incapable of getting a clue, and they need to be blown out of the country, preferably in tiny burning pieces. The somewhat less ranty, couple things about Belarus. The most important thing to remember about Belarus is that Putin basically got it for free because Trump didn't do anything when that major demonstration happened in 19 and 20. And then Russian troops had to come in to suppress it for Lukashenko because his own forces were about to go under. So Putin got Belarus for free, or at least on a bargain basement deal. And it was being able to launch the attack on Kiev from 100 miles away from Belarus that convinced him that all this was a good idea. So on the off chance the CIA can do something brilliant and get Belarus back, that would be the largest possible success in this war.
Well, Dan,
go ahead.
Yeah, I would say two things. One, I'd say the largest possible success would first be for Ukraine to get all of Ukraine back, because they started in February 2022 without Luhansk, Donetsk, and Crimea, all of which are Ukraine. So we can start there. That'd be a nice big win. Two, Belarusian Foreign Legion fighting for Ukraine is, I believe, the largest Foreign Legion. They're up to 6,000 fighters. If Lukashenko gets himself into hot water and the internal stability of Belarus becomes unstable again, those guys might go home. And if they go home, Belarus is no longer part of Russia in that kind of scenario. So there's absolutely ways that Belarus could free itself independently with the help of its neighbors, not particularly as a CIA op. And quite frankly, those pathways seem more reasonable to me than sort of things cooked up in Washington. So just want to put that out there.
Well, that was not the best I ever put that, and I agree with everything you just said. Obviously, Ukraine needs to get everything back. And yes, it would be better if the less NATO involvement there was in Lukashenko's fall, the better. 100% correct on both counts. It's late, I'm tired, and I'm even more irritated at the Russians than usual. But my primary point holds. If you want to absolutely convince the entire Russian public they have lost this war, plant a European Union flag in Minsk, and they'll understand that they've lost this war. And as a small aside, I've checked this on the map from the easternmost parts of Belarus. Moscow is in ATACMS range. And I think that would just be a beautiful thing going forward. Just have 2,000 of them parked there. Say, y'all want to misbehave? Check out the missile field. Yes, I know. Tired, late. Sorry. Thank you very much. I'll go back to listen.
Yeah, thanks,
So-
Dan. Sorry, language. Take it away, buddy.
Yeah, so real quick about Belarus, a big part is that a lot of their military is conscript. They have no battle experience whatsoever. I'm not going to go as far as to call it a public works program. That'd be a little reductive, but it's closer to it than you might actually realize. The Belarusian military and Belarus in general, not very well equipped, well trained. And this is going to ruffle some feathers. Lukashenko is not quite as stupid as he appears. The man has found it quite expertly, because he recognizes, especially since 2020, that his position exists at the whims of Moscow. He is, beyond everything else, a survivor, or at least fancies himself as one, and has so desperately tried to straddle the line between being Putin's lapdog and also being very clear not to cross over certain lines that would rapidly cause internal dissent. Because his government cannot effectively weather this without Russian involvement, probably can't do so now, especially with sanctions applied on it. And the last time I heard about it was that there was some 20% of the soldiers, and again, anytime you see a nice round percentage number, be a little suspicious, that we're saying, if we get orders to go into Ukraine, I'm going to make sure that I'm not dying in Ukraine for that. I'd rather take my chances here, with the understanding being not just we won't go. We've already seen that from Belarusian military all the way up to their commander in chief before he resigned as a result, but also to them saying that, hey, we'll change things up in Belarus ourselves, rather than exposing really the southern quarter of our country to Ukrainian artillery fire, which they might be a little upset at us for all the missiles launched from our territory and the attacks on Kyiv and all the secondary effects in Irpin and Bucha. We'd rather not poke that bear if we can avoid it, when really we can just do a little bit of a palace-changing coup type thing in Minsk and say, oh, well, we're out of it and we'll deal with the Russians as we can. Again, people talk, who knows how accurate that is, but even among, the Belarusian military, I think that there is a nascent group there that would much rather take their risks at home against the police than against Ukrainian forces in defensive terrain that continuously post photos saying, if you come across the border, we will kill you, and we will do it effectively. So before we talk about regime change from outside, Belarus is a bit of a house of cards, although at this point it's frankly in a lot of states' interests not to topple that just yet. But something that I'm sure is keeping them up at night.
I will say that there no feathers ruffled language. I have frequently on Space made a strong argument that Lukashenko is a brilliant man and brilliant leader. That is not to say that he is morally upright. I think he is a right bastard. Sorry for the G rating there, but I think he's absolutely evil, and the people of Belarus deserve better, like the people they elect, not that guy. But he uses his brilliance to maintain his grip on power, and he absolutely realizes that entering this war would end him, and he would much rather be the dictator of independent Belarus than either the full-on vassal of Russia or, collapse with Russia, which he saw as a possibility once this war started. And, we saw Belarus declare full-on bankruptcy. I think the weakness of their military is on purpose. Who isn't weak is Siloviki. 140,000 of them, give or take, between KGB and other police forces. They are trained and better equipped than the formal military whose leader resigned. So with the bad formal military, he can tell Vladdy Vlad next door, sorry, Vladdy Vlad, my military is stinky and I'm bankrupt, but you can have my supplies. But if he keeps paying the Siloviki, he can have his KGB oppress and torture people and try to extract himself. I think his play is obvious here, right? Extract himself from the maws of Vladdy Vlad. Or if Vladimir dies from either a window or natural causes from his possible sicknesses, as we've seen reported, then, whoever takes over next is apparently what I think his play is, because that seems the obvious move and the easiest explanation for all of the actions we've seen taken. This is the guy who plays his peasant image up in a really big way, but he does it in a way that absolutely undermines his opponents every time he does it. And I find him to be, if there's a guy involved here who's a Bond villain, it's that guy. So if you're cool with that, if you have any response to that, great. If not, we have Mr. R. Fire next.
Yeah, I think it's just what Lukashenko wants is to maintain his grip on power and to maintain Belarus as a somewhat independent state. He's obviously not pleased with some of the more overt threats made by, Russian politicians and whatnot about him. But he's all very just sort of like, oh, I don't know, we're just weak and we're strong in our own ways, but we'll do everything. But I suspect at the end of the day, when it becomes very obvious that Russia is out and out, then I wouldn't be surprised to see Lukashenko try and find some way to politically, not physically, stab them in the back and say, "Oh, we were held hostage under the threat of Russian aggression. We understand what Ukraine went through. They had soldiers in our country too, and they're just terrible people. And Poland, we're so sorry about everything that happened before. That was all because Putin told us to. We're placing the blame at his feet. But don't change anything here. We will now do whatever you say." I think as long as he's in power and his regime's in power and Belarus remains a somewhat independent state, then his goal is fulfilled. And so everything is informed by that decision.
Yeah, that's a totally fair consequence. And, I think, he's one of those rare dictators where one of the few good things you can say about him is he is a savvy actor and he wants to keep Belarus out of the war formally. And as much as and he has gone so far as to make them ineffective at joining the war, which, is a really good way to keep him out of it. All right. With that, let's go to Mr. Arfire. Mr. Arfire, do we have the tornado today?
No, I'm home. I need to learn for an exam, but because I'm evil, I stay with you to listen language. Question for you, language. You are a very smart boy and you stay a lot on Russian, Belarusian channels. I don't have experience. I don't have enough nose for this. Iran, Belarus are taking everything. Or go back because we are in trouble and we make every minute which is passed worse. This opinion don't propagate in Russian channels.
I don't know if I quite understood the question, or maybe you got cut off there.
Okay, I'll say again. They don't see, they lose them.
I just want to see if I can understand. Maybe I do. It's that that these countries, not just Russia, don't realize that they're on the losing side of a war here. And so, what is the public sentiment there? Why aren't they seeing the writing on the wall and trying to cut their losses? Frankly, I think a lot of these countries are all behaving in their own self-interest, or at least the self-interest of their government. As you know, engaging as it is to see that we now, by the dictionary definition, this has become a proxy war between North and South Korea, given who they're each sending things to. Obviously, it's an existential conflict, but North Korea is not doing this because they feel that this is the Jewish ideology. It's not Jewish. Let me be clear. Jewish is the North Korean very hardline communist perspective. Before I get some angry DMs there, their ideology is being spread by Putin. No, they need money. They want money, and they're willing to expend aspects of their resources to get a much larger and more influential country to pay them, as well as kind of propagate their views on the world stage. The Iranian Islamic Republic, they're desperately in need of funding for a variety of reasons, including the ongoing
language.
Same thing with Belarus. More political. Go ahead.
Daniel, can you let language finish and then go, buddy? We're talking over each other now. Hard to hear. Language, please finish. Then Daniel.
Yeah, it's just they're all fundamentally self-interested. So I imagine at some point when they feel that it is no longer in their self-interest to be supporting Russia, then they will find ways to disengage themselves. But for at least two of those countries, North Korea and Iran, it's pretty much financial interests, and so they're going to keep trying to suck that teat dry as far as Russian money goes, especially because they can leverage them more now as Russia is in a weaker position than they were 9 months ago. As far as Belarus, they just don't really have a choice in the matter. They're being compelled by force, both political and military. So as a consequence, they're just sort of along for the ride until they can get out from under the thumb, if that's what they desire. So I think that's why they're on. They're not. It doesn't really matter to them if Russia gets obliterated in the field. Frankly, I'm sure they don't necessarily hate that because it allows them to extract more concessions from Russia and ratchet up prices. That's what's happened in Iran lately. It seems like they are changing the terms of their arrangement for more money. So I don't think that's going to change them. And as far as Russia internally, the domestic political or domestic media, domestic information sphere is still very tightly controlled. So you spin enough propaganda, you can find ways to turn every loss or most losses into a victory, or if you can't, turn them into anger against your opponent.
Yeah, I will only say that the evidence from the Winter War was that as the deaths piled up, even with the Soviet era propaganda control, it was really clear that as deaths piled up in the Soviet Union, the populace started to change their views on the war, how it was going, and was getting information just by how many people weren't coming home. So deaths will have a way of doing that. So I don't know how high the bodies need to be piled or buried under in Ukraine. Apparently 80,000 hasn't done it yet, with another couple 100,000 casualties. But as that number goes up, the war popularity will eventually go down for Russia, at least historically speaking. Gunther, I'll let you get a word in edgewise before we go back to Daniel.
Noel had a post saying that they recently shot down a X-55 that it was sort of chambered for a nuke, but there was obviously no nuke in it. Is there any veracity to that, or is that just maybe wild speculation?
I've seen no indication of that whatsoever.
It was just that they would reuse this one that was for one purpose for another thing. Okay, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, there's different types, unless I'm completely out of bounds. And the KH-55 is also the cruise missiles that they've been launching before. A missile expert can probably clarify that much better than me. But I have seen absolutely no evidence whatsoever of otherwise nuclear capable devices having radiological material taken from them and then used to make a point. Frankly, as much as Russia's made a lot of political statements, they've been incredibly clear on not making physical statements. And that would be a physical statement. Even if you just fire an empty nuclear warhead into a downtown area and say the next time it's loaded, that's an escalation in and of itself. So unless Russia is truly desperate to the point where they're retrofitting warheads, and I don't think they are there, and frankly, I wouldn't expect them to get there anytime soon. I chalk that up to maybe less than accurate reporting. Noel does some great information. Sometimes they jump a little bit ahead on speculation on statements that maybe are not necessarily accurate. So I would just take it with a grain of salt.
I do want to point out though, like in the history of nuclear weapons, there has been many, many, many times when people have mixed things up. So just that is just something to be aware of too.
All right, Mr. Arfire, then Battle Moose.
Okay, language. Can I get back what I said? Iran has problem home, big problems, huge problems. They already, everybody of at least know that nuclear deal is a dead business. 2 months already Iranians search to get weapons from the police stations. I don't think Kurds will stay and eat the bullets of IRGG. And in Russia, I don't see anything better. I see even worse situation. I know they have some missiles. I know they have some guns. I know they have some people in Kalashnikovs, but we're talking about boats, and everybody imagine that boats are not just crossing the Dnieper, or the marine drones are made it, I don't know, to hit Russian position around Kherson. This thing, I don't imagine in military command in Russia, nobody draw the line and say, look, we just have the situation, we can go to Tanangorog and don't be safe. We already getting paranoid building fortification in Kursk and Belgorod. Belarus is no namer in this. Is nobody persuasive enough to explain not just losing this war is bad, but taking time to get this conclusion is even worse. That is the idea. Every minute stay there, another BTG every day. I don't know, 2 companies of tanks every day is a huge dent in their state security. Because if they lose the war, they will have troubles home. And you have troubles home, you need everything to keep people under the swords, right? No one can push this. I don't mean about Russian people. I mean the elites, the Silovikis, the militaries cannot break the political circle around Kremlin and explain, man, this is extremely dangerous what we do now. Is today and tomorrow we are finished.
So, Putin has spent 2 decades creating a autocratic state with heavy, tight reins on its information control and absolute fealty demanded to him. Ultimately, you can go be a criminal, you can go be an oligarch, but if you do not kiss the ring, he will find somebody else who will, and he will make an example of you. So there's like, for instance, even with everything Prigozhin is doing, which is increasingly erratic. I think there was a statement today where, if I read it correctly, basically they're taking a bunch of people from, was it the Belgorod region? It was an area, I want to say, in Russia proper, where they're taking anybody who's a military age, con- potentially conscriptable male, from some industrial area, or they want to sign an order saying taking 25% of them, and they're going to send them to training. They're not formally mobilizing them. This isn't a mobilization, but they're going to send them in. They're going to get paid their regular wages for a month, but they're going to be at a Wagner training center, and then afterwards they're going to have the opportunity to sign up if they'd like. Now, Prigozhin outright, like 2 or 3 weeks ago, basically said he wanted this to have, just this sort of full war mobilization, pulling people off the assembly line to go man trenches for a week. This real heavy Stalinist era rhetoric. And this is just, this is absurd, right? This is somebody going into your office where you work now and just saying, 25% of you guys, you're coming with me. You're going to go to your local National Guard base. And then after a month of training, we might just send you into a war if you sign up. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Also, we just crushed a man's skull with a sledgehammer a couple days ago and then said that that's what we'll do to traitors. So watch what you say to us. Like, it is so ludicrous, even for Russia, that it really demonstrates what you can get away with now if you kiss the ring of Putin. And also, frankly, that the state infrastructure is not immediately coming down on Prigozhin saying, my God, what are you doing? You're a lunatic. Indicates that the narrative of this war must be won, it's the defense of Russia, et cetera, has not been adequately shaken. We are seeing more and more protests, especially in the rural and less developed regions in the east. We're seeing, more suspicious deaths. Guy, killed himself, like 5 gunshot wounds to the chest type deal a couple days ago. But beyond that, it's going to take time. And especially in Russia, the legacy of the Soviet Union, really going all the way back to the Tsarist era Russia, is as long as you keep your head down, then yeah, things may be bad. But if you put your head up, then it gets cut off. So just keep your head down, keep moving, and you'll survive this. And this, I don't want to call it apathy is the wrong word, but this apathy, frankly, has informed a lot of the Russian general reluctance to deal with things here. Although there is more and more broad concern, and as I believe Finance said earlier, the more body bags that come back home, the more that groundswell is going to get. And I would love to stick around, but it's been a long day. I've got a lot of work tomorrow, so I do have to run.
Thank you, language.
I'll jump in there after language and just.
Thank you very much, language. Appreciate having you here. Battle Moose, if you have your mic unmuted, so if I get feedback.
I was going on unholy terror here, so.
I cannot hear Battle Moose. Can other people hear Battle Moose?
Yes, I think let Battle Moose say something, and then I think he's going to sign off. I assume Battle Moose. Ooh, maybe not.
Oh, sorry. I was talking with my mic muted.
Battle Moose, you're quite quiet, by the way.
Yeah, I was just going to dovetail off of what language was saying, and if a lot of people don't understand or realize, the oblasts of Kursk and Belgorod, prior to 1919, they were Ukrainian. So there is a very large diaspora of Ukrainian population in those oblasts, and if they're not directly Ukrainian diaspora, they're Ukrainian sympathizers. So when we're sitting here, and it's funny because I've seen several instances of unofficial polling of the area going that if there was a referendum tomorrow, they would secede from Russia and join Ukraine. I don't know how valid this is, but I dare say there is an element of validity into it because, they see the writing on the wall, right?
Thank you, Battle Moose. Up next, I believe we have Daniel, then Dan. Daniel, go ahead.
I have a small feeling I speak so bad English people cannot understand, or maybe language was very, very, very tired because it's very late for him. I don't expect people uprisings. I don't expect Russians act like Iranians. I expect oligarchs. I expect secret services. I expect governors, mayors, people in the Duma to get real and don't play, I can say, Göring stuff at the end of Russian Federation. I expect them to realize you cannot continue, because if you continue, not your country will disappear, your wealth will disappear, your family is in danger, your business is in danger, your wealth is in danger. I hope you, United States, had occasion to hear past week Ben. Ben put a lot about the economical situation in Russia. And believe me, it's not bleak. Finance probably knows very well. That country is totally destroyed at this moment and is not stopping. They don't suffer inflation. They suffer nobody buy anything. Nothing is working. Nothing. And if you are a reasonable man, I don't say a good man or a patriot man, but an angry bastard with a lot of cash, and you love your yacht and your castle and all your investments around the world, you want to live and enjoy this. And what I see is just accelerating to the hole, to the end of the line. And in this journey is not just Russia. They are Iran. Iran is in a very, very, very bad spot at this moment. And they will join Russia in this hole. Belarus is similar. Europe has no problem with the energy. So their hopes are ended. Military stuff for Ukraine doesn't stop, is increasing. Why you need to draw the conclusion, retreat now, and maybe you have something to bargain? Because I saw Peskov yesterday saying, okay, we bombed the cities until Ukraine accepts to deal with us. He's total moronic. Okay, he's Putin mouthpiece, but they are totally out of sight. It's not, they are not, they have logic, they have thinkers there. They are not stupid men. They are not from the jungle. Nobody gets the courage to understand we need to stop this. And I mean the elite, not the people. Any Russian elite don't give a crap about average Russians. For them, average Russians are serfs. This is my question. Nobody understands they need to stop at this moment.
Thank you, Daniel. Finance, unless you had anything you wanted to comment on that, you can go to Dan.
I think, I'm gonna let Mr. Arfire stand. I don't need to add a single word to what he just said, and I agree with him that it's not. I think this is a war supported by the average Russians. I think this is Russia's war, not just Putin's war. I absolutely agree with him that the people in power are the rich ones in Russia. They're the only ones who could really make changes the way the ultra individualistic Russian culture works, and I think that they like it. They like this. They support Russia being at war as long as other people are fighting it, and that's who they are. So yeah, let's move on.
Thank you, Finance. Next, we'll go to Dan.
Yeah, just one quick question / thought inspired by Mr. Arfire's comments. Is Iran getting paid in money or in nuclear and missile tech? Because that's, I mean, it's obviously they need money, but it seems, given the situation the regime is in, what it seems like they really might gamble for is the last pieces of the nuclear program that they've been poking along at various speeds for 30 years. Maybe the Russians are desperate enough to give it to them. Just thought that occurred. And, I mean, any and other technical crown jewels of the Russian military industrial complex, such as they may be. That was it. I ranted enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. I'm going to first go to Ben, just because he might be on the train or whatnot. Ben, please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yep.
For those of you who are missing Noisy Commute Tim, here is Noisy Commute Ben. It's a regular on the podcast. Anyway, I wanted to address quickly what Daniel was saying. I think he's very right, but I wanted to have his opinion on one thing. Maybe you remembered that earlier in the conflict, on a semi-regular basis, we're hearing that top executives from some of the energy companies were having a very rapid trip down through a window, and or committing murder, suicide, and things like that. And then we learned that the government is basically taking over the company. Does you see a relationship there? Does you think that the elite are not only apathetic, they're also absolutely scared? And that's my question.
That is the ferment for traitors.
I'm sorry, Ben, was the question directed at a particular person?
No.
Yeah, for Daniel.
Sorry.
Ben, this is not the fermentation for any traitor when your elite is scared to death and they will try anything to preserve their life. Not that elite in danger will try, let's run, let's give something so we can get immunity and don't be charged and run away, because it's the natural aspect of this, and not energy company. Imagine the spies, the GRU, the SVR. They will try to defect. What do you do with your state? Goodbye, Russia.
Thank you, Daniel and Noisy Commute Ben. I believe Dr. Paul's next, then Christian. Dr. Paul?
Hey, Joseph, and I got a question for finance. So finance, I'm just curious real quick. Do you think it's feasible to identify through SEC filings primarily if a company, let's just say they produce, cereal or whatever else, cereal boxes, whatever, it doesn't matter. But the when they started building a manufacturing plant to when they completed it. Do you think that's a feasible exercise to go through?
No. Plenty of companies. Is this related to like if they'll have built something in Russia? Is that the question?
No, this is primarily due to like HIMARS, as always with me.
Okay. So when you have defense procurement, yeah, you could try to comb through and see if in the various SEC filings or public announcements you have factory or assembly line openings. Certainly with hiring and job openings often being public, that's, and people really liking to, by people I mean politicians loving to champion jobs brought to their home states, that can give you some good idea of where stuff is going up. So you actually sort of want to look there, and that can give you an idea if say HIMARS production in the Pacific is increasing. I would actually look at places like that because you're going to see championing of increased hiring at key local factories. So if you wanted to look at it that way, SEC filings, maybe that might tell you about orders, but especially new factories and increased hiring in local economies, politicians love to talk about that. So I would look there.
Local papers is the way to go. Forget SEC filings. Thanks, finance.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, like literally the politicians will give you the headlines for a lot of this stuff. So crazily enough, not a terrible idea. Yeah, no, if you want to try to see where, say, some new stuff's going up and running, on a unrelated note, but a similar sort of analytical approach, I have a friend in finance who used to try to track where small banks might be failing by seeing where the Fed was posting temporary jobs. He would always track Federal Reserve jobs for bank auditors and regulators. And if he noticed a spike in a specific local area, he would start analyzing banks there. And he sort of always like keeps job alerts open to see if there's big spikes in the Fed looking for bank auditors in a region. So nope, that is a totally solid plan. That's sort of the way I'd look. A little bit sideways for where you were starting, but that's sort of the kind of place to look there.
No, great. It's a great idea. Totally different angle. And your friend, he's my kind of guy.
We had a ton of hands. Where'd the hands go? Somebody please put a hand up. If not, I will just send things to Joseph and torture him all night long. Torturing Joseph does sound like fun.
I think we lost Christian. Hopefully, we can get Christian back up for his question. I will put out a notice at the moment. You are listening to the Maria Report. We are a 24-hour Twitter space dedicated to the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the Russian genocide against the Ukrainian people. We do our best to bring you guys experts. Yesterday, we had retired General Mick Ryan here discussing, of course, the events currently, the military situation in Ukraine. I'm sure, as always, a great interview with General Ryan. He's been here, of course, several times. And of course, we have other guests. And we often try to get people from Ukraine on the ground to explain to you guys what's going on directly from the source. So thanks everyone for listening. We really do appreciate it. Please, if you could, retweet the space, let people know we exist. Follow the Maria Report host account. We appreciate that. We've been building our following up, and it always helps us to have more people involved. And of course, if you could, also press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That'll bring you up here. You can join the discussion, raise your hand, and we will do our best to answer any questions you have. And one more thing, if you could, please check out MriyaAid.org. It is a great charity that gets non-lethal aid to Ukraine. They are an organization run completely by volunteers. That means that there are no overhead costs, no administrative costs. Everything goes directly to procuring non-lethal aid and sending it to Ukraine. And I will just mention that very recently, the audit was released for Maria Aid, and it's, I would say, very, very impressive. if anyone cares to look at it. I assume it's available on their website somewhere, but I will try to get it up available around here. Anyways, it is quite incredible, and the volunteers at Maria Aid paid for the audit themselves. So yet another example of, not one penny of these donations are going to anything but getting non-lethal aid and sending it to Ukraine. So really admire what they do. Check out MriyaAid.org, and if you're so able, so inclined, please give what you can. So we got a couple of hands, Finance. I'll turn it over to you. Otherwise, we can go to the hands.
All right. And speaking of all our amazing experts, I would like to remind everybody that if you're like many of our panelists and regular speakers and people I hear from the audience, you may have been asked at some point by your significant other why you spend all your time talking about Kherson, Izium, Mykolaiv, etc. We actually have a local dating expert. If you want to know how to answer that to your significant other, please text those questions to John Ridge. Besides being our local rocket expert, he's also our local dating expert, and he loves to answer your dating questions, but only in DM. Please do not bring those on space. This is not a dating space. This is a space for Ukraine. But we do have a dating expert. We know those questions come up. Please send those to John Ridge's DM. With that, we have 3 hands up. I believe our order is Daryl. Good Lord, Daryl, why are you awake with me at this terrible hour? Ben, then Daniel, our fire. Daryl.
First time listener, first time caller. At this time
of the morning. Scratch. Come on.
I said at this time of the morning.
Get frogged. Get frogged. I'm supposed to be G-rated. Frogged, Daryl. Frogged.
Frog. Okay. All right. Well, I think what Thomas was saying was, what Jonathan was saying was Joseph. Shit. Sorry about that. I think it only went out to the donors, is what the the audit. It only went out to the donors for right now. I don't know if it's been published all outright yet, but anybody that's donated, they should have gotten an email saying, about it. Anyway, I want to know, did you guys go over the economics of Russia as far as what we were talking about earlier about the fuel and all of that? Did you guys ever go over that when John was here?
The winter shell Dea thing?
No, about the rockets and the propellants for the rockets and things like that. Things that would slow the production of their rockets down.
No.
Oh, okay. I was just I had asked him the question, and I was hoping that it would lead to a further conversation. So I guess it did not go that far. So because we're just trying to see what would stretch their war effort out if they could not produce based on either, we know the chips is one thing, but they're getting chips some kind of way because they are producing stuff still, or they still have enough anyway to create all that. But I just was asking questions to find out how could we further hinder them in their efforts, and it was based on the supply chain. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, we could Stuxnet all their stuff, and we haven't done that yet. We could stop the import of the further machine parts that would shut down their entire military-industrial complex. We haven't done that yet. We could also at least stop all the updates and support that is decentralized that comes from the companies that made those, and yet they're still able to get that. So there's a lot of really basic, simple stuff that we haven't even done that yet. And I haven't even made it to fuel yet, Daryl. So I'm really curious what you and John Ridge were going to talk about fuel, because I don't know much about where we can stop that, but I'm sure you have some good ideas.
Well, no, I was just saying, what are the basic components? Is there anything that they're getting in that is a complement or something that they can be used in the production of rocket fuels that they do not homegrown have? That was where I was going with it.
So, yeah, that's a solid question, and I don't know the answer that I know. Ben, do you have any answers here?
No, I wanted to contribute to the conversation with a piece of information that was brought to my attention yesterday by a friend of the show and nonetheless colonel in the U.S. Army, John Spencer. he pointed us towards a CEPA paper that was published very recently, and what they're saying there is that the Russian military industrial complex is short on people, according to an estimate made by those very people. They're short of 400,000 workers for their industry to be working as it should and for them to fulfill their goal. So I think this is they're entering that moment when they need bodies about everywhere, and they have more needs than they have an ability to provide them. So that's going to be an interesting part. And since you're talking about job offerings in the US, I think that the Russian job market, like for some categories of the workers, the job markets must be running red hot, and I'm not sure they can fulfill all their orders because yes, sure, there's a lot of car factories that have closed, and they can get the people from there, but I'm not sure they can get the people like for you don't get people who can make jet fuel or rocket fuel from a car factory. So that's probably gonna be one of their main bottlenecks. And with this, I give the mic back to Darryl.
Yeah, Ben, on that note, is there any way to determine whether they have increased employment of women? Because we know in the Russian society, it's a little misogynistic in their hiring practices and how they, and women in the workforce.
No, this is not a number that I've seen. But like again, you don't go from housewife to working at a significant level in a jet fuel factory, hundreds of miles away from you, that easily. So I think female employment matters for the industry at large, but I don't think it will have a very significant impact on some on the more precise aspects of their industrial complex.
All right, appreciate it, Ben.
Oh, well, sorry, mic open. Darryl, you haven't told us what you are doing awake at this hour.
Well, considering I just got off a flight from New York to Atlanta, and I'm now driving myself home, that's what it is. I had a late flight out of my flight was late out of Portland, Maine, and then the plane out of LaGuardia was late, and so I'm here a little late.
I can answer to Daryl.
Go ahead.
Both your questions. Okay, Daryl. Even you learn about communist heritage was worse. Some things were good, even better than United States. For example, this idea of misogynistic society. Yeah, they are macho society. They beat the crap of their women, but also imagine the equality of hiring women and men in Russia, in any communist country, was most farther than anything in the West. Any woman can work in any place. So this idea of increase women in any enterprise is wrong. Believe me, we have big advantage in this. Yes.
Daniel, what about post-Soviet? I know that was
is a heritage.
I know that was very true during the Soviet.
Nothing changed. Nothing changed. These things don't change. In my country, for example, this never changed, and in fact become better. Is something very, very European trend. And Eastern Bloc in this equality of gender is much, much better than we can imagine. And your first question about missiles. I don't know if you don't remember, but in June, July, there was a big kaboom in a factory in Russia near the Urals where they produce solvents for missiles. That solvent was essential because they use solid fuel for missiles. And that factory was the only one who produced these solvents to make this fuel for missiles. And it is a trend we can monitor. If you remember, at the beginning of the war, most of the strikes of artillery were via AMLRS, from the Grads to Uragan. Now, you see, they count very, very, very much on field artillery, on barrels. This means they have a problem with missiles. And somebody said about KH-55 reported by Ukrainian, which was without explosive device, just a block, looking like a kinetic missile. And their conclusion was they took it from the strategic reserves, where they are used for launching nuclear strikes. If it's true, and I don't have any motives to look at EUA defense and say, this side don't have enough credibility, this means they draw far, far away from their missile reserves. So these are good stuff. They don't have enough missiles. And also was a fire at another factory who produced hydraulics for missiles, made it 1 week ago. They have problem with this, big problem. The Bureau for planning and designing the missiles also was on fire in July. And that was another big strike. So now we see the effects after a few months.
Thanks for that.
Thank you, Daniel and Daryl. Next, we'll go to Dan.
Yeah, I was just going to point out that the detail level analysis that finance was doing on how to figure out what Lockheed is doing production-wise is what people weren't doing with the Russians before this war, and that's how I thought they had a functioning army. And as I was sitting here waiting to text that, I think I found the source of at least the rumor that about the nuclear capable missile, Noel, Noel, who is one of the more prominent, I think, Ukrainian posters about the war, has a tweet up about a X-55 or X-555. I've got off of it here trying to actually send the text, but that rumor about they converted it, they fired a nuclear capable missile is at least running around Twitter. That doesn't mean it's true. There was not a good photo. There was not a photograph of the busted up pieces of the actual thing. If I understood what Noel wrote correctly, it was it didn't even have a warhead. It was like literally a blank missile, for lack of a better term, or a dummy missile. So which implies that whoever's loading missiles on the Russian side is getting just a wee bit stressed. Thought that was interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. So I'm having a little bit of trouble seeing people, or I should say I'm seeing ghost requesters. I've got a Dr. Paul requesting in my screen. However, I've contacted Dr. Paul, and he's confused by my asking him why I can't get him up and so forth. So hopefully, if anyone's requesting, finance is able to get them up.
Take Doman. Take Doman. Take Doman.
Hey, Joseph, why don't you cycle down and cycle back up? I'll run it for a second. Hopefully that will fix our issues.
Hopefully, anyway, it's not the end of the world. I'm just hoping that someone can get people up if they're requesting. That's all. But I will put out a call if anyone does want to come up. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That'll get you up here. We got a great panel right now. We got finance. We got Ben. Oh, Doman's waving at me. I don't see you requesting, Doman. I see Dr. Paul requesting. Anyway, we've got a great panel, so please do come up as soon as we solve all of our technical problems. I might have to cycle back and get Doman up here. Anyway, I will. Yeah, let's maybe try to get Doman up here. I think that's the next step. Finance.
All right. Well, Doman has been sent an invite, and if he wants to come up, he knows where we are.
Fair enough. Well, we've got someone else coming up. We've got one Jace here. Mr. Jace, if you have anything you'd like to say, please go ahead.
Hey, what's going on? How's everybody doing today?
Good.
Just kind of popped up interesting things going on. Just kind of wanted to listen in for a second. Don't have anything to add right this second, but great space you guys got going on here for sure. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Jace. Okay, so I guess I will now discuss. Well, we've had a few regular segments lately. We're working on a couple of more. So we've got, of course, Dr. Stradner coming, I believe, every 2 weeks to do basically an interview. We've also got Peter Doran. I believe that's every Saturday, unless that's been moved on me. I get a little confused about these things sometimes, folks. Ben, am I wrong about this? Go ahead.
Oh, no. I've got a very boring question for finance after.
Okay, and then just lastly, of course, we have Chuck now on Tuesdays and Thursdays. We're getting the times, I think, squared away, but Chuck is, I believe, 6
Tuesday and
p.m.
Thursday.
Yeah, Tuesday, Thursday, 6 p.m., 8 p.m. Eastern time, I think, is when it is. Anyway, okay, so Ben's got his question. We got Doman up. This is okay. Things are getting back on track here. A little less flustered. Ben, go ahead, buddy.
Thank you. Meanwhile, you can check what are the regulars on the calendar, because I don't know it. Finance. I've got a question for you. The other day, like 2 days ago, something like that, we learned that the Russian government was injecting 750 billion rubles into its banks in order to generate the liquidity necessary to borrow 850 billion rubles. So that's the first element, and the second element is that we know that the total monetary mass of the Russian Federation is 75 trillion rubles, and the total monetary mass in the banks at the moment is 35 trillion. So 75 and 35. So in essence, they've injected an extra % of monetary mass in a matter of days. The problem is, I'm more used to 18th century economics, and this is the sort of actions that were virtually unthinkable at the time. And I know that you probably followed the whole thing with the American central bank and Q1, Q2, etc. Can you tell me if that's a large movement, an extra % of monetary mass, or if it's within the same realm as what President Obama and President Bush were doing?
So the reason you hear me pausing is Russia has a velocity of money problem. Velocity of money is how fast your money moves throughout your entire economy. Because right now, Russia is a business being done than it used to have being done. So the speed at which money is moving through their economy has slowed down drastically. So the effect of pumping money in directly will be muted often on prices. That said, we know they're running their printing presses. We know they are pushing up the internal inflation rates that used to be in the teens percentages. They say it's in the teens percentages. It's not. 20 to 30% at least. At least one decent economist calling it at 50% internal inflation right now. So we definitely know they're running the printing presses. To be fair, pumping 750 billion into banks just so you can borrow out 850 billion itself reeks of financial chicanery and some, shall we say, corrupt business going on. So sounds like new tricks, same as the old tricks, despite the fact there's this horrific war going on. And yeah, even with all of the problems, I wouldn't look directly at this injection into the banking system. Their numbers are so messed up, and there's so many problems hitting at once. I would have a hard time saying how any given number would hit inflation. It is better to try to look at the economists and other individuals estimating Russian inflation directly than trying to figure out how any of these things work. Because like spending a bunch of money recapitalizing your failed banks because all of a sudden everything in your economy just sort of hit a brick wall won't really have big inflationary effects, but a ton of other things will. So it can be hard to say. While they do have a fractional reserve banking system now that should theoretically push things through, there's so much poop hitting the fan in Russia that I wouldn't, the normal way I would analyze this in the UK, in the US, in France, even in a smaller, less financially complex system like Mexico or a small country like Estonia, yeah, it just doesn't work like that in Russia right now because there's so much junk moving around or not moving around, as the case may be. So all our priors are off, to put it very politely. Oh, hello, gentlemen. Good morning to you.
Morning.
Didn't he sneak up on you, Finance?
He did. He snuck up on me. Good morning, gentlemen.
He sneaks up on me like every time.
Normally I'm not up this late, but tonight I'm on marathon session, caffeinated from here to Kingdom Come, and enjoying the scenic sights of the beautiful country of the United States of America, a NATO country where nobody fires on us. There's no rocket fire. Nobody's hitting our critical infrastructure. It's in fact quite peaceful here. These are things that cannot be said for our friends in Ukraine. That's kind of a friggin' problem and why we're here right now. That said, Charles, I see your hand is raised, sir.
Yeah, hi. Mic check first, because I'm driving. Can you hear me okay? Okay, good. I got a question for Ben and for finance, because I really don't know much about economics, but it's interesting me, Ben, when you talk about, a possible risk of deflation, potentially. And I'm listening to you guys talk, and it sounds like there's just zero investment, like zero borrowing going on. And this affects money supply and money velocity. But I'm having trouble kind of figuring out what all of this means. Is there actually no borrowing going on? And what is this risk of deflation? Maybe you could help me understand.
Maybe I can go first, and then finance will tell you how I'm wrong. Okay, I'm going to leave aside the numbers that he just mentioned, the 50% inflation, because I've never seen it. I'd be delighted to know more about it, but I've never seen it. Deflation, the main issue with deflation is what it does to mostly to borrowers. For normal people, deflation is of course a relatively good thing, because it means that when you were receiving your salary of 1,000 rubles, well, now your salary of 1,000 rubles, if you've got a 10% deflation, is worth 1,100 rubles. So good thing, you can buy more stuff with the same amount of money. The problem is for the people who are on the other side. So if you're for instance, you've lent money, it's becoming more difficult. No, sorry. I'm making a mistake. If you're a grocery store and you have to bring your prices down, it becomes relatively more difficult to pay for those expenses that are fixed, such as your paying for real estate and paying back your loans, because you used to be able to pay everything back by selling 100 bananas, and now your rent is worth 120 bananas. So that's a problem, and so much of a problem that many retailers are gonna have to close because they cannot just pay back whatever they owe. So that's and the problem is that if it has a sort of snowball effect. If the retailer closes, that means that it's going to fire people. If it fires people, those people are not going to consume anymore. If those people don't consume anymore, that means that demand is down, and if demand is down, that means that prices will keep going down. And this is, yep, sorry.
All right, you want me to get the a quicker, easier to understand Reader's Digest version of why deflation's bad?
Yeah, please.
Sure. Okay. Deflation. Normally we think of inflation as not a good thing. A little inflation, little, is good. A lot of inflation, that's really bad. Just ask anyone in Turkey or Argentina right now, or at its very worst, Argentina, right after the Soviet Union, when Ukraine had like 1,000% inflation. I think Russia did that. Mexico had a period of that in the 80s and 90s. Weimar Germany, very famously, Zimbabwe's currency inflated to basically zero. Hyperinflation, super bad. You really want that 0 to 5% inflation. Anything in there, perfectly fine. If you're at 10%, you can run an economy there. You're not at runaway yet. So clearly, for those of us who are now experiencing 10% inflation, when we're used to 2%, it's not fun. Not fun doesn't mean the economy's breaking. It's just not fun. So hyperinflation bad. Deflation sounds good. Hey, I get paid, and that money should go further. So that sounds good. However, it has massive, terrible effects across your economy. Number one, most people in a developed economy, in fact, most people around the world, are borrowers. They have debt already. So in a deflationary environment, that debt becomes more expensive and their budgets become more constrained. You're not having your income go up, you may have it come down, and your debt becomes more burdensome, and usually that's occurring in an environment where people are losing jobs. If you lose your job and your debt becomes expensive, you have a big problem. So one, most people are borrowers. Poor people are mostly borrowers. And the other thing about economies is poor people spend all their money. People who spend money are good in a macroeconomic sense because your spending is my earning. Second problem with deflation is what it does for the wealthy class. If I am a rich person, one of the reasons I invest my money is if I don't invest my money, it becomes worth less over time. So if I have $1 million and it deflates by 3% a year, I don't have $1 million in 5 years. I have a lot less than $1 million. It's deflated by like 20%. That money's disappeared. I really want to make sure I invest my money to make sure that it keeps up with having money. That's a good thing. We want people who have money to invest it back in our economies into productive activities, real estate, businesses, etc. What we don't want is people to hold their money in a bank account because it'll be worth more later. Well, guess what? In a deflationary environment, you can often hold your money in a bank account in the hopes that it will be worth more later. That's bad. No incentive to invest. People who are poor have really big issues with spending money because their debts keep growing as a group. And both of these things together can absolutely crash a developed economy. Deflation was a huge risk in the US in 2008 that was sort of narrowly avoided in any extended way. And it became a problem in the US in the Great Depression. So deflation turns out to be quite bad for an economy. The worry in Russia, the argument that there might be a deflationary problem or pressure in Russia is there's something called velocity of money, the speed at which money happens through Russia. In the case of Russia, a lot of business just stopped happening, right? Like mortgages dropped and just face planted, stopped happening in many parts of Russia. In many types of business, due to all of the sanctions, due to all the other problems, the non-oil and gas parts of Russian economy just stopped happening. Massive numbers of people stopped showing up to work to dodge draft notices. Huge amounts of their economy just stopped. On a dime, stopped. No more economic activity. That's really bad. And the intellectual argument here is that that can actually cause deflation. And while I agree with some of the ideas behind it, on the other side, they have huge supply chain issues, huge supply problems. That is a massive inflationary pressure. And because they can't really borrow money anymore due to being locked out of Western financial markets, they're just running the printing presses. And even when they sell stuff for euros and yuan and rupees, stuff being oil and gas and other petrochemicals and some gold, what they're often doing is not putting that money to work internally. There's so much inflationary pressure it's swamping the fact that business just stopped. But I can hear why some people are arguing there might be a concern. Concern is the wrong word, because I'm not concerned about anything in Russia other than the fact that they're trying to genocide Ukraine. I'll find my concern for Russian citizens when they find their concern for Ukrainian citizens and stop trying to commit genocide. So I think that's the brief way to think about the deflation. Is that a better explanation, Ben?
That was exciting. Thank you.
All right.
So do I keep my money in my bank account or not finance? What do I do?
You have rubles?
I don't give financial advice on the space other than to not invest in Russia. Russia is not a safe place for your personal body, your money, or anything else. We do not support Russia in any way, shape, or form here. Russia could make you lots of money, and I would tell you not to invest there. I don't believe in blood money. So outside of not investing in money, and yes, donating some money to MriyaAid.org, I do not give financial advice on the space. I believe our order of hands right now is Edvard, then background. Edvard.
I think background, I can go first there. Fine.
All right, Edvard is being properly Canadian. Background.
Oh, thanks. I stopped by because I saw you were here. I was listening to the other night. You were talking about sanctions, and I'm wondering if you can kind of give a overview, core dump of what when we talk about sanctions. That's obviously a process. And there are obviously different stages and different agencies and different mechanisms. It's not just flip a switch, boom, sanctions. And I was wondering if you could, if you had any insights, if you could sort of walk through what it means to say imposing and enforcing sanctions, because specifically I'm thinking about this in terms of the IRGC. They're on the terrorist list in the US, not in the EU, but just being on the terrorist list here in the US, there's still, sanction evasion and whatnot. And so I'm just trying to get educated on this, and I'm hoping you have some insightful things to say. Thank you.
All right, let's talk about the IRGC and sanctions. We're going to really focus on this as far as the suicide and non-suicide drones that are currently killing Ukrainians and have also seen their fair share of IRGC-supported terror throughout the Middle East against Sunnis, against Israelis. The IRGC is a big exporter of terror. That's what they do. All right, so you are correct. Step one, good news. The IRGC is viewed as a terror group by the US, I believe the UK, number of European, but not all European countries have them as a terror group. Iran is sanctioned by the US. It is not sanctioned by all European nations. Unfortunately, it would be nice if that would change. One Hungarian dictator named Viktor Orban has recently come out with a partnership and all the commonalities that they and Iran have, and they're working on some sort of bilateral trade agreements. Apparently, their major commonalities are they both belong burning in hell. So there's that. So one, that's happening. Two, it has come out, Wall Street Journal, based on some really good investigative work by a Ukrainian organization in Kyiv, has reported out a lot of the parts in the Iranian drones not produced in Iran. They're produced in the US, the UK, Israel. It's just a who's who of countries, Japan. And while Japan isn't as hostile towards Iran as the other named countries, the US, the UK, and Israel are all not Iran-friendly countries, especially the US and Israel. So the fact that parts from those countries wound up in the drones isn't the best look. Some of them are highly commoditized, so they weren't as viewed as dual use, but still it is still a very good demonstration of just how much we really need to be tighter on how our industrial policy needs to be considered under defense policy. One of the things that has come out under sanction is, yes, they're sanctioned, so many people can't travel easily without being arrested. Iran can't use the SWIFT banking system, as best I believe. If I'm wrong on that one, someone correct me. Russia has been thrown out of the SWIFT banking system. SWIFT is the major messaging system that banks use to send wires back and forth. If you're not in SWIFT, you have a massive problem sending and tracking a wire. It is hard to explain. It is hard to understate just how important the SWIFT system is. If you've ever worked in operational finance, it's something that is just very, very important to the boring, everyday functioning of banking and investment companies. And if you don't have access to it, you have a big old problem of actually working financially with the rest of the world. So they're not in there. That's a big deal. They are under sanctions. You can't export to them, etc. However, they're not under sanctions by everybody. And especially when it comes to industrial products, it can be very easy to evade sanctions by having a third party, let's say a businessman in Kazakhstan or Hungary or Azerbaijan, buy a massive number of the not sanctioned, not particularly interesting parts you're looking for, and then ship them over to you, which would be legal for him to do in the country he's in, despite being totally illegal if the company were to do it directly. So thankfully, in a very small news release in the last week, of all people, Janet Yellen and her department have actually released that they've sanctioned 14 more people and importantly 28 new entities, and they are digging into how all these parts are getting to Iran and Iranian industrial production. It is a particularly minor approach, but what I really liked about it is that they're going after actually making sure that Iran does not get the needed